1. The Attack. Jared. The world was strangely silent as Jared drove. He couldn't stop thinking about the nuclear sirens, the fire in the sky, and the fact that his sister was in a heavily populated major city. He didn't know if Nashville was targeted. He didn't even know how he would find out. The recent events just kept running on repeat through his head. He could hear Anna comforting Stuart in the back seat. Stuart was one hardcore motherfucker. Jared wasn't sure he would be quite so self-contained if he had a chunk taken out of his leg. He glanced over at Bradley. The man was frowning fiercely. He was obviously thinking hard about something. "So, we need to find a shelter, right? Underground?" he asked. "I think that would be best. Honestly, I don't know if those missiles were nuclear-armed or not. I'm not familiar with nuclear weapons. The only training I ever had on the subject was a quick class in the desert, and that was mostly concentrated on chemical attacks," he said. He gritted his teeth. The world was really screwing them over. The damned governments couldn't just be satisfied with just releasing some fucked-up virus that turned people insane. They had to go ahead and add nukes on top of everything else. They should have never been allowed to go so far. Too late now. It was all too late. "I have a feeling those were our own missiles that hit us," Bradley said. "I think they were trying to take out the cities with the densest clusters of biters." "Our own people are bombing us?" Anna said from the back. He thought he heard the slightest waver in her voice. Jared looked in the rear view. She looked shocked, pale, and scared. He tightened his fists on the steering wheel. His feelings for her were overwhelming sometimes. He had hidden them for so long. So damned long. The fact that she had been living in a state of almost constant fear this last week ate at his heart and made his gut clench. He had spent the last 2 years trying to make her happy at the office. He was the joker, the clown. He made jokes to cover up his feelings and to make her laugh. Her smile could light up a room, and her laugh was like a drug. The truth was that he hadn't felt that he was good enough for her. He wasn't a good man. He knew she was lonely and sad sometimes. He had gotten close to her the only way he could, as her friend. He had wanted it to be enough. Then life had thrown them the biggest fucking curveball in existence. None of that mattered now. She didn't need him to be a good man. She needed a strong one, a capable one. He could be that for her. "I'm sure they warned people," he told her. Liar. She nodded, and the little line between her eyebrows faded. He couldn't bear to put more grief on her shoulders. She was a fighter, and she would have to fight more, but he would take away whatever pain he could. "What about the chickens?" she asked. That was so her, thinking of the welfare of the animals. "I think they'll be fine. They've got that trough of water and enough bugs and stuff to eat," he said. "Chickens?" Fletch asked. His young face was tired and drawn. They all looked like they had been through hell. "There was a flock at the place we got this SUV," Anna told him. "The place where the biter was?" Bradley asked. "The place where the mutant biter was," Jared clarified. "That worries me," Bradley confessed. "I'm thinking there are more of those things than we thought. Stuart and I saw 2 on the interstate, at a pileup. They were crouched up under an overpass. We were going too fast for them to get us, but, man, they were fast." "I've been thinking about something. Maybe it's stupid," Anna said, leaning toward the front. "Babe, there are mutant people that can camouflage their skin running around. I don't think anything you can say regarding them would be stupid." "Well, I was thinking about them gathering around the armory at night, and then going away in the day." She paused, and Jared glanced over at her. "Go on," Bradley said. "I think they are maturing, or developing." "What do you mean, maturing?" Fletch asked. Jared was pretty sure that he knew exactly what she meant. "I think they can see in the dark, like an owl or a cat or something." "Oh, wow." Fletch sat back in silence. Jared considered the ramifications of those mutant things developing the ability to see in the dark. Their eyes. Their eyes, he said aloud. What about them? Bradley asked. Nocturnal animals have different eyes, owls and cats, for instance. They have bigger pupils, which help them see well at night. But these things don't. They have... Snake eyes, Anna interrupted. Bradley swore. You know what that means, right? It means that if they are similar to snakes, then they can sense heat signatures. They can see us in the dark, even when we're hiding. That's horrifying. But I think we need to stop talking and let Jared drive faster now, Fletch said from the back. Why? Bradley said, suddenly alert. Because Stuart has a high fever, and there's a storm coming. Jared concentrated on the highway, letting off the accelerator on the curves and punching it again on the straightaways. They needed to get Stuart home, and they needed to get everyone in the basement. He looked in the rearview mirror again, bypassing Stuart's pale face, and looked out the rear window. It was tinted, but the clouds gathered, black and furious in the distance. What he wouldn't give for a weather radar app right now. He figured the internet could still be up, but his cell phone was long gone. Probably left at the office. He knew general weather patterns, air currents, and direction of travel were easy, but he didn't know how far any fallout would travel, or how long they would have to batten down the hatches, so to speak. The rain is going to clear the radioactive particles from the air, Bradley said to him quietly. Yep. They're going to come down on us. Yep, Jared answered again. How long do we have? Anna asked. He hadn't known she was listening. He met her eyes in the mirror before looking back at the road. They would be coming to the overrun town soon. He had to slow down now. A few hours, maybe, depending on what cities they hit. We don't know if there even is any fallout. Remember that we're just being safe. She nodded and turned to look out the window. Jared saw the old ramshackle barn in the distance. It marked the boundary to town. So far it was clear. Take it through slow and steady, Bradley said. Jared raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. As if he needed anyone to tell him how to drive through an infested town. He'd been sitting in the armory for days. He and Anna were the ones doing all the traveling. It wasn't the time for smart-ass comments, though. He'd save them for later when they were home. The town looked virtually the same as when they had plowed through the first time, except for the body parts on the road. Watch the femurs, Anna said with a hint of a smile. What about the ulnas? He joked. Watch those too. He swerved gently around the few bones that were left lying in the road, and wondered where everyone was. Oh, shit! Fletcher yelled. Tango's, 3 o'clock. It took him a second to figure out what Fletch was talking about. He looked to his right down a small side street and tamped down his panic. There was no reason to panic. They weren't blocked in. Yet. Oh my God, there's so many of them, Anna cried out from the back. He could tell by the higher pitch of her voice that she was freaked out. He didn't blame her. The pack of biters they had left here before was nothing compared to the horde of mutants headed toward them now. For one thing, their numbers had swelled. For another, they had changed. In 24 hours? Or are these new ones? He caught a glimpse of them as they drove, but he needed to keep his eyes to the front. If they wrecked, they would all be dead for sure. Alone, they were bad enough, but in a cluster, they were truly frightening. Teeth bared, mouths gaping, they ran toward the SUV. Their skins were strangely mixed, some blending in with those behind, some gleaming dully gray in the overcast sky. Their clothing flapped behind them, some tattered and some still serviceable. He swore he saw one dressed as a surgeon, which was creepy as fuck. They vibrated with anger, twitching so rapidly and jerking so violently that he wasn't sure how they managed to stay on their feet. It made their movements unpredictable and more dangerous. It gave them an odd flipbook illusion. They sprinted abnormally fast, inhumanly fast. Their long fingers scrabbled in the air as if they were already envisioning tearing them apart. Stuart moaned then. Go, Jared, go faster, Bradley yelled. I am. I'm trying to get us home in one piece, Jared shouted. Not Funny, Stuart moaned from the back. I wasn't making a joke, he said, incredulous. Anna took her attention from the mutants chasing them to raise an eyebrow at him skeptically. What? I wasn't, he insisted. Watch the corner, Bradley yelled as they approached the corner where Aunt Molly used to peddle her pies. A small cluster of normal biters ran out into the road, and he couldn't avoid hitting them. Jared gritted his teeth as the SUV collided with the bodies. It felt like hitting 3 deer at once. That couldn't be good for the truck. They bumped over the corpses, and Stuart cried out at the jolt. They weren't even trying to get at us, Anna said, confused. They just ran into the road. Jared gunned the engine once again, glad to be out of the little town. Now they just had to get through Oak Grove quickly. The drive back through the long, deserted highway was less eventful than their first trip. The SUV didn't overheat, and he didn't see any more biters, mutant or otherwise. That was your truck? Bradley asked as they passed his old pickup. Yep, radiator hoses shot. Did you get everything out of it? Yeah. Except the 73 oatmeal cookie wrappers under the seat, Anna murmured. Jared squinted at her threateningly in the rearview mirror, but she just raised her chin in the air, a little grin at the corner of her mouth. It was good to know that the threat of nukes hadn't stolen her sense of humor. That was one of the things he loved about her. She just got him. He started slowing down when they reached the very outskirts of Oak Grove. Why are you slowing? We need to keep moving, man. The wind is kicking up, Bradley said. We could keep going, but I'm pretty sure the Viking snipers would take us out long before we smashed into their dump truck, he told Bradley. The look on Bradley's face was priceless. Are you okay? Bradley asked. Jared jutted his chin out to the front, and Bradley followed his gesture. Ambush? Fletch called out from the back seat. No, just a barrier, Anna said. They let us through the last time. Jared stopped. Men and women did not materialize from the woods this time. They waited. Jared anxiously tapped the steering wheel. He hadn't expected this. He peered carefully into the trees, wondering if anyone was watching them. Jared? I don't know where they are, Jared said in response to Anna's unspoken question. What are you guys talking about? Bradley said, exasperated. The people who live here. They moved the dump truck last time. I don't see them. Jared made a quick decision. He jumped out of the SUV, left the door open, and ran to the dump truck. He expected a gunshot with every step. Jared! He heard Anna call out. He didn't stop. They didn't have time. He climbed into the 40-year-old truck and looked at the ignition. The keys weren't there. Son of a bitch. He popped open the glove compartment and rustled through the old papers. Keys. He snagged them and thrust the likeliest-looking one into the ignition. When the engine turned over, he slammed the transmission into reverse and backed out of the road enough so they could get through. He turned the truck off, but left the keys in the ignition for Sten, wherever he was. He left and ran back to the SUV. The wind blew in his face, and he heard the thunder off in the distance. It was faint, and it was far away still, but it was there, and it was coming. He took off again, peeling out around the front of the dump truck and hoping no kids were in the street beyond. He needn't have worried. When he got beyond the dump truck, he saw that nobody was out. The roads were empty of pedestrians and animals. No kids roamed the yards. No mothers carried babies around on their hips. No armed men that he could see. He wondered if they had a bunker somewhere. Maybe they heard the siren and holed up underground. He hoped so. He didn't want to think that something had happened to all the people here. He drove over the chalk-covered roads, straining to see anything that might leap into his path. The gas station and markets were closed up tight. He could see Bradley's curiosity, but it would have to wait. This is the Viking community? Bradley asked. They aren't really Vikings, Anna said. Jared just likes to call them that. Actually, they are, Jared said to Bradley, dismissing Anna's comment. They're regular people, Jared. Are you saying Vikings aren't regular people? That's pretty racist. No, but they are heavily armed. They are Norwegians. They wear Viking jewelry. They carry battle axes, Jared argued, ticking off the points on his spare hand. "It was one axe. One," she said. "They all have long hair and beards," he said. "So do you," Anna retorted. "You can't change my mind," Jared said. She huffed, and he gave her a wink. "I don't know why I put up with you," she said. "Because you love me?" She sighed. "True." "You done now?" Bradley asked. "Yes, I need you to do me a favor." "All right," Bradley said warily. "Get me the radio out from under your seat." Bradley bent down and shuffled his hand under the seat. He came up with the radio and handed it to Jared. Jared set it in his lap. "The RHCDL gave it to us. I want to warn them when we get into range," Jared said. "They probably already know. I just want to make sure." Bradley nodded. Chapter 2. Going Underground. Anna. "Well, town still exists," Jared said as they made it to the intersection. "At least until Jimmy Dawn breaks into the rock quarry and finds the dynamite." She rolled her eyes and checked Stuart again. He was still burning up. She had been wetting a piece of cloth and wiping his forehead and neck, but he was barely responding. They needed to get him home soon. She looked around as Jared attempted to make contact with the Rolling Hills Civil Defense League. "Captain Anderson, this is Hercules. Over." Jared and his freaking radio call sign obsession. She bit back her sarcastic comment, and they waited. She felt her pulse race as the seconds sped by. "Captain Anderson, this is Hercules. Over." No response. Jared sighed in defeat. Okay. Captain Anderson, this is Jared. Over." Silence. "I really thought that would do it," Jared said. "Do you think something happened to them?" she asked him. "I think it's likely that they went underground, if they are as prepared as you say," Bradley added. "Probably don't have an antenna up yet." "Yeah, well, we can't wait around. We have to go underground too," Jared said. She licked her lips. They were dry and she really wanted a drink, but she gave Stuart the last of it. "Do you think it's weird that Sten's people and the Rolling Hills people are gone?" "No, I think it's weird that we aren't," he replied. They were back on the road, and only a few minutes from Jared's. She was suddenly aware that they hadn't gotten Kate and brought her back. The whole reason for the mission, and instead of bringing her back, they were bringing his mother bad news. It felt like she had been awake for days, weeks. They rolled up the driveway, and she was relieved to see that everything looked exactly like they had left it. Jared's house was still safe. "Get Stuart down to the basement, then come to the garage," Jared told the men. Anna got out and followed him. He unloaded the little gear they had left in the SUV into the laundry room floor, where the interior door was. She got a bottle of water from the dark fridge. It was barely cool. And noticed the mess. Dishes and utensils were scattered. Cabinets had been flung open and ransacked. The pantry door was ajar, and she opened it slowly. Flashbacks of Gina ran through her head, and she jerked her eyes up to the ceiling. There was nothing crouched up in the corner, but most of the food was gone. "Juan?" she called. Silence. Basement? She approached the doorway to the basement warily. She stopped before opening it. She felt apprehension work its way up her spine. "Where is everyone?" Jared called. She turned and frowned. "Maybe the basement, but I don't know. What if something happened?" She didn't want to bring up the fact that his mom had been sick. What if she had turned and killed everyone? What if she was a mutant? Perhaps she was going in the wrong direction with her hypothesis. What if someone had robbed them and kidnapped everyone? "Stay here," Jared said, just as Bradley and Fletch came in carrying a limp Stuart between them. "What's going on?" Bradley asked, looking at her. "Everyone is gone," she shrugged worriedly. "Shit," he sighed. He laid Stuart down on the couch for Fletch to watch and followed Jared down the steps. The steps were wooden and steep, and the bottom was concrete. She watched as Jared knocked on the basement door. His knuckles made barely a sound, and she realized that the door was rock solid. After an interminable time, the sound of heavy bolts being thrown back resounded through the dark hallway. The door opened. "Jared, I hope that's you, man," came Juan's accented English. "What if it's not?" Jared said, pulling the door open. "You're going to hit me with a—" He squinted and nodded his head towards something Juan was holding. "An extension cord? Hey, man, this thing is heavy. My cousin Benito used to use one just like it to keep the bulls in line," he said. "Plus, I have this in case the cord didn't incapacitate you." "A sharp stick? And remind me to never ask you what Benito does," Jared said and waved toward Anna. "Bring Stuart down," he called up to them. "It's actually your mop. I sharpened it," Juan confided, and Jared looked up at her with a familiar look. It was his "I want to say something so bad, but I won't" face. Jared came back up and they took Stuart downstairs. Anna followed Jared out to the garage. She watched curiously as he unlocked the large doors in the back. "I want this stuff cleared out and put in the basement in 10 minutes. Can you work on this while I go find some other things?" "Yes, sir," she said sarcastically, looking at all the mysterious things. "I prefer you to call me Master." "How about Master Blaster?" she retorted. "I want to make a sexual joke so bad right now," he said. "Save it for later." He left, and she loaded her arms with boxes. Some were almost identical to the ones Stuart had given them back at the first armory. She knew they contained MREs. She stacked them at the top of the basement steps for someone to carry down. She worked her way to the back of the storage closet, and the stuff got heavier. Large metal cans lined the walls in the back. There must have been 20 of them at least. She tried to pick one up, and failed miserably. "Let us get those," Jared said, coming back with rolls of tarp and tape. "Why do you have all that?" she asked quickly. "My dates used to get pretty crazy," he said, then handed her the stuff. "Here, cover all the windows and doors with tarps. Duct tape them around the insides. Use as much as you need to cover them well." "And this will help with the fallout stuff?" she asked skeptically. "It will help keep particles from coming in. If there are particles. We don't know. I think it will work. I saw it on a movie." "Of course you did." She covered and taped. She didn't realize how many doors and windows he had until she was tasked with taping them up. She passed Bradley, Juan, and Fletcher carrying large containers of water downstairs. Hank had his arms full of the mattress from Jared's bedroom. He'd already gotten the one from the guest room. She had the sinking feeling that they would be in the basement for a while. She hoped they would be safe there. Jared walked through with an armload of rifles, and she did a double-take. An armload of rifles? 10 minutes later, their time was up. Through the last window, she saw the clouds roiling darkly overhead. They had come from the west, where several major cities had presumably just been nuked. The sound of that siren was something she would never forget. Jared was the last in, and he shut the door behind them with a heavy clank. It sounded like a prison, but it was also reassuring. This was the first time seeing the basement, and she was kind of amazed. Jared obviously had hobbies that she never expected. Right inside the door was a strange little walled-in walkway that they passed through. It was a cinder block wall from floor to ceiling that turned at a 90-degree angle, then again. It must have been difficult to bring the mattress through that. "Wow," she said as she passed into the open space. She walked to the wall of white buckets and touched one lightly. "What is all this?" Everyone was down there settling in. Jared came up and slung his arm around her waist and pulled her over to a cot. She sat gratefully, exhausted from everything. "That's rice." Her mouth dropped open and she gave him an incredulous look. "That's rice?" "It was when I put it in there. I suppose it could have morphed into spaghetti noodles, but—" "You have buckets of rice, and you made fun of me for my cans of beans." He wrinkled his forehead at her outburst. "I made fun of you because you hoard only one kind of bean. Who does that?" "Rice, Jared." She threw her arm out toward the rice bucket wall. "Yeah, but that is all different kinds of rice, and some oatmeal, and some other stuff." He didn't get it. She sighed and rubbed her head. A headache was making itself known. "So, you are a food hoarder too. I should have known." "We have more in common than we thought," he said with a grin. She looked around the large space. The basement looked to be as big as the house above. There were no windows. She never would have guessed that there was even a basement here, except that he joked about it that first day. The bathroom's over there. It's a composting toilet. I'm sure everyone has figured out how to use it by now, he said. The vent is partially covered, but I'm not sure having an open airway is a good idea. Too late now. We'll just have to keep that door shut and go in there as little as possible, Bradley said from another cot. Whoever knew you could put an outhouse in a basement, Violet said from a rocking chair nearby. She looked to be knitting something. Anna smiled, but it died when she caught a look from Jared's mom. She looked devastated. How could she be so inconsiderate to smile at anything when Enid still didn't know her daughter's fate? She watched as Jared went over to her and knelt. He whispered in her ear, and her face crumpled. Anna turned away to give her some privacy in her grief. Hank came over and sat nearby. How was it out there? Rough. There are more of those mutant things. They're changing, Hank. They're changing fast, I think. He nodded. Seems like it isn't real, doesn't it? Like this is all some kind of television show. Yeah, kind of. I imagine that there's going to be all sorts of things we're going to have to face up to. I never thought I'd live to see any kind of nuclear war, he said. I don't think it's actually a war, she said skeptically. It's a war, he said matter-of-factly. It's a war between us and those things out there. He pointed up. They've started bombing our own cities. That tells me that they've lost control of the country. Scorched earth, Bradley broke in from across the room. Everyone stopped talking and looked at him in the eerie lantern light. Yep, Hank said. What's scorched earth? She asked. Jared was the one who answered, and it lacked his usual twist of humor. It's when they destroy anything that the enemy can use. In this case, it also means destroying cities, people. Isn't that against the Geneva Conventions? Bradley nodded at her. The Geneva Conventions are dead. They can do whatever they want to without repercussion. So where will they stop? Juan asked him quietly. Alejandro was sleeping soundly in his lap. They won't stop, Stuart murmured from a mattress on the floor near the corner. Anna slipped from the cot and walked over to him. She knelt carefully to avoid jostling him and placed her hand on his head. He seemed a bit cooler. The meds must have been helping a little. How do you feel? Like I had a chunk ripped out of my leg by a crazy person. She smiled. We'll need to change the bandage soon. Bradley will do it, he said, and she was a little relieved. She didn't know if she could bear to look at the damage. She helped him drink some water and then went back over to the others. So, what do we do now? She asked aloud. We wait, Jared said. Overhead, thunder boomed ferociously. Chapter 3. In the Dark. Jared. He knew there was enough food and water down here for them all to last a while. They didn't need to worry about that. He wasn't too sure if the place was protected, though. He started building this place on a whim one day after watching an old nuclear war movie. It was meant as more of a preparedness thing and a hobby. He enjoyed doing the research on building techniques and then outfitting it. He never expected to use it for a nuclear bomb. He especially never expected Anna to be in it with him, or all the rest of the people. He sipped his water and contemplated their next move. He was a little lost. Their main goal was going to be survival. Just survive. It was going to be easier said than done. Not only did they have to deal with crazy-ass freaks with thermal vision running around, but they may also have to deal with nuclear fallout. It was scary as hell. He was worried about Stuart, too. He wasn't doing well. He didn't know if what those things had was contagious. What if Stu turned crazy one night while they were sleeping? What if he died down here? They'd be stuck with his corpse. He hoped those things wouldn't happen. He liked Stuart a hell of a lot. He was a good guy and had some badass skills that they were probably going to need. Hey, he heard Anna say. He felt her hand on his back and turned. "Is for horses," he said, pulling her close. "That's one of the lamest jokes you've ever made." "Sorry." He slid back on his cot and laid down. Everyone else was resting or doing quiet things out of respect for the ones who had just come back. He pulled Anna down beside him, and she laid her head on his shoulder. "I've gotten used to sleeping next to you," he told her, and she squeezed his waist. He felt another sensation make itself known, and if he didn't turn his thoughts immediately, it was going to be embarrassing. "I don't suppose you're an expert on the half-life of gamma radiation," he said jokingly. "Actually," he looked at her hopefully in the gloom. "No, I'm not," she said. "I only know what I read in books and saw in the movies." She paused for a moment. "What if it's like Chernobyl out there?" "It's not. There's a huge difference between that and what happened here. For one, Chernobyl is still active. Those reactors, or whatever they are still leaking, and there are forest fires. The bombs they dropped here may not have even had nuclear warheads on them, and the radiation particles break down pretty fast. I think in a few weeks we can probably start going outside, at least here. I don't know what it's like anywhere else." He felt her shift to her right side, and he moved to cradle her from behind. He draped an arm over her waist, and she grabbed his hand. He didn't think he was going to be able to sleep with her pressing against him like she was. Surprisingly, he got drowsy pretty quickly. She was lucky he was so exhausted, or he might have tried to drag her off to the little closet. He could think of ways to make the weeks pass much more enjoyably. "I thought this was what you wanted," his father shouted. "Do you know the amount of trouble I went through for this?" His pins gleamed brightly on his dress uniform, and the ribbons that Jared had wanted to play with as a small child, and perhaps even eat, taunted him with their meanings. They were symbols of achievements, of accomplishments, and they were something Jared no longer wanted and would never have. "No, it was what you thought I wanted. You haven't cared enough to ask me what I wanted in years." He paced his mother's kitchen, and he knew the entire house could hear them arguing. His sister was likely upstairs listening while doodling in her art book. His mother was probably upset about this. She didn't like arguments. "Then why the hell go along with the training and the lessons? Why the hell did you let me believe it's what you wanted to do with your life? Why did you let me waste years of my life teaching you something that you cared nothing about? I'll tell you, son, you're turning into a real piece of work. I thought your insolence and disrespect were just teenage rebellion, but you weren't a teenager anymore. You're a man now, and you had better start acting like one." His father's face was red with fury, and veins bulged in his neck, and even the strict control he usually had on his emotions had loosened enough to let him yell. It was almost startling. Though never placid, his father never had to yell to get his point across. He started to feel guilty for getting him so worked up. No, that's how he got into this situation in the first place. He had to carry on and get through it, no matter what his father's opinions were. "I'm going to college for business. I'm going to be a regular fucking guy. I'll work set hours and never deploy. I don't want to spend my life commanding men and ordering them to slaughter innocent people in third world countries." He slammed his fist on the table, a show of force and violence that he had rarely ever shown. He had followed his father's strict physical fitness schedule for years, many years, and he was in top physical condition. He had studied leadership manuals, training manuals, and read the literature his father had deemed necessary for his development as a future officer. It wasn't what he wanted, and he was not going to pretend anymore. It had been a mistake for him to go on this long. His father didn't answer. He looked stricken. His face paled, and he turned his back on Jared. Jared struggled with his emotions. He was still angry, fiercely angry. "You never cared about what I wanted. All you cared for was your prestige and the spotless reputation of this family as a generational officer male for the Army." He realized he went too far, but he couldn't take back words. Words could never be taken back. Even an apology, which he certainly wasn't giving right now, couldn't erase them. He was breathing hard, expecting his father to turn in a fury and lash out at him further. What he did do surprised the hell out of him. "Get out," his father said softly. don't come back." Jared left the opposite of the way he had come. He left quietly, regretfully even then. There was a foreboding deep in his gut. It was pervasive. He would never see his father again. Not alive. He woke some time later to laughter. He opened his eyes and looked around. It was a dream. Just a dream. It had been real, though. So real. He could remember every little detail, and his mind returned to the image of his father, living and breathing and solid. He wished once more, out of 1,000,000 times, that he could go back and make a different choice. His father might still be alive, or at least he would have died happier. He was a terrible person, and not much of a man. He had killed his father with his decision. Anna was still sleeping in his arms. He was stiff, and not in a good way. His arm was completely asleep. They must have slept for a long time. He eased out from under her as best he could with his useless arm and looked at his watch. 5:30. His watch said it was evening. So it was the same day. He awkwardly pushed himself up and over Anna, who turned on her stomach and slept on. They were going to need a bigger bed. His stomach growled, and his arm burned uncomfortably as he searched out Bradley and Hank. Stuart was propped up on his pillows in the corner. He had a cloth over his forehead. His fever must have come back. Bradley, Hank, Juan, and Carlos were sitting around the table, eating a random assortment of foods. "Was Stu sick before?" he asked Bradley. "With the Russian flu? Before all this happened, you mean?" Jared nodded. Bradley's brow furrowed. "I don't think so. We were both working AGR at the armory full-time. We've been doing that for years. I would have known if he was sick." "Even on the weekend or something?" Jared asked, thinking of what happened to Anna. "Yeah, we usually spent Saturdays or Sundays out fishing or something. I would have known." "I wonder if he's got it now, or if it's an infection," Jared said. "Or both." "We should try some meds if he doesn't get better soon. At this point, I don't think it will hurt anything." "Yeah, we can give it a shot. I'll have to see what all we have." He and Anna had both been scratched and even bitten by those things out there. Why didn't they get this sick? Maybe Stuart was already getting sick, and the bite happening was just a coincidence? He didn't like it. "We should start thinking about food rationing," Jared said as he grabbed a carrot from a bowl. They were some of the last fresh veggies left from his fridge. He was going to miss them, but not as much as he was going to miss ready access to meat. He wasn't to the point where he was going to hunt up some irradiated deer just yet, but it wouldn't be long. "Yeah, as long as we're down here not doing much, we don't need to eat as much. We'll have to consider the gardening thing, too. We won't be able to grow anything or eat any wild food. We'll have to get rid of the top layer of dirt when we start to garden," Bradley said. "I didn't think of the soil being poisoned," Juan groaned, rubbing his face. "We'll have to consider everything up there poisoned. Food, water, air, plants, animals, everything. At least until we know differently," Hank said. Jared and Bradley nodded. "Makes this whole shindig a lot harder, doesn't it?" he added. "Yep. Thought I was hoping that since it's already been done, that the blasts and the fallout will take out a lot of those creatures," Bradley confessed. "I think they'll be moving out of the cities for sure. They don't seem content to just hang around and wait for people to cross their paths. They'll seek people out." "That's scary," Carlos said. It was scary. That night passed slowly, and the day that followed was spent trying to develop a new routine. Maria, Violet, and Anna had conversations about cooking and supplies, and their lives before. Jared watched as his mother gradually recovered from her sadness. He didn't know what to make of it, until she took him aside and told him, "Kate is still alive. I can't believe that she's gone. I don't feel it, and I'd think I'd know if one of my babies were gone." Jared shook his head. He did not want to have this conversation right now. He still wanted to believe Kate was alive too. He needed to believe it. but they also needed to be prepared for the worst. The odds weren't good. Ma, I want to believe that too. I wish I knew for sure, but I don't. We'll have to see what happens after all this. Right now, we need to concentrate on ourselves. She huffed and went off to the other side of the room. They rotated jobs every day. Mealtimes became time markers. The LED lanterns became their daytime, and the darkness was their night. They resituated the sleeping arrangements until everyone was as comfortable as they could be. Overhead, they heard nothing. The ceiling and walls were too thick to know what was going on outside. Eventually, outside seemed like a distant memory. Hurry up and wait was what they were doing now, and he hated it. He loved the outdoors and hated being cooped up. Each meal that passed seemed more and more tasteless. He felt caged and had taken to pacing the basement. Anna spent her time reading and playing games with the boys, Hank and Juan. He couldn't sit still long enough. Bradley seemed to be having the same problem. He'd rather be fighting mutants than be stuck down here. Stuart was no better or worse than the first day, and he knew they were all worried about him. He didn't know why he wasn't getting better. None of them did. "It's only been 6 days," Violet said, watching him pass for the 5th time in as many minutes. "How do you know?" he asked her, irritated at her calmness. "I have a calendar," she said, rocking in her chair. She was going to become one with the chair if she stayed in it much longer, he thought resentfully. "I hate your calendar," he teased, and she smiled. "Man, come on, I've got an idea," Bradley said, and rounded up Fletch. "Anna, you too. Everyone clear out the middle of the room here. We're going to get some exercise." "You sure that's a good idea?" Jared asked, thinking about the extra food and water they'd need to use up. "I don't know about you, but I don't want to leave this basement weak. The weak won't make it long out there now," he said. He had a point. "Besides, we have plenty of food and water, enough for several months at least. We'll be fine." "Yeah, but what about the water out there?" Jared mentioned. "We'll figure it out. I just know that I cannot sit here for another minute without losing my shit. Now, come on, let's wear ourselves out." Jared could think of much more pleasant ways of wearing himself out, but he didn't think Anna would be amenable to that right now. Bradley raised his eyebrow and waited. Jared shrugged, and they moved the table and mattresses, leaving Stewart's where it was. They picked Violet up in her chair and resettled her near the wall, which made her laugh. "Everyone on your stomachs," Bradley called out, and Fletch groaned. "He's gonna smoke us, man," Fletch said. Jared had a feeling he was right. "What's that mean?" Anna said, lying on her stomach next to Jared. "Wait and see," he said with a wink. Bradley did indeed smoke them. After they couldn't possibly do any more push-ups, he had them roll over and do flutter kicks until they reached muscle failure. He seemed to relish causing them pain, but Jared had to admit that he did feel better. "You're a sadist," Jared called out. "I don't like this smoking thing," Anna called out when they were finished. Hank laughed and dealt out a new hand of cards for himself and Violet and Maria, who didn't take part. "You guys are stinking up the room," Maria called over. "You'll get over it," Bradley said between sets of push-ups. He had knocked out over 100. Jared decided to compete. He wasn't going to let Bradley show him up. The others moved back as the men took turns pushing. There was no time limit. They were going to muscle failure. Jared was younger than Bradley by several years, but Bradley seemed to be more accustomed to push-ups. He wasn't giving up, though, not until he collapsed. They were both panting and straining as they reached 200. Jared had never done over 200 at once before. It was going to be close. Sweat soaked his skin and ran into his eyes. His muscles trembled and burned. He was having trouble getting enough oxygen. "Give it up, man," Bradley groaned out from the rest position. "I can do this all day," Jared panted back. He was going back down to push once more when they heard a muffled thump against the basement door. Jared stopped and looked at Bradley. This was the last thing he expected. Who or what would be out there right now? "Everybody go over to the far wall," Jared whispered and climbed painfully up. He regretted using up his upper body strength now. He probably couldn't even fight off Violet, should she have randomly decided to attack him. Bradley drew his pistol, and Jared pulled his rifle from his side of the mattress he and Anna used. He wanted it somewhere he could get it quickly, but out of the way of where the boys played. Juan came up behind him with the sharpened mop handle. At least it wasn't the extension cord. "Are you going to open it?" Anna whispered. He held up a finger for her to wait, and he crept closer. He walked around the cinder block barrier wall and eyed the door. It was a thick door, and it was locked. He knew nothing could get through it, but what if someone was up there? What if it was Kate? Could she have made it home? He pressed his ear to the cool metal and listened. He heard his thundering heartbeat and his breathing. He waited. He was starting to relax when a thud directly on the other side of the door made him jump. It sounded random, not rhythmic, not like knocking. God, he wished he knew what lurked behind the door. His mind conjured up horrifying images of 1,000 mutants crowding the property and waiting for them to open the door. It would be like fish in a barrel. They would be easy prey. It wasn't the first time he wished he lived further away from town. He stayed there, straining to hear more, to understand what it could possibly be. There was nothing else. It made their shelter seem a little less safe. Instead of surviving, it now felt like they were hiding. After the unknown visitor incident, everyone seemed less inclined to make noise. The darkness and artificial light made them edgy and brought them all down. He had never had issues with depression, but he was fairly sure that they all were well on their way to getting a taste of it. The boys didn't play much anymore. They preferred to read or color quietly, and everyone slept more. Stuart lay, silently burning on the mattress. They did what they could to make him comfortable, but he had stopped responding 2 days ago. Now he just laid there. Bradley was grieving, but refused to give up. He kept making the motionless man take small sips of water. It was difficult to watch. Violet stopped knitting, and mealtimes were no longer a way to break up the monotony of the day. He wasn't even hungry anymore. There were no more fitness contests. He and Bradley and Fletch still kept to a loose exercise routine, but it was becoming less and less effective as time passed. He didn't realize how much he needed fresh air and sunlight, and how much he appreciated alone time. It felt like prison must have felt, except worse, because at least prisoners got to go outside. He thought a lot about his father. His guilt aided him. The more he looked at his mother, the guiltier he felt. He killed his father and failed to save his sister. He was toxic to people, apparently. He looked at Anna, who was becoming paler and quieter by the day. Maybe he was killing her too, just more slowly. They were all dying slowly. The thought of staying away from her killed him, though. He couldn't do it. He couldn't leave her alone and unprotected, and the thought of Bradley taking his place made him want to kill. He didn't want to think about it anymore. It felt like they had been down here forever. Sometimes it was even hard to remember why they were here. Chapter 4. A New Dawn. Anna. Something was wrong with Jared. Ever since they had been down there, he had started to act more strangely than she had ever seen before. The more time passed, the more distant he was from everyone. Stuart's illness made them all uneasy, and she wished there was something they could do to help. Bradley had taken to mixing antibiotics in his water, hoping it would help with any bacterial causes. It was the only thing they could think to do, but she didn't have much hope of it helping. His fever raged on, but he didn't move much anymore. Sometimes he twitched, or she thought he did. The darkness was oppressive, and Bradley and Jared agreed that it was probably best if they limit the use of the LED lights. They didn't want to use up all the batteries. It made everything worse. She had trouble reading in the lower light, and it usually gave her headaches. She started to sleep more often, because that was the quickest way to pass the time. One day, or night, She didn't know for sure which. Stuart changed. Anna bolted upright on the mattress at the cacophony in the corner. Her heart thrummed in her chest as she sat, frozen and terrified. There was more noise and movement in the basement than there had been the last 2 weeks. It was humid and stuffy and close. Maria was screaming, the boys were crying, and men were yelling and running. Pandemonium reigned. She got up and inched forward. She held the light in front of her and watched the tussle of limbs in the harsh light. She covered her mouth in shock as Stuart's face flashed on them angrily. His eyes were slit-like and feral. He growled at them and chomped his teeth in rage. He twitched relentlessly against their hold. God, what were they going to do? "Anna, get a chair and tape," Jared shouted desperately. Not again. She scrambled for the requested items, rummaging through the open cardboard boxes until she found what she was looking for. She grabbed a wooden chair and ran across the room, stumbling over a blanket someone had dropped and banging her knee on the concrete. She barely felt it through the haze of adrenaline and fear. "Here," she said, and thrust the tape at Juan. Once again, she watched Jared and Juan tape a crazy person to a chair. Bradley was stricken and moved as if he didn't know what the heck to do. She was both sad and scared, more scared right now. "There," she heard Jared say. The men backed away, breathing hard, and they all stared at Stuart. Poor Stuart. "What about his mouth?" Juan asked. They glanced around at each other and back to Stuart's vicious glare. He was panting and enraged. She watched in devastation as he turned his alien gaze on her and growled. His hands twitched in their duct tape restraints. "I don't think it's a good idea to put anything over his mouth. He might choke," Violet said. Anna saw Maria give her an incredulous look. "Bradley," Jared began. "No, we're not fucking killing him," Bradley shouted, and Stuart twisted a bit in the chair and rumbled at the noise. "He's gone, John. He's not Stuart anymore," Juan said. Jared looked down at the floor. Anna swallowed the lump in her throat and considered the alternatives. They could kill him, but who would do it? They could keep him here, alive-ish, and taped up. It was dangerous, though. Or they could release him into the wild, where he might kill others. There were no good answers. "For now, we leave him taped up and guarded at all times," Jared ruled. Obviously, this is a case of his house, his rules. She didn't think the others were going to go for it, not for long anyway. "Alejandro, back away!" Juan shouted as Alejandro inched toward Stuart. She had a feeling that Stuart had been a favorite of his. Stuart gazed at the little boy, his eyes inherently threatening, but he didn't snap. Not yet. "Can't we go upstairs now?" Carlos said from the other side of the room. "Hasn't it been long enough?" "Violet, how long has it been?" Bradley asked. "Let me get my calendar out here," she said, and rifled around in a little box near her cot. "Ah, here it is." She counted the weeks with one gnarled old finger. "About 3 weeks." Jared looked around, then concentrated on Bradley and Fletch, who looked ill. He raised his eyebrows. "I'll go out," Hank said from the table where he leaned. "I'm an old man. I don't expect to have too many more years left. Whatever's up there isn't much threat to me," he said matter-of-factly. "Hank, I don't think that's a good idea," Jared said. "You deserve to stay just as safe and healthy as the rest of us. Your age doesn't matter." Anna agreed. Hank shouldn't have to be a guinea pig just because he had fewer years left than the rest of them. "No, he's right," Violet said, surprising her. "He and I will go. We've had our time, and you folks have done so much for us. Let us do this for you, to make sure the young ones are safe. I can't get around so well, but I can shoot, and Hank can work the radio." Jared sighed. Bradley was watching Stuart sadly. "I'll go," Anna said. "I don't mind. I want Violet to stay here." "Absolutely not, and don't argue with me about it because you will not win. I will tape you to the other chair myself if you even try it. Don't test me on this, Anna." Ferocity burned in Jared's eyes, and she realized he was dead serious. "Okay." She saw Enid glance at her son, and the others just stood, probably contemplating the dangers of fallout versus the danger of Stuart getting loose and going on a rampage. "Can we keep Stuart, please, Jared?" Alejandro looked up at Jared, and she could see his lip trembling. It made her want to cry. Cry for Stuart, cry for Bradley, cry for Alejandro, for everyone. God, she wasn't prepared to lose any of these people, not to radiation or the sickness or anything. "Stuart isn't a pet," Jared said solemnly, patting Alejandro on the head. "Yeah, but he might get better," he argued. Jared smiled a thin, sad smile. "He might," was all he said. Maria looked like she was going to argue, but Juan squeezed her hand gently. "All right, Hank and Violet will go topside. Look around. Drive to the highway if you think it's safe. Don't touch any ash or any rain that may have fallen. Take the radio and call Harry over at Rolling Hills. Don't stay out for more than 15 minutes. I mean it," Jared instructed. Bradley pulled up a spare chair and sat in front of Stuart, just out of reach. "Let me clear the house and make sure there isn't anyone up there," Jared said. "Fletch, you got my back?" "Hoo-ah," he replied sarcastically. Jared rolled his eyes. Anna wanted so badly to make Jared stay here. There could be mutants up there, or dangerous levels of radiation, or anything. She sat where she was, and he gave her a stern look as if he knew she was considering following him. She didn't want to see if he would make good on his threat. "Go through the small garage door and take off your shoes when you come back. I don't think we should track in any kind of particles into the house if we can help it," Bradley added, as Jared, Fletch, Hank, and Violet prepared to go upstairs. Anna watched them go through the S-shaped boundary, and then she heard the loud unlocking of the heavy door. Her hands shook, and she childishly crossed her fingers in the dim light, as if it would help. God, please don't let there be anything bad outside that door. She heard it yanked open, and the wait seemed endless. She heard their footsteps as they ascended the stairs. Then nothing. "Clear," came Jared's muffled, somewhat faint voice. She smiled. "All clear," Fletch yelled a moment later. She got up and crept closer to the door, mindful of Stuart nearby. She looked through and saw the faintest illumination coming down the steps. It couldn't be sunlight, could it? She checked the clock. Perhaps it could. It would be dawn. Sunlight. She almost forgot how wonderful it was. The warmth, the brightness, the freedom to move around, knowing when it was day and night just by looking. She had missed it all. She felt, they all felt, like prisoners here. Worse than prisoners. She heard a muffled purring sound and jumped, turning quickly around. Her hands clasped her chest and her eyes widened in the dark. Stuart was staring at her, his strange eyes not wrathful. She leaned closer and watched his mouth working, open and closed, open and closed. His teeth bared, but not snapping. The rumbling from his chest grew. His shoulders twitched as much as the bonds would allow. "Anna?" Bradley warned. "James?" she asked softly, using his name for the first time. His mouth opened and remained open. The muscles of his throat moved, and his tongue rolled in his mouth. Was he trying to communicate? "James, can you understand what I'm saying?" she asked, getting a little closer, though still mindful of the danger. She stopped just short of his range as he moved his throat and mouth in that eerie way. "I think he's trying to talk," she told Bradley, shocked and excited. "Anna, get back!" a man yelled and roughly jerked her back. Stuart snapped his mouth furiously. His chesty growls filled the underground room. "Jared, what are you doing? I think he was trying to talk," she yelled, still scared by the sudden movement and his roughness. "Are you fucking crazy? He's one of them now," Jared yelled, pointing to the outside world. "He wasn't doing anything. He was just sitting there. Bradley, tell him," she said, looking over at Bradley. He looked uncertain. "Anna, I don't know what he was doing. Maybe he was. I'd like to believe it. But Jared's right. We can't be fooled just because we liked him. He was my best friend, and I want more than anything for him to be okay. But we can't pretend something that isn't true." "Well, watch him then. Just watch and see," she told Jared. Stuart seemed to be worked up again, and she didn't think going any closer right now was wise. But she wouldn't give up. Jared took her arm and pulled her behind the large wall of rice buckets near where the bathroom door was. It was the most private place in the basement, besides the actual bathroom. She was almost certain he was about to chew her out. But he didn't. He put his hands on either side of her face and smashed his lips against hers. She was surprised and froze for a minute. The way he moved his mouth, the way he claimed hers, was dizzying, and she forgot about everything else. It could all wait. He was rougher and more demanding than he'd ever been with her before, and she was a little embarrassed to admit that she liked it. His beard scraped her face, and his fingers were strong on her neck and cheeks. He was taking what he wanted from her. It was like one of the romance novels she had hidden in her desk at work that he used to tease her about. No, it was better. He finally pulled his lips away and rested his forehead against hers. His hair, long and loose, brushed her cheeks. He was breathing heavily, and she felt the tiniest bit powerful that she caused a man like him to be so worked up. She rested her hands on his chest. "What was that for?" she whispered. "You scared me, Anna. You scared the hell out of me. You are mine, and I don't want anything to happen to you," he whispered back fiercely. "God, I need to get you alone." She felt a frisson of excitement in her stomach, and her hands trembled. She played with the long ends of his hair. It had grown like crazy, and she found that she really liked it. "You make me feel so fucking alive," he growled in her ear. "You too," she said. "I want to be alone with you." He groaned and kissed her again, not as long this time because they heard voices getting closer. She made a pouty face at him, and he tweaked her lip and grinned. It looked just like his old smile, and she felt her heart flutter. There was the man she had fallen in love with. But she liked this new Jared, too. Chapter 5. Topside. Jared. He pulled away from Anna and firmly banned himself from grabbing her again for at least 20 minutes. He felt like he was just waking up after a long sleep, literally and figuratively, and he adjusted himself before stepping back around the barrier and following her. What the hell had gotten into him? He had never been so forceful with her, or any woman before, and he was lucky he didn't get his face slapped. He was lucky she seemed to like it. He wiped the grin that was trying to emerge from his face. With Stuart and everything, it wasn't the time to be smiling like a fool. Hank and Violet were back, and he was anxious to hear what they had to say. "Well, it seems we escaped the worst of it," Hank said. "I made contact with the fellow you told me about. He said there were some spotty reports on the citizen bands that nukes were used in some areas, but they couldn't confirm it. Harry said there was a lot of interference. What contact he did manage to make said the fallout here was limited and drifted further to our north." "What about Nashville?" Enid asked quickly. "They didn't say. I'm sorry," Hank said quietly. Harry did say that Jimmy Don Booth was gallivanting around town with a Geiger counter. He said it was clear enough. "Clear enough?" Jared asked. "Does that mean clear, or slightly clear? Or I'm going to get cancer in a few years clear? Or I'm going to grow another head and gills clear?" "He said clear enough. I imagine if he was running around out there, then it would be fine," Hank trailed off. "Have you met Jimmy Don Booth?" Jared asked skeptically. "That old Jimmy Don is a good boy. He used to deliver the newspapers. Of course, he had the worst aim, and I never did hold that bomb stunt against him," Violet confided. "Bomb stunt?" Anna asked, looking at Jared. "Oh my, yes. It must have been a good 50 years ago now. He was just a kid, you know, and back then they used to just leave the stuff lying around. He always did have a hankering for the fireworks. Nobody was hurt too bad. They found all the parts. I think I'm going to take a nap now. That little trip just wore me plumb out." She went to sleep before Jared could get any more details about the incident. "This day is just freaking strange," Jared said to the room at large. Nobody replied. "I'm going outside." Going outside in the morning sun was like coming up for air after being under water for a long time. It was invigorating and refreshing, and also disturbingly like standing in a massive X-ray machine. He didn't feel comfortable staying out there for long until he talked to Harry or Jimmy Don Booth himself. Anna and the others joined him, carefully skirting suspicious puddles of liquid. Residue lingered on the vehicles and the sides of his house, and he had the horrible feeling that it once used to be people. He was careful not to touch it. Juan and Maria made the boys stay inside the garage, though he lifted the large doors so they could get some sunlight as well. It was probably safer that way, at least until they knew more. He hadn't forgotten about the threat from the other areas, like the mutants. He hoped they had some time to prepare before they came. And Stuart. He didn't know what to do about him. It seemed impossible to think that he could recover from changing. He didn't think there was any going back from that. Then again, he never would have thought people would be changing into ragey freaks in the first place. So there was always that. He watched Anna tilt her face up to the sun, and he had the oddest feeling he had done this before. A sense of déjà vu, but more somehow. The feeling slipped away before he could latch onto it and study it. "Okay, that's enough now," he said, ushering them back inside where they took off their shoes. "But I wasn't done," Anna said. "Yeah, well, I like you with all your hair and non-damaged cells." She raised her eyebrows, but did as he asked. Nobody wanted to take a chance on getting a large dose if Jimmy Don Booth's Geiger counter was wrong. They decided, almost unanimously, that they would stay in the basement for another couple of weeks and only go outside for short periods. Alejandro was upset that Jared vetoed his sleeping in a treehouse thing, but he'd have to get over it. They didn't discuss Stuart. Nobody had a solution to that yet. He waited until they were busy playing cards and doing other things. Then he went to sit next to Bradley. Bradley was reading some kind of Army field manual aloud. Weirdo. "Hey man, how's he doing?" "I think he's listening. He hasn't been violent since that last time," Bradley said. "Probably because you're boring him into submission with that Ordnance Operations manual. He loves this shit. We're going over airborne and air assault operations next." "Wow, exciting. Where do I sign up?" Jared asked. "I'll show you where to sign up," Bradley muttered. "So you really think he's listening?" Jared asked. He scooted closer to Stuart and pulled a chair over. He looked at Stu's creepy eyes and hid a shiver. It was like being a foot away from a pit viper and daring it not to strike you in the face. Aside from the mutants, and maybe the ICBMs, it was the single most unsettling thing he'd ever faced. Top 5 for sure. "Stuart, do you know who I am?" he asked, leaning in and trying to make eye contact. Stuart bared his teeth in an unsmiling grimace, and Jared heard the rolling rumble of noise deep in his chest. He started to back away when Stuart opened his mouth. "Was that a yes?" Jared asked, glancing at Bradley quickly. Stuart's head jerked sharply, but the movement seemed involuntary. His fingers twitched restlessly, and the scrabbling, scratching sound on the cloth of his pants gave Jared goosebumps. Maybe Anna was right. "James, do you know me?" Bradley asked, clearly and calmly. Jared watched, almost riveted by the thing, Stuart's appearance. "Did you see that?" Bradley shouted and pointed down to Stuart's thigh where his hand was bound. Jared's mouth dropped open. "Holy shit. Jared, blasphemia," Maria said. "Sorry," he said absently, not taking his eyes from Stuart's hand. "He understands!" Bradley yelled and jumped up. He went to clap Stuart on the back, and Stuart lunged and snapped at his arm. Bradley leaped back and cringed. "Sorry, man," he said awkwardly to Stuart. "Guess he doesn't want to be touched," Jared commented dryly. "What did he do? How do you know?" Anna said. "He gave me the okay sign. We used to use it in the field sometimes, Bradley said. His enthusiasm didn't seem to diminish even after Stewart tried to rip his arm off. Man, I think he called you an asshole, Jared confided in a low voice. Bradley shoved him and shook his head. No, he knew I'd understand. He turned back to Stewart. Isn't that right, buddy? Stewart chomped his teeth rapidly, then stopped, jerking occasionally. See? Bradley said, waving a hand toward him. He's a heck of a communicator, Jared commented. Jared, be nice. This is a good sign, Anna chided. Maybe we can tame him, like Tomas? Alejandro said. Who was Tomas? Jared asked. Our old three-legged cat. He got hit by a car, Juan said. Jared had a vision of Stewart wearing a collar with a little bell and cat dish. He'd have to have a bell, because it would be creepy as fuck to be surprised by Stewart wrapping himself around his ankles when he least expected it. He shook off that disturbing thought and considered his use of the hand symbol. He thought it was a good sign, too, but he didn't want them to get their hopes up. There was no way of telling what was going on in Stewart's brain right now, if anything. What if it's a trick, he said. He felt bad about potentially ruining their hopes, but it had to be said. What if he's being controlled somehow? Like they're tricking us, so we'll turn him loose? Nobody said anything to that, but he knew they were thinking about it. Come on, breakfast is ready, Maria called over. She didn't seem thrilled about it all. Can I feed Stewart? Alejandro asked. Jared squinted at Anna in disbelief. Get a load of this kid, he said, jerking his thumb over at him. Fearless. Maybe he does need something? Water or food or something? Anna asked, biting her lip. You want me to go find a freaking live squirrel or something? Jared asked her skeptically. We're going to need a really long fork, Carlos said from the table. Maybe we ought to toss some vitamins in his mouth? Hank suggested, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Vitamins? Anna asked. Or maybe an IV, Bradley said. Stewart, you want an IV? He asked. They looked at Stewart. He was licking his lips, and it wasn't the most pleasant or coordinated sight. He's thirsty, Alejandro said, and took a bottle of water to Bradley. Here. Bradley looked at Jared and offered him the bottle. Jared held his hands up. Nah, I'm good, thanks. Bradley muttered something under his breath, but broke the seal on the water. This was going to be interesting. Hey, Stu, I'm going to hold this water over your head. Open your mouth and I'll pour it in. Jared watched anxiously as Bradley edged closer. Stewart's head weaved back and forth, uncannily like a cobra. It was unnerving. Finally, Bradley got so close that he was probably in chomping range if Stewart got riled up enough. Okay, buddy, here we go. Open your mouth, Bradley reminded. Amazingly, Stewart did. They all watched, rapt and a little frightened, as he tilted his head straight up and cracked his mouth open. A small trickle of water fell in his mouth, and he swallowed it. Huh. It was a little disturbing to watch, honestly. So why don't we just take him out to the wild and drop him off? Juan said. He should be fine out there, right? He's my best friend, Bradley shouted, incredulous at the suggestion. He's just not himself right now. Jared snickered, and Bradley gave him a threatening look. He could beat this. He would never abandon me if I got sick, and I won't leave him. If you guys don't like it, then I'll take him and go. Stay, man, Jared said. We don't have a kennel big enough to move him in anyway. Bradley's jaw clenched, and he shook with anger. Jared realized he had gone too far. He felt like an ass. I'm sorry. I don't know how to deal with this. I like him, and now it feels like he died, but he didn't. I'm just trying to cope. Bradley scrubbed his face roughly and walked away. Anna looked upset. Shit. He was upset. It was just unbelievable. All of it. Maybe he was in a coma and thinking all this up in his head. Jared, Anna whispered in his ear, if something like that happens to me, I want you to shoot me on the spot. Just take me outside and do it. Please? She begged. She had tears in her eyes, for Stuart, probably, and he couldn't bear it. He pulled her close, and his mind rejected the thought that she could ever be like Stuart. It was heartbreaking. It was never going to happen. "You promised me, remember?" she said, squeezing him. "I remember." Chapter 6. KISS. Anna. Her heart ached for Stuart and Bradley. They had been friends for a long time, brothers even. It must have been torture to wake up and find him changed so suddenly. And now, they just needed to figure something out. Jared's sarcastic comments didn't help anything. The men in the room were huddled up together, and it seemed as if they were making plans, secret plans. She didn't like being left out of the loop. Up until the last few weeks, it had been just her and Jared doing their little errands together. She was afraid that he was going to try to keep her from helping. If he expected her to stay put here with Violet and Alejandro, he was sorely mistaken, and he didn't know her at all. They stopped talking when she walked up to them. She stood there awkwardly. "What's going on?" she asked. "Time, life, this peanut butter is about to go on this bread," Jared said, smearing an ungodly amount of peanut butter on a piece of canned bread. "That's just not right." She sighed with a little grimace of disgust. "I meant, what is going on with you guys? I know you're up to something. Spill it." "It's complicated," Fletch said, sucking on an MRE jalapeno-flavored cheese packet. "Are you seriously eating that by itself?" she asked, momentarily sidetracked. "Yes. Want some?" "How about no?" she said. She'd had the dubious pleasure of finding her own jalapeno cheese packet the other day. She gave it a shot. It didn't exactly scream cheese to her, more like processed, flavored, cardboard pudding with a hint of jalapeno. She'd rather eat the creepy and disgusting MRE veggie omelet one that Jared said he was saving for eBay. He said it was a limited edition. Yeah, there was a reason for that. She pulled her hair into a ponytail automatically and brought the conversation back to where she wanted it. "So, what are you hiding from me?" Jared started to speak, and she reached over and put a hand over his mouth. She had no doubt that some random string of nonsense would come out. He bit her hand gently and flashed her a wink. How did he always melt her heart with the silliest things? "Fine," Bradley said. "We were talking about taking Stuart out to the woods and releasing him. He obviously has some kind of memory or intelligence. We can't keep him taped to a chair indefinitely. Honestly, he's going to have bodily functions that I really don't want to have to take care of now that he's not an animal," Anna said. "You can't just let him go in the wild so he can rejoin his kind. He's human. I mean, sort of human, anyway. He'll either die or kill other people," she said fervently. The idea was a terrible one. Why couldn't they see that? "What do you think I should do, Anna? Kill him? Would you want to kill your best friend? Would you kill Jared?" he said, jerking a thumb at him. She sighed and looked down. "I don't know. I only know I wouldn't want to live like that. I wouldn't want to be a monster and kill innocent people." "He's different. You all saw that," Bradley said. "He remembers things. He understands a little. Maybe he understands more than we think." "Maybe," she said, non-committal. "We've decided to do it. We're taking him out tomorrow," Jared finally said. "Tomorrow? Is it safe to be out?" she worried. Hank chimed in. "Harry seemed pretty certain that it was all good. He said his people are back in their homes now. We just wanted to stay down here longer as a precaution." She sighed and rubbed her eyes. "Fine, but I want to go." It was still an awesome thing for her to be out in the sun and open air. She had forgotten how large everything was and how fresh air could be. The basement was bigger than average, but it still had been a prison of sorts. She hoped they never had to do that again. "Where are we going?" Fletch asked. They had carried Stuart up precariously in the chair. She was sure that he was going to snap at them any moment. She expected someone to lose a finger or maybe an ear. But he didn't. He just sat there with a low rumbling cat purr in his chest. like a creepy, overly large, non-poisonous, but not exactly friendly snake guy thing. At the zoo, she once saw a man with a python around his neck. The snake just kind of hung out there, moving around a bit. Sometimes it would flick its snake tongue next to the guy's cheek. They were obviously used to each other, but it wasn't a cuddly pet like a puppy. Stuart was like that snake. She wasn't sure how she felt about that. She wondered if they should even be calling him Stuart. The whole not naming animals you may have to kill thing ran through her head. She didn't bring it up, though. Bradley thought there was still a part of Stuart left in there. "We'll put him in the cargo area," Bradley said. "Thank God. I thought you were going to make me sit next to him," Fletch said. She opened the cargo doors, and they tipped him backward carefully. They laid him on his back, with his feet and the chair's legs up in the air. He didn't seem fazed by it. "Okay, Stu, you ready to go, man?" Bradley said loudly. "He's a twitcher, man, not deaf," Jared said. "Jared, hush," Anna said, getting in the middle of the front seat. They were all armed to the teeth. She, Hank, and Jared were in front. Fletch and Bradley were in the back. Jared asked Juan to stay behind and guard things. "Where are we going?" Fletch asked again. "There's an old dirt road down here. It goes down toward the river. There's an abandoned cabin there that kids used to party in. I don't think they'll be using it anymore. He'll be away from people, and he'll have shelter," Jared said. "What about food and water?" she asked. "He looks capable of hunting his own food," Jared said with a slight grimace. "And water." "We'll leave him some things," Bradley said, "just in case. Maybe I'll come to check on him occasionally." "You guys are acting like he's going to just hang out in the cabin and stay there. These things wander," she reminded them. They were silent. "We could chain him to something," Fletch said timidly. "We're not chaining up Stuart," Bradley yelled. They heard a grumbling growl from the back. "I know, Stu. It ain't gonna happen, bud." "I can't believe this," Jared muttered. 10 minutes later, they were at the end of an old, red dirt road. It led down to the bottomland right next to the river. It was beautiful down there, and it would have been easy to forget that the world was all screwed up, except for Stuart's talking in the back. That's what Bradley called it, talking. Maybe it made him feel better. It still gave her the heebie-jeebies. There was a cabin, just as Jared said. It was on stilts and had some rickety-looking steps. She wasn't sure it would even hold their weight. What if Stuart couldn't traverse the steps? "How are we going to do this?" Fletch asked as they got out. "Sorry, man," Jared told Bradley, "but I think the best way is to just cut him loose and be ready to shoot if he goes off the rails." Bradley looked at his feet and bit his lips, but finally nodded. "Okay." He turned and went quickly to the passenger side and pulled out a big box of water, various food supplies, and a blanket. He took it up to the cabin porch, carefully testing the boards. She didn't want to say what they were all thinking, that it would be a waste. "Let's get him out," Jared said. They went to the back again and opened the door. Anna stood nervously behind them, not wanting to be Stuart's first target. She wasn't sure if she could shoot him if he went for her, and she certainly wouldn't be able to fight him off. She didn't want to have to take a bat to him either. It was a mess. They took his chair and set it gently in the large clearing. She looked into Stuart's eyes as best she could, looking for some sign, some flicker of humanity or recognition. She just couldn't see it. He was rapidly flexing his fingers against his thigh. He looked anxious, but she had to remember that she couldn't attribute human emotions to him anymore. It would be a huge mistake, and it could get them killed. "You all back up. I'll cut him loose," Bradley said, and moved closer to Stuart. They backed up a little. He crouched down with a knife at Stuart's legs. "Please don't try to kill me, Stu," she heard him say. She held her breath as Stuart's legs were free. They trembled, and his feet twitched a little, but he didn't try to stand or lunge. Yet. She covered her mouth with her hand as Bradley moved behind him and freed his chest, then his hands last. Stuart sat there, almost patiently, or maybe he just didn't realize he was free yet. Bradley got up quickly and backed away. You can get up now if you want, he called over. Stewart bared his teeth and chomped them together randomly. Fire! What did he say? Hank asked. Bradley shrugged. She watched as Stewart raised his hands, his fingers clawing and twitching, seemingly with minds of their own. He held them up and seemed to study them. After another moment, he started to rise. Her heart thudded in her chest, and she felt the urge to run and get in the truck and drive away. She edged further back and put her hand on the bat slung over her shoulder. The cool wood comforted her. Stewart rose, awkwardly and unsteadily. Bradley looked torn between wanting to help him and wanting to freak out. "We left you some stuff on the porch over there," Bradley said, gesturing with his hand in the general direction of the porch. She noticed he never took his eyes off Stewart, though. Stewart took several shambling steps forward, scuffling his feet in the dust. It was strange, because those things usually had no trouble walking. "What's he doing?" Fletch said as Stewart shuffled closer to Bradley. He wasn't making any threatening gestures or attempting to shred him to bits, so that was good. "His legs are probably numb," she said with a sudden burst of insight. "From the chair." "Maybe that's why he isn't chowing down on Bradley right now," Jared said. Stewart's head twitched, and he turned slowly to look at Jared. His top lip twitched menacingly. "Joking," Jared said, holding his hands up. Were they all insane? "Okay, guys, can we go now?" she said nervously. She didn't think it was wise to press their luck. "Yeah," Bradley said. "Remember, your stuff is on the porch," he shouted again to Stewart. Stewart cocked his head, eerily like a puppy, and turned to the cabin. "Yes, in the box," Bradley affirmed. Stewart brought his hands up slowly, his fingers wriggling like jointed worms. She shivered. It just wasn't right. He slowly seemed to gain control of his recalcitrant hands and forced his fingers down, all but one and his thumb. "I think he's saying you're a loser," Jared said. Hank grinned and Anna scoffed. "No, that means pistol," Fletch said, confused. "There's no pistol in the box," Bradley said to Stewart, which was the most incongruous thing ever in this situation. Can you imagine Stu with a pistol in those fingers? He'd be slinging lead in every direction, Jared murmured from the side of his mouth to Hank. Like giving an octopus a pistol. Stewart dropped his arm and looked at the ground. That he hadn't attacked anyone yet was a miracle in itself, but that he was attempting some kind of communication was just... She had no words. "I'll come back in a couple of days and see you, okay?" Bradley said. She jumped as Stewart turned and suddenly sprinted to the cabin. He made it up the stairs with no issue and ripped things from the box. They watched as he put a stick of jerky in his mouth. "Not the—" Jarrett raised his hand as if to stop Stewart. "Plastic," he said, and cringed as Stewart chewed the mass and swallowed it. "He can take care of himself. Let's go," Fletch said. "Bye, Stewart," Anna called and waved, suddenly feeling bad about treating him like an animal earlier. He stood up with another jerky stick hanging from his mouth and looked at them. He seemed to shiver violently, then raised a hand and made another series of gestures. Bradley smiled and laughed. "You too, man," he called back with his hands cupped around his mouth. He returned the gesture, and Stewart went back to eating, if it could be called that. "What did he say?" Jared asked. "He said, 'Watch your six,'" Bradley said, and smacked him on the back happily. Even Fletch was grinning. "Well, I'll be damned," Hank said. They piled in the truck and left. Anna felt better than she had in days. Chapter 7. Black Cloud. Jared. "The fuck?" "Bradley!" Jared shouted down the basement steps. "Come up here, please." He had finished his coffee and had just been about to step outside to do a quick patrol around the house. He was damn glad he checked before opening the door. Bradley was chewing on a protein bar and looked ready to go out. He wondered if he was going to go see Stuart. They had just dropped him off at his new home yesterday. "We need to talk about Stuart," Jared said, and sucked his teeth, hands on his hips. Bradley crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. "What about him?" "He's sleeping on the front porch." Bradley blinked in surprise and cocked his head. "What?" "He found his way home," Jared said, pointing to the front door. "He's curled up out there on the doormat like a dog. Like a creepy, overgrown, mutated human dog." Jared ran his hand through his hair. "I like Stuart, don't get me wrong. It's just, the whole infected, enraged, skin-ripping teeth thing that has me a little worried." "He isn't like that," Bradley said, going to the door. "He could be like that. He tried to kill us all when he first turned. And you should not open that door. He was like that because he was probably scared, and probably pissed off that we were manhandling him. I'd be pissed too." Bradley shoved the rest of the protein bar in his mouth and washed it down with water. "I'll deal with him." Jared looked through the peephole he had made in the plastic covering the front window. Stuart lay in front of the door on his blanket. He had laid on his side, and his arms and legs were twitching. Probably dreaming about chasing people. "He can't come in the house." "I obviously wasn't going to bring him in the house. I'm a grown man, for God's sake, not a kid. I've been a soldier for over half my life, and I've known Stuart almost that long. Give me a fucking break already," Bradley shouted. "What's all the yelling?" Anna said, coming upstairs. She looked exhausted, and he wished he could force her to rest more. "Stuart's outside. He found his way back." Jared looked out there again. "Great, you woke him up." Bradley threw his hands up and left through the back door. He had a pistol on his hip, but with the strange way he'd been acting toward new Stuart, Jared wasn't sure that he would use it to defend himself. Anna came forward and put her hand on his cheek. He closed his eyes and relished the feeling. If only she could take away all of his pain and all of his past with her touch. "Jared, I know that you're upset about Katie and Stuart, but you can't keep antagonizing him. I understand why you joke and tease people, but they don't. You can't hide your feelings behind humor all the time. I don't like how mean your jokes have been lately. You're always so nice. Don't let that Jared get away from us." "I'm not nice, Anna. I was nice to you because I loved you, and I still do." He sighed. Bradley is so different than he was before Stuart got hurt. He's like a completely different person. "So are you," she pointed out. He didn't like that. "And he's grieving. We all are in our own way. Stuart is still here, but he isn't really Stuart anymore. In many ways, it's a lot harder than it would be if he had just died." Jared hung his head and let out a big sigh. She was right. To use chick words, he had been insensitive and unfeeling to Bradley. He was trying to protect himself in his own way, and it hurt the other man by doing so. He thought Bradley had changed. He didn't even recognize himself anymore. He took her hand and kissed it before pulling her to his chest. He loved the way she fit against him. He felt complete, whole. "I'm sorry. You're completely right. I'll try harder to deal with this in a better way." "You should probably apologize to Bradley," she suggested. "Yeah. And Stuart." "Stuart won't know the difference," he said. She raised an eyebrow. "It's not for him. It's for Bradley. And who knows? Maybe Stuart really is cognizant underneath all the creepy stuff. Wouldn't you feel bad?" "Maybe. No." Jared armed himself with a rifle and went out the back door. Anna followed with her bat. No matter how much he kept telling her the pistol was better, she couldn't seem to let go of the thing. He supposed she had developed some sort of attachment to it. It did save her life more than once. At least she hadn't wrapped it in barbed wire and named it. Yet. Bullets were still better, though. Bradley was in the side yard. He had walked softly in an arc around the side of the house, presumably to give himself plenty of reaction time in case Stu lost his marbles. Well, marble. After that transformation, he couldn't have many left. Jared followed him and caught his attention. "Stay here," he told Anna. He heard her scoff, but she stayed. He was really going to have to work on her obedience. He grinned at that. Yeah, that would never happen. "Bradley, I want to say I'm sorry. This whole thing has my head so messed up. I'm not good with the whole feelings thing, and cracking jokes is the only way I know how to cope with all this. I don't mean anything bad about Stuart. I do like him." "I know, man. He was my best friend, and I guess I'm not ready to give that up. I love him like a brother," Bradley said, and cleared his throat when his voice broke. Jared coughed and looked around to give him some time to get over the awkwardness. "So what's the plan with Stuart?" he asked. They were about to become visible to the front porch, and he was nervous as hell that he might have to shoot new Stuart. It wasn't exactly going to make his friendship with Bradley any easier. "I don't know. See what he wants, I guess," Bradley said. "Huh. Never would have thought of that," Jared said honestly. Bradley shrugged. Stuart must have caught their motion from his peripheral vision, because he suddenly jerked his head toward them. His gaze was reptilian and unblinking. "Oh, shit. Is he about to come at us?" "Hey, Stuart," Bradley called. Jared waved, feeling a little foolish. It was like driving through a mobster's neighborhood and waving so he hopefully wouldn't start shooting, because they're just a couple of nice guys, right? Stupid. Stuart grinned. It could only be described as a grin. He bared his teeth so much that his molars almost showed. It wasn't exactly reassuring. "He's happy to see us," Bradley murmured. Jared withheld comment about that. "Hey, man, what's going on?" Jared called over to him. "Really? What's going on? Fucking idiot." Stuart made a jerky motion with his arm across his chest, then repeated it. Jared frowned. "That looks intentional." Bradley looked confused. He repeated the motion more smoothly. "What is that?" Jared asked. Stuart repeated it. "That's weird. That's a sign for danger area." "Danger area? Does he mean here? I mean, that's not exactly a random arm movement." "Danger here?" Bradley called over while inching closer. "Ah," Stuart rumbled. "I take it that means yes?" "Seems so. Get out of inside, then watch my back. I need to see if I can get more info," Bradley ordered, seemingly more himself now that there was a potential threat. Jared ushered Anna into the house. She grumbled about it, but he told her to keep watch out the back window and to let them know if she saw anything. He went back out and kept one eye on the woods and another on Bradley's careful approach toward Stuart. He scanned the tree line, not seeing anything out of the ordinary. The birds had stopped chirping, but he attributed that to Stuart's presence. The birds didn't seem to like the sick people. He glanced at Bradley. The crazy son of a bitch was right next to Stuart, and Stuart wasn't gnawing on his skull. It was a good sign. It was an odd conversation. Stuart was growling and making his groaning vowels while doing his shaky, twitching hand and arm wizardry. Bradley was asking half-assed questions while making his own hand signals. It was freaking bizarre. "We need to go now," Bradley yelled and backed away from Stuart. Jared's heart raced at that. He sounded a little panicky. Bradley never sounded panicky. "What about Stuart?" Jared yelled, watching the trees more closely now. Whatever Stuart was warning them about couldn't be very good. "He says he'll be fine. He's going to hang on in the shed for a while," Bradley said, sprinting back and then turning to make sure they weren't being assaulted from the rear. "You got all that from hand signals?" "Pretty much. What else?" "There's a small platoon heading this way," Bradley shouted. "Over 20 of them." 20 regulars or muties?" "He didn't say, just said enemy." "Oh, hell," Jared muttered. "Yeah, it's coming." 5 minutes later, a large pack of mutants sprinted through the trees. They had decided that they couldn't take the chance on letting these go through and hoping they didn't linger around. They needed to be dealt with. He wasn't expecting them to be all the upgraded versions. "Oh, shit!" Hank shouted. Oh, shit indeed. "Hold steady. Wait until you know you have a headshot and take it down if you can. These aren't like the regulars. They don't go down so easily," Bradley yelled. They were in the windows at the back of the house. The screens were no good anymore, but he wasn't too worried about flies just now. The herd was in the open field. Maria and the boys were lugging up the extra magazines of ammunition that Jared had prepped weeks ago. Thank God he had. They were going to need them. He watched the strange, horrible creatures, shifting green and brown and yellow depending on their locations. They hissed, and their snake-like eyes seemed almost gleeful. Jared drew a bead on the leader and fired. It hit it squarely in the face and sprayed globs of black blood on the ones behind. It went down hard. Unlike the regular sprinters, these mutants didn't trip over their fallen dead. They effortlessly leaped over and kept coming. They didn't even miss a beat. It was eerie as fuck. His shot had been a catalyst for the others, and now the house rang with sounds of rifle fire. Jared fired again and again. The others did as well, but he saw that the creatures were too fast. Some of them would make it to the windows before they could take them all down. He clicked empty, dropped the empty mag, and reloaded faster than he probably ever had before. He fired again. A handful were left by the time they made it to the boundary fence. He wasn't expecting them to cross it so easily. He should have known better. It didn't slow them down one bit, and he resolved to do something about that later. If there was a later. "Three still up," Bradley shouted. "Get to the basement," he yelled at the women. The first sprinting mutie reached the house and slammed against the glass window where Hank was firing. He had backed up, but not enough. Shards flew through the air with an explosion of sound, and Hank fell backward on its impact. His strangled yell made Jared's blood run cold. He ran over to the writhing, fighting mass on the floor and felt sick at Hank's white, bloody face. He didn't have a shot. He didn't think. He just threw himself forward as hard as he could. He heard a woman scream, and his world stopped. Anna. Tangled limbs and gnashing teeth blurred in his vision. He thrust his hands up to keep the thing from decimating his face and throat, but he wasn't going to last long. He heard another crash, similar to the first, and a woman cried out again. He couldn't go to her until he killed this one. He grunted, quickly losing strength against the stronger beast. He disregarded the flashing, crazy eyes that promised horror and the gnashing teeth that promised pain. Its clawed hands were starting to scrabble up his chest to his throat. This was it. He made a split-second decision to let go and go for his pistol. He visualized it and counted down in his head. 3, 2, 1. He thrust upward and shifted to the side. The creature was thrown off balance for a split second. Strings of ropey black fluid dripped from its mouth and onto his chest. He had only a second to draw, and he did. He thrust the barrel up and fired in one simultaneous motion. The blast was deafening, and black goo flew everywhere. The whole shooting mutants in the face because it's a last resort thing was really getting old and gross. The ringing in his ears masked the sound of a woman screaming. Hank's bloody face blocked his vision for a moment. He shook off the fog and jumped up to deal with the remainders. Anna was bleeding near the stove, and Bradley had a gash over his eyes. They looked stunned, but alive. Hank's injury was more serious. He had a hand clasped over his neck. Blood seeped from his fingers. He was leaning against the cabinet with part of the blackened monster's corpse across his legs. "Are they dead?" he yelled, still dealing with disorientation and stimulus overload. "It's clear," Bradley shouted. Chapter 8. Decisions. Anna. Anna took inventory of herself. She was bleeding, but only from the flying glass and one scratch from the mutant that took out Bradley's window. She was still reeling a little from the sheer violence of the attack. 3 mutants in Jared's house was just a situation that she hadn't expected to need to deal with today. She leaned against the stove as Jared stood up and looked at her. Her hearing had been destroyed by all the gunfire. She saw Jared yelling and heard Bradley's faint reply. She hoped it wasn't permanent. He rushed over to her and knelt down. He was covered with disgusting, dark, slimy stuff, and she didn't even want to guess at what it was. He said something, but she couldn't make out what it was. Her ears were muffled and ringing still. I can't hear you, she shouted and pointed to her ears. She saw Jared look worriedly at Bradley. Bradley said something back and Jared nodded. He spoke and she read his lips. You'll be okay, he said, and he held up the OK symbol. Yeah, but would she hear again any time soon? She nodded and pointed at Hank. Help him! Jared rushed to Hank, where Bradley was prying his hand away from his neck. She crawled forward, avoiding the glass shards as best she could. Hank was pale and shaking. His neck wasn't spurting blood, which would have been catastrophic and deadly, but it was seeping. He needs stitches, Bradley said. I'll get Stuart's kit. She watched him race downstairs. Jared was talking to Hank. She took his hand and squeezed. You'll be okay, she said to Hank. She hoped she hadn't yelled it too loud. Jared flinched all of a sudden and leaped up, ready to fight. She was confused, and her heart pounded again at his rapid movement. There was a threat somewhere. She scanned the windows, and her eyes widened at the last one. Stuart stood, looking in. His gaze was still unfamiliar and alien, but at least his mouth was closed. She heard Jared speak, and though her hearing was still muffled and ringing, it was getting a little better now. Thanks, Stu. You saved us. Stu raised a fist and stuck out his thumb. Thumbs up. She smiled. His fingers arced uncontrollably for a moment, and then he raised a hand and pointed at Hank. He'll be okay, Jared said. Just a scratch. Brah, Stuart intoned. Jared looked at her, his brow furrowed. Brah? Bradley, she said. He's asking about Bradley. Stuart inclined his head once, then it twitched off to the side. Bradley's fine. He went to get your suture kit. Hank needs stitches. Hank seemed to be okay. She watched him breathing normally, and a little color returned to his face. Can you get this thing off my legs, please? It's giving me the willies, he said. Sorry, she said, and immediately pushed herself to her feet. She was a bit shaky, but that was probably from the adrenaline. She looked down at the black corpse and wondered where to grab it. What if it crumbled in her hands? That gave her the willies. She finally just kind of rolled the thing off by pushing on a clothed part of its body. It thudded to the floor with a strangely hollow thump. It was still heavy, just not as heavy as a regular corpse would be. Thanks, Hank said. Bradley came rushing back and jumped when he saw Stuart in the window. Shit, you scared me. You saved our asses, man. Thanks. Stuart grinned again. She really wished he wouldn't do that. Bradley knelt and she moved to help him. How do you know how to sew someone up? I've seen it done, was all he said. Bradley, Jared said and nodded to the window. She looked up. Stuart was holding up his hand. What does that mean? Bradley squinted. 10? Stuart pointed. 10 stitches? Bradley clarified. Stuart nodded once again. You want to do it? He joked. Stuart raised his hands. His fingers twitched all over the place randomly. Yeah, probably not a good idea, Jared said. She could have sworn that Stuart shrugged his shoulders. Jeez, this was getting weird. Juan, Jared called down the steps. She held Hank's hands as Bradley started to clean Hank's wound. He grimaced and closed his eyes. Do we have any kind of painkillers? She asked. No, Hank said. I don't need them. Just get it done. It won't take long. Hold still, Bradley said. She watched as he made the first stitch, and she was surprised to find that it didn't gross her out. It was actually pretty cool. Not that Hank was in pain or hurt, but cool that they could fix it. She felt an inkling of interest. Maybe she could learn to be a medic. She looked up as Juan finally came upstairs. Sorry, Alejandro wouldn't let go of me. What do you need? I need you to keep watch at the front of the house with Fletch. Let me know if you see anything. Juan gave Stuart a wary look, then the blackened corpses on the floor. He mumbled something in Spanish under his breath, but left to go do as Jared asked. Oh my, what a mess, Violet said, coming up the stairs and holding the sharpened mop like a cane. Looks like you all had a little scuffle up here. It was a little more than that, Jared said. Well, I'll go find a broom. We'll want to get this glass up before someone gets hurt, she said, poking at bits of glass and the mutant corpses with the mop. Hello, Stuart. You feeling okay today, young man? Anna's head snapped up to look at Jared. He was shaking his head in disbelief. Anna gave him a look, and he kept his mouth shut, thankfully. Stuart's head twitched in a jerky nod, and he raised a hand to point toward Violet. Oh, I'm okay. Got a touch of arthritis in my back this morning. It's that soft mattress, I believe, she said, walking right over to the open window and leaning out of it to talk. I'll have to have one of these young men find me a nice firm bed sometime. Ah. You staying hereabouts now? She asked, resting her arms on the sill. Stuart gestured to the shed. You'll want to be careful out there. Them copperheads like to curl up in places like that. You have enough to eat? She asked. He bared his teeth and chomped a few times. Well, we can't have that, Violet answered, somewhat indignantly. Anna watched incredulously as Violet patted his arm. Stuart cocked his head and looked down at the patting hand, but didn't lunge for it. I'll tell you what. I'll cook you up some cornbread once we get this mess all cleared up. How about that? He grinned at Violet, and Jared turned to look at her again. The fuck? He mouthed. She shook her head and shrugged. She had no words. Almost finished, Bradley said, making the last few stitches. He had done a fairly neat job of closing the wound. I'll find a bandage. We should keep it covered for a bit. She washed her hands with some dish soap that sat on the counter and a bottle of water. She hated to waste the water, but she didn't want to spread germs. She went to Jared's bathroom and opened the cabinet behind the mirror. Inside there was a roll of gauze, along with some antibiotic ointment and some other things. She grabbed them and jogged back through the house. Here, she said, and spread a light layer of ointment over the stitches. She loosely taped the gauze down, and they helped Hank sit up. He was a bit dizzy, but he said it was just from sitting up so fast. She hoped that was all it was. Stuart had gone away from the window. She didn't know where. Violet was attempting to sweep the remains of the mutants into a pile. Eventually she gave up and just swept around them. Bradley left to go patrol around the house with Juan and Fletch, and she was left with Jared and Hank. They helped Hank back downstairs so he could rest. Then Jared took her to the living room. She sat on the couch, and a memory of her first night here flashed in her mind. She had teased Jared about his weird plate labeling fetish. He made fun of her coupon book. It seemed like forever ago. Let me see your face, he said, opening the curtains and the blinds. The sun shone on her face, and she saw him scanning her various scratches. He probed one with his finger, and she winced. She didn't realize until now that her face felt tight and crusty. It was dried blood. She must look terrible. There's a piece of glass embedded here. Let me go get some tweezers. He came back a moment later with tweezers, a cloth, and some water. He pried the small shard from her skin, and she barely felt it. He wet the cloth and started wiping her face. She closed her eyes to make it easier. I told you to go to the basement, he said. I didn't want to leave you up here. I heard you scream, and I thought you were dying. You have no idea how bad that messed with my head. She felt his breath against her face, and he gave her a light kiss on the lips. She tingled everywhere, and warmth suffused her skin. He'd always made her feel this way. It was the same feeling she used to get when they joked around and pulled pranks at work, only this was stronger. It was a connection, and she cherished it. She loved him 100%. I love you, she whispered with her eyes closed. I love you too, even though you are a disobedient survival wife, he said. Yeah, I don't think that's going to change much. Sorry, she teased. Ah, well, I'll keep trying. Do you two want to shift some bodies for me? Violet interrupted from the kitchen. Y'all can smooch later. Anna snorted in laughter at Jared's skyward look. Come on, let's clean this up and make something hot to eat. I can't wait. We can heat up some of your kidney beans, he said, and she rolled her eyes. After they had cooked some beans and rice, which turned out to be excellent after a steady diet of cold food, Jared spoke up. "I want to go see Harry." "What? Why?" Anna said. "We need to talk about how we're going to deal with this. With the regulars, we probably would have been fine, even a larger group like we had earlier. But with the muties? We can't deal with another attack like that. Even if we survive the next one, the odds get worse with each attack. Eventually, we'll be wiped out." "He's right. The enemy has overwhelming numbers. Our only hope is to join a larger band of survivors. At the very least, we need to find out if they'd be willing to send out a squad if we ever need help, and we can provide the same for them." Bradley looked around. "Well, a small squad anyway." "What about Sten's people?" Anna asked. "They didn't strike me as the type of people who form alliances," Jared said. "We could try," Bradley said. "From what I saw, they had their place blockaded pretty well, and from what you told me, they seemed pretty savvy." "And violent," Jared muttered. "You just blew off a mutie's head in the kitchen, Jared. You don't consider that violent?" "You might have a point, babe. Violent is what we want these days," Fletch said. "Okay, so we go see Harry and work something out, then go parley with Sten," Jared reiterated. "Should we take some goods for trade along? Silk, spices, perfumes, perhaps some soap?" "You're taking things too far again," she told him. "What do you think, Stuart?" Bradley called. "Should we find allies?" "Ah!" came a throaty growl from the laundry room. Jared had conceded and let Stuart have the storage room/laundry room for himself. It's not like they could wash clothes in there anyway. It was still going to freak her out a bit, but she thought maybe she could get used to it. Eventually. "Guess we've got a plan," Hank said from the couch. "When will you go?" Jared looked at his watch. "How about now?" Chapter 9. Harry Anderson and the News. Jared. "Shouldn't we think about this a little longer?" Juan said. "What's to think about? We need to get this done before another herd moves through." "Jared's right. We have daylight right now, and we should move on this as soon as possible. I also think we should take Stuart along," Bradley said. You sure?" Jared asked. "I mean, they may not understand." "They need to know what happened to him. He may be an anomaly, but what if he isn't? What if there are others like him?" Bradley said. "That's a good point," Anna said. "Stuart may be one of the first. He's important." "He certainly thinks so," Juan broke in, gesturing toward the doorway. Stuart was nodding emphatically, the best way he could. Was he getting better at this communication thing? "Maybe we can find a mate and make a bunch of little Stuarts," Jared said. "That's not," Anna started. Jared grabbed her cheeks in both hands and squished them together slightly. "Anything is possible if you just believe," he said, smooshing her face more at the end. She didn't look amused. He sighed and pecked her smooshed lips. "All right, we'll need to explain before they see him. Harry doesn't seem like the type to jump the gun, but he does tend to shoot first and ask questions later." "You do realize that you just contradicted yourself with two different shooting idioms, right?" Anna brought up, rubbing her cheeks. He raised an eyebrow. "You know what I mean." "Let's load up," Bradley said, slapping the table. "Shotgun," Anna called, and Fletch groaned with a surreptitious look at Stuart. "We really need more vehicles," Fletch said from the back seat. He was uncomfortable sitting near Stuart, who was hanging out in the cargo area. He stopped the SUV at the end of his road and looked carefully down the highway on both sides. He could see a good distance each way, and saw nothing out of the ordinary. Actually, it was all out of the ordinary, but he saw nothing that would kill them. He picked up the radio. They would need to charge the battery soon or replace it. "Captain Anderson, this is Apollo. Over," he tried. Someday a name would stick, and he wanted it to be a badass one. "This is Alpha 1. Over," came the reply. "Harry? Over." "Alpha 1. Jared. Over." He sighed. "What's my call sign? Over?" Jared asked. "We don't have time for this," Anna hissed. "Badger. Over." "Badger?" Badger? What do you want, Badger? Over? Harry asked. Meet us at your gate in 5. Over. Roger that. Over. Badger out, he said sarcastically. You're asking for that one, man, Bradley said. Whatever. He drove them down the road a couple of miles to the entrance to Rolling Hills. The Holy delivery truck was still parked in front of the entrance. The piles of corpses had been moved down the road a bit. They had been burned. It must have been nasty work, because those were regulars, and they just decayed after they were killed. They didn't blacken. I'm glad to see you decided not to bring along a trail of followers this time, Harry said, coming through the gate and squeezing around the truck. Maybe next time, Jared said. Badger? Really? What the hell? Well, you badger the hell out of me at the worst times. You don't like it? I can think of something else, Harry said, cradling his rifle. Yeah, do that, Jared said. He saw snipers in some windows, and the community seemed to be building guard posts along the wall. They were making upgrades. Have you guys had issues with the muties lately? Jared asked. Harry nodded. The hybrids? Yeah, a bit. A group ran past the wall here a couple of days ago. They didn't attempt to climb the fence, but we've decided to add on to it anyway. Good idea. Listen, we've had a bit of a snafu, you might say, Jared said. Bradley got out of the truck and walked over. He held out his hand, and Harry shook. Welcome, I'm Harry. Bradley. Now, what about that snafu you mentioned? Harry asked, turning back to Jared. Jared opened his mouth to answer, but Bradley interrupted. What do you call the sick ones? The ones that haven't mutated? Biters, now. Why? Harry answered. We've discovered a new type. A friendly type, Bradley emphasized. The hell? It's true, Jared added. Several weeks ago, when we were at Thompsonville, one of our friends was bitten. He got sick shortly after. We don't know if the bite caused it, or if he was already getting sick anyway. He changed? Harry asked. Yes, several nights ago. We woke up in the middle of the night and he had changed suddenly. We tied him up for a while. Anyway, he actually started to communicate using hand signals. He's gotten better over the last few days. We let him run loose and he hasn't attacked any of us. In fact, he warned us this morning. He saved our lives. Harry looked dubious, but at least he was listening. Go on. A small platoon of muties came out of the tree line behind my house. They rushed us. We couldn't take them all down. A few got in. We had some injuries, but no fatalities. Stewart warned us they were coming. He saved our lives for sure. Stewart? That's his name. He was in my guard unit. We've been friends for a long time, Bradley said. Harry nodded, but furrowed his brow. I've seen some things these last couple of months that I never thought I'd see, never even dreamed of. I expect I'll be seeing a lot more, too, if I live long enough. We brought him with us, Jared blurted out. Harry's eyes widened. Let's have a look. They went around to the back of the SUV and Bradley opened one door. Stu, say hi to Harry, he said. Jared watched as Harry walked forward, brushing past him on the way. Ah, came Stewart's greeting. He said hi, Jared informed him. I'm not deaf, Harry snapped. Hi, Stewart. Nice to meet you. Forgive me if I don't shake hands, Harry said with a little goofy, nervous chuckle. Stewart raised his hands to show his somewhat uncontrollable fingers. He gave a slight twitch of his shoulders. He's not quite mastered hand control yet, Bradley said. Harry's face was a bit pale, but he was taking it well. He wanted us to give him a pistol the other day, Jared added. Really? Harry asked. He nodded. Well, I'll be damned. I'm glad you folks showed me this. This changes everything on how we've been planning to deal with anyone changing inside the walls. If you can subdue them for a few days and watch them, you might be able to tell if they'll be like Stewart or like the others. There's something else we wanted to discuss with you, but it might be better if we could come in where it's safer. Do you have a place inside the walls where we can talk? Jared asked. Depends, Harry said cryptically. On what? You planning on leading trouble inside my walls like you have every other time you come by here? I'm just about flabbergasted that there isn't a herd of biters on your tail right now, Harry said. Well, I mean there could be, Jared said, looking down the road both ways. Not helping, Jared, Bradley said. Harry sighed. Come on in. Go back to Elm Street and wait at the ice cream truck. We'll move it and you can drive in. There is something we need to tell you about, too. Cool beans, Jared said. Harry rolled his eyes and walked back inside his walls. I guess this is the place, Jared said to Anna as they pulled up next to an extremely creepy ice cream truck. You think kids ever actually chased this thing down for ice cream? Anna asked doubtfully. I'm thinking no. This thing looks like it chased kids down, for their souls. The ice cream truck was old, maybe 30 years or more, though he wasn't exactly an expert on ice cream truck models. Its paint was a rusty off-white. A large ice cream cone graced the top. It was cracked and falling apart, and the two large eyes and the smiling mouth didn't help it look any friendlier, especially since it was showing all its teeth. Who puts angry eyebrows on an ice cream cone? He asked them. This thing gives me pedophile vibes for real, Fletch said. A man came out and waved before jumping into the ice cream truck. He started it up with a loud roar. The engine squealed loudly, and black smoke poured from the exhaust pipe as he pulled forward enough to let them drive through. Jared noticed some bloody handprints on the back door. They definitely fit with the overall theme of the truck. He pulled inside the opened gate and stopped at the first stop sign. He watched in the rearview mirror as a man moved the truck back and closed the large gate behind them. They were now effectively trapped, and even though Harry seemed like a good guy, he didn't like the feeling. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. Too late now, Anna said, looking over at him. What? He asked. You were thinking that you didn't like being trapped here. How the hell do you know that? He asked. I can read your face like a book. Not fair. Harry came around the corner of a nearby house and motioned him to follow. He let off the gas and turned down the street. The houses here were nice, larger than his mom's. The lots were smaller. The grass and landscaping were way overgrown, and he suspected that if the yards looked like this before, their owners would have gotten a hefty warning from the homeowners association. He saw people out on the sidewalks as he drove. They looked at him suspiciously and didn't wave. He understood that. Besides, they probably wouldn't have waved at him even in normal times. He pulled into a parking lot of a small neighborhood community center. It was heavily guarded by a variety of men, most of whom had some variation of camouflage gear. They looked to be in decent shape, and he was relieved they weren't armchair warriors. Those kinds of people likely wouldn't last long these days. Ready? He asked them all. Fletch, I want you to stay behind and guard the truck, and make sure Stewart doesn't get upset. You mean make sure Stewart doesn't start killing the locals? Stewart growled in the back. Damn it, Fletch, Bradley said. Just shut up and watch the truck and keep Stewart company. I don't want any of these people accidentally shooting him. Jared got out and slung his rifle on his back. He wouldn't go anywhere unarmed these days, not even into a seemingly friendly compound. Anna did the same, though she slung her bat instead. Bradley murmured something to Stewart and then joined them. Let's go, Jared said, and took the lead. The man around the door and patrolling the playground watched them suspiciously. It kind of relieved him, knowing that they were alert to possible danger. He hoped this meeting turned out well for both of their groups. Come on in, Harry said, pushing the door open for them. Inside, the room was dim, and he realized the large windows had been reinforced somehow. It looked like sheets of tinted fiberglass, but he didn't know for sure. Maybe they should get some of that for the house. Around the walls, large wheeled boxes were stacked 6 feet high. Shelving took up one side of the large room, and white food-grade buckets, much like his basement, filled every available space. It seemed they were pretty well set for this whole ordeal. He wondered if they had done this even before D-Day hit. It seemed likely. We used to rent out this place for birthday parties and reunions and the like, Harry said, leading them into a large conference room. It paid for itself over time. Take a seat, he told them. He turned to the guard at the door. Bring in Alpha Team and some coffee. Jared sat with Anna to his right and Bradley to his left. Can I get you folks some water while we wait for the others? He offered. Jared looked at Anna and Bradley. They both shook their heads. No thanks. So, you were in the military? Harry asked Bradley. Yes, Stuart and I were in together. I was only a few years from retirement when this hit. What rank? E7, Sergeant First Class. Stuart was an E5. Deployments? Harry questioned. A few, Bradley said cryptically. What's with the interrogation? Jared asked Harry. I just like to know who I'm dealing with, Harry said. I don't like surprises. Smart, Bradley said. Alpha Team came in then. They were a random assortment of men of all types. They were stern-faced. Jared noticed Carrie, the medic, and nodded at him. How are the scratches? He asked Anna. They healed well. Not nearly as painful as the gunshot, she joked. You got shot? He said, looking toward his team members. She nodded. There's a sniper at the dollar store. It happened right after Jimmy Don Booth helped us out with that herd. Harry gave Alpha Team a look and then looked back at them. That's kind of what we wanted to speak to you all about. Can I assume that you're the leader of your group? Jared looked at Anna and Bradley. I wouldn't really say that. I mean, Bradley has more leadership experience than I do. I just provide the house, he joked. Well, for simplicity's sake, let's just call you the leader and Bradley your advisor. What about co-regents? It sounds much cooler. No, Harry said. Jared sighed in disappointment, and Harry continued. Your house, your group. Bradley's your second in command. Bradley looked skeptical, which he totally understood, but nodded anyway. We've gotten word of several threats. I don't know just how accurate the reports are, or even if they're true, but I figured you needed to know. What threats? Bradley asked immediately. You want the bad news first, or the worst news first? Harry asked. Worst, Jared answered. We've gotten reports from various radio operators that massive herds are moving into more rural areas. Many of them are the ones you call muties. I reckon the attack you had earlier today was one of the first waves. The vanguard, if you will. Shit, Jared said, and rubbed his head. And what's the better news? I didn't say it was better. It's just as bad, only in a different way. Well, what is it? Gangs are springing up. Bad ones. They're taking over roadways in some communities. They move in, hit hard, take what they want. Men, women, children, supplies. They're ruthless. Most of them are far enough off that we don't need to worry too much yet. But one is close enough that I think we need to consider it a threat and form some kind of plan soon. That's what we wanted to see you about. I think we should form a kind of alliance and work together, Jared said. Harry looked at his team, then nodded. Sounds like a good idea. Chapter 10. Rangers. Anna. You'll be our rangers, Harry said. I'm not a ranger, Bradley said with a little grin. I understand. I meant a ranger more in the general sense. You guys have more range, you go out, you have more patrol activity. We're kind of the main base here, with better defenses, if your attack earlier is any indication. Bradley nodded. Anna wondered if that meant her too. She wasn't keen on sitting things out just because she was a woman. Okay, so we're the Rangers. What does that mean as far as our alliance goes? Jared asked. You provide us with extra firepower if we ever need support, give us intel from locations further out if you travel, and let us know of possible supply locations. In return, we'll provide you with a place here to use as a backup location in case you need one. We'll be available for support if you find yourself in a bind, and we'll pass on intel we get from the radio. If you need help with supplies, we can do that too. We also have medics, a nurse, and a radio operator, along with some other key personnel. We can eventually get some things back up and running in town. If Jimmy Don doesn't get there first. Sounds good, Bradley murmured to Jared. I think so too, she said. As long as you understand that just because you consider us rangers doesn't mean we're at your beck and call. Just because we have the same goals doesn't mean our methods will be the same, and we have people to protect too. That's a given, and you don't have to worry about that, Harry told her. Consider this more of an agreement between two nations. We're autonomous, but work together for the common goal. Obviously, we'll never go to war against you. He stopped and smiled. Unless you don't stop leading biters to our front door. It was one time, Jared sighed. Twice, Harry insisted. The first time they were already heading this way, Jared replied. Is this necessary? Bradley asked. Fine. We will not intentionally lead biters to your front gate. Harry narrowed his eyes. Or the back gate. All right. I'll get you a list of locations where you can pick up some supplies if you want to beef up your perimeter. I can't guarantee they'll be safe, or that the supplies will still be there, but they were a few weeks ago. He motioned for a team member to go get it. Thanks, Bradley said. What radio setup do you have? Our radio guy can give you the details on the models, but we have a ham radio and various SINGAR options. Can you have your radio operator extend the antenna and possibly get us a vehicle-mounted RT-1532 and another handheld? Make a note, Harry told one of his men. Anna studied the men as they discussed various aspects of preparedness and defensive techniques that went a little over her head. Aside from Carrie Rhodes, the medic, who was a pretty nondescript-looking man in his 30s or 40s, there was a man named Lowe who seemed to be the leader of Alpha Team. Lowe was a veteran as well, though Harry didn't mention any details. He was a bigger man, around 40 years old, with brown hair and eyes. He was very serious-looking, and she knew right away that they would not want him as an enemy. Harry had chosen his Alpha Team leader well. The other men were introduced as Kinney, Markham, and Flynn. Aside from a brief wave and a quick hello, they hadn't talked. She felt a little intimidated being around so many men and supposedly being Ranger now. Speaking of that, she was really going to have to be more consistent with her workouts. Her last real run was the one in town after she ditched the caddy, and she needed to do more upper body stuff. Maybe they could find some free weights or something. She didn't want to be a weak link. All set? Harry asked. Yep. Would you guys like some coffee now? Harry asked. You could get a tour of the place and meet some of the residents. Bradley, maybe you'd like to talk to Romeo? Romeo? Anna asked. Jared looked at her, and she shrugged and nodded. Okay, we should leave before dark, though. I don't want to be traveling in case we cross paths with any more herds. Follow me, Harry said once again. Bradley went first, and Jared had Anna go ahead of him. They walked back through the building to a small seating area. Take him to Romeo, Harry told an Alpha Team member. Bradley followed the man deeper into the building. We keep our radio equipment here. There's always a tower and we have a power source. Let's go meet some people. Jared and Anna went back outside with Harry. They checked on Fletch and Stewart. The windows were down and Fletch had the door open for better air circulation. She was glad Jared had parked under a shade tree, or they'd be dead of a heat stroke. Well, Fletch would. Stewart didn't look like the heat bothered him much. We have 112 people inside these walls. As you can see, the responsibility for ensuring their survival has fallen to me. I was the captain of our little neighborhood watch group. Within the last 18 months, we've developed into a larger group and decided to shift our priorities from crime to survival preparedness and self-defense. It's a damn good thing we did, too. They followed him to a large house on a corner lot. The yard was overgrown, like the others, but the porch was neat, and the windows were open. There were solar panels on the roof and rain barrels under the gutters. It was something they should consider doing at Jared's. This is my house. If you ever need anything, come here first. If I'm not here, then I'm likely at the community center. He pointed at the walls toward the end of the street. As you can see, we've added to the walls. Bradley will probably sketch out a similar plan for your place. With the herds that we're expecting to get, you'll want to get that done quickly, or consider moving in here. Anna looked at Jared to see how he'd take it. We'll think about it, thank you, Jared said. She didn't think he'd actually move away from his home unless he had to, and she would definitely miss it. What do you know about Oak Grove? Jared asked, surprising her. Sten's people? Harry asked. They are good people. A little weird, loners. They don't like outsiders. You know them? Anna asked. Harry smiled. We talk sometimes via courier. Have you heard from them since the blasts? Jared asked. No, but I'm sure they're fine. Bradley rejoined them later with another handheld radio and specific instructions to return soon for a vehicle that had a special mounted radio inside. Harry gave Jared a list that included a ton of information about supplies and routes, plus a listing of places where gang activity was ramping up. They thanked him, waved goodbye, and left. Back at Jared's, they were all sitting down for the evening meal. Stuart was in the garage eating his cornbread. Violet made it for him special, and she was pretty glad he decided to eat it out there. She had seen the way he ate, and it wasn't pretty. She supposed she was thankful he wasn't tearing apart living creatures, but still. You know, I think I'm beginning to wish this had been a zombie apocalypse. I feel like our chances would have been a little better, Jared said, studying a large map and marking the places that Harry said were dangerous. We need to get the supplies to fortify the house, Bradley said, scanning the list. Most of these places are close, but we'll need a truck and trailer. The chickens, Anna said. Yes, we'll go get the chickens, Jared said. We can do that tomorrow. No, I meant that the place with the chickens had a trailer. Don't you remember? It was out behind the shed where they kept the feed. Oh, yeah. We can kill two birds with one stone. Grab the chickens and the trailer. They may even have some stuff there that we need. Let's do that first thing, she told him, then looked up as Bradley spoke. He was looking out the kitchen windows. Honestly, man, I don't think we're going to be able to fortify the fences around this place. I mean, they're good for slowing down the regular biters a little, but unless we put up concrete walls or large steel plates, I don't think it will stop the muties, Bradley said. What should we do then? Jared asked. She hoped he wasn't going to say that they needed to move. I think we should dig pits. We can put up tall chain-link panels around the main yard and top it with barbed wire. If we dig pits on the outside of it, that will be an added obstacle that could slow those things down. We could even put spikes in the bottom. Anna winced, and Jared's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. Let's do that. Do we need to dig by hand, or... Get me a backhoe, and I can dig you a ditch that even the muties won't be getting out of easily, Hank interrupted. That's perfect. I know where we can get one close by if Jimmy Don Booth hasn't gotten to it yet, Jared said. Okay, this is going to sound like a bad idea, but I think we should split up tomorrow and get both these jobs done at once. They are both important, Anna said. Bradley looked skeptical. Jared chewed his lip for a minute. You're right. It's a terrible idea. Why do you always suggest splitting up? I mean, have you ever watched a horror movie in your life? It worked out okay last time, she said. Barely. Hey, it wasn't my fault we almost got blown up. Okay, fine. We'll go get the chickens and the trailer and come back here. Bradley, Fletch, and Hank can go get the backhoe. Jared turned to Hank. You know that excavation business back down the highway out of town? The last time I had a load of gravel dumped, I saw some heavy machinery out behind their office. If it's still there, that would be the closest and best place I know of to get a backhoe. I know the place, Hank said, nodding. Juan, Maria, and the boys came up then and sat with Violet on the couch. Maria looked exhausted, and Anna was certain that this was much harder on her. She had kids to worry about. It must be terrifying to have little kids right now. She didn't even want to think about it. They had to keep them safe. Juan, you and Violet mind guarding the place tomorrow while we get some stuff? You can lock yourselves in the basement if you think it's safer. Yeah, we can do that, he said, looking at Violet. It's settled then. We'll leave at dawn. There's one little problem, Bradley said. What? We only have one vehicle, not counting your mom's hoopty out in the driveway. Shit, I forgot about that, Jared said. He looked at his mom over in the kitchen and started to say something, but she cut him off. You aren't taking my car. Jared glared at her and raised an eyebrow. She crossed her arms and stood her ground. Jared shook his head. I didn't want that piece of junk anyway. He looked at Anna and winked. Your plan is a no-go, he said to her. But here's what we'll do. Chapter 11. For Whom the Bell Tolls. Jared. Jared looked at all of them squeezed in the back and was glad that he was the driver. Bradley, Fletch, and Hank sat in the back seat, with Stu in the cargo area, like usual. Anna was in the passenger seat with their supplies. They had decided it would be best to all go get the chickens, then find another vehicle on the way back so the men could go get the backhoe. Anna and Maria would set up the chickens in one of the sheds, with Juan as a guard. So we have to pass through Sten's to get the chickens? Hank asked. He was doing well, and Jared was glad he hadn't immediately gotten sick from the scratch. He would still need to rest and not move his neck too much. He insisted that he could still drive the backhoe home for them and get the work done. Yeah, the chickens are about 8 miles past Sten's. We should be done and back home in a couple of hours if everything goes according to plan, Anna said. You just had to say that, didn't you? Once you say that, something's going to go wrong. It's practically guaranteed, Jared said. Bad juju, Bradley said. Knock on wood, Hank said. Ah, Stewart added. You guys are freaking weird. You know that, right? There's no such thing as bad juju, Anna scoffed. I'm definitely going to say I told you so when it happens, Jared said. When what happens? Whatever bad thing you just set in motion, Jared clarified. Fine, she knocked on her bat. There, is that better? I don't know. There was kind of a delay from when you said the bad juju words and then knocked on wood. I don't know if there's like a 5-second rule for that. Whatever, she sighed. I didn't have enough coffee to be putting up with this. They drove in silence, and he was glad nobody wanted to talk. He was getting a headache, and he couldn't stop thinking about Kate, and the road gangs, and the massive mutie herds. What were the odds that Kate would not only survive a nuclear blast, if there had been one near Nashville, but also gangs and muties? It wasn't good. He knew that he was going to leave and look for her as soon as they had fortified the house enough that he felt comfortable leaving Anna there. He hadn't told her his plans yet. He hadn't told anyone. What the fresh hell is this? He yelled and stomped the brakes. Stewart went flying into the back of Bradley's seat and grumbled out something that sounded suspiciously like asshole without the H. Apt, Jared. Very apt, Bradley said as he scanned the sides of the road and the freshly constructed gate and roadblock. Jared studied the large 10-foot-tall spikes mounted at intervals along the road, which gradually converged on the gate and dump truck barricade. That would have been weird enough without the mutant heads that were currently mounted on them. Who does this? He said aloud. This is sick. Why aren't the heads all black-looking? Anna wondered. Good question. What the hell did Sten do? And how? I think it's badass. Give those fuckers a warning, Fletch said. Gah, Stewart said from the back seat. Stewart thinks it's a good idea, Bradley added. Well, he's the expert, Jared said, still cringing at the decapitated monsters lining the road. He was glad they had brought Stewart along. He had a unique insight into these kinds of things, even if communication was a little hard. He was really glad they had washed him off and changed his clothes. He was apparently capable of maintaining his own bodily functions. He didn't want to know how. But he didn't seem to care about keeping his clothes clean. The dump truck in the road didn't move, and there was no movement in the trees. So he honked the horn. Jared, rude, Anna chided. And dumb, Bradley added. Well, it's not like they have a damn doorbell, Jared said defensively. Actually, they do, Hank said, and he followed his pointing finger. There was a large cast-iron bell on a pole nearby. Well, shit, Jared said. They should have put up a sign or something. He jumped as he turned back, and Sten was glaring at him through the driver's side window. His face was grave. Jared rolled it down, and Sten leaned in and crossed his arms on the sill. He didn't seem to have any concept of personal space. Did you think that maybe, just maybe, there's a reason that there's a big fucking bell on a pole over there? Sten said calmly, nodding at the pole. I was a little distracted by the heads on spikes. Pardon the hell out of me. Sten turned his attention on Anna and gave her a little panty-dropping smile. Jared scowled. Hello again, Kia. I'm glad to see you looking well. Thought I was going to have to send out a search party to come rescue you when the sirens went off. Raiding party, you mean? Jared mumbled, trying to ignore the strange word that he was sure meant something intimate, and Sten smiled. Jared knew he was just trying to irritate him. It was working. You don't know where I live, Jared said. He felt his jaw ticking as Sten gave Anna a flirtatious look. If he backed up fast enough, could he run over Sten's foot? Everybody knows where you live, Sten said, brushing off Jared's comment. I'm glad you guys are all okay. We didn't know where you all went when we came back through. We took shelter after the bombs hit, Anna said. Jared looked at her, glad to see that she was ignoring Sten's advances. Wasn't she at all worried that a band of Vikings knew where they lived? We have a place, Sten said mysteriously. I figured it was you who left the keys in the dump truck, he added with a look at Jared. They were in there already, Jared said. They weren't in the ignition. Can we come through? We don't have much time to talk today, Anna said. I guess. Hear the news? Sten asked. What news? About them rovers going around stealing, he answered. Yeah, Harry Anderson just told us, Jared answered before Anna could. How did you know? I have my ways, was his only answer. We heard there were massive herds of biters moving out into the country, Anna told him, leaning over Jared a little. Yeah, we ain't worried about them, he said, nodding to the mutant heads on pikes. Humans are what we need to focus on right now. We can't let them get a foothold in our area, or we'll never get rid of them. Would you consider a partnership with us? We set up a kind of exchange of services with the Rolling Hills Civil Defense League. Harry's outfit? He finally got his Rangers, huh? Sten said with a smirk. What? He asked us first. I said no. You mean we were the second choice? What the hell? Jared said. Sten shrugged. Jared, it still benefits us both, Anna soothed while rubbing his leg. He didn't like her feeling like she had to make his whittle feelings all better. He did like the leg rubbing, though. Perhaps he could get her to do that again later when they were alone. I'll escort you through, Sten said, jumping in the back seat. Wait, Jared said, but it was too late. Fawn, why didn't you warn me you had one stashed in here? Sten said. He was pretty calm considering Stewart was breathing all up in his face right now. That's Stewart, Bradley said. He's a good one. Hey, Stewart, Sten said evenly. Stewart nodded once and backed away from Sten. Sten turned his back and sat down. Watch the little ones, he said, giving Jared déjà vu. The dump truck moved, and the large, newly constructed gate opened. Jared drove through slowly, and the roads this morning were clean and clear of chalk. The little ones hadn't gotten out there yet, apparently. Little had changed from their first drive-through. People were back. They were working outside. Kids ran around behind their mothers. Everyone was armed. I think I'll take you up on your offer of partnership, with a few conditions, Sten said. What are they? 1, don't try to use us to do your dirty work. I won't allow it. You need help? Ask. But don't ask for anything you aren't willing to do yourself. I wouldn't do that, Jared promised. Sten nodded at him in the rearview mirror. 2, I am the leader of my people. They do not take orders from anyone other than myself or my second. So, if you request some of my people, you will get one of us to lead them. Okay, Jared agreed. 3, do not question our methods. We have been fighters for a long time. We took out those that you call muties without firing a single shot. My people wouldn't take kindly to you trying to instruct them in their own ways. That said, we do like to learn new things from people worth learning from. Jared wasn't sure how to take that, but Bradley was smirking, so it couldn't be good. That's fine, Jared said. Now a condition of my own. Sten pushed his long hair behind one ear and raised an eyebrow in question. Anna is mine. Sten raised his head and laughed, and everyone else snickered. Even Stuart grinned. He narrowed his eyes. He was actually serious. He considered how injured he might be by teaching Sten a violent lesson if he had to. He figured he might be able to take him, but he'd probably end up with some broken limbs. It'd be worth it, though. He looked over at Anna and saw her flushing red. He grinned at her and squeezed her thigh. He was a little surprised when she kept quiet and only covered her hand with his. He had expected some kind of indignant pronouncement. Cool. We'll be coming back through in an hour or so. We'll have a trailer, Bradley told Sten. Ring the bell, Sten said, and Jared caught his wry look in the mirror before he jumped out. They continued to the old, deceptively pleasant-looking farmhouse. Jared and Anna knew better, of course. He pulled into the driveway and saw the familiar snowball bushes. He shivered at the memory of being attacked here last time. The grass was tall and the blackened body, if it was still there, was hidden. He didn't like that at all. The porch was still cozy-looking, with the rockers and the decorations, but upon closer inspection, everything was covered with a layer of dust and pollen. Spiders had spun webs on the furniture, and birds had been making their homes under the roof. He was sure the woman of the house would have never allowed all this before. He was also sure that her corpse was lying in the house somewhere, and it was past caring about cleanliness. He swallowed back his disgust and studied the giant, busted-out picture window. It was a shining mouth full of jagged teeth, a gaping black maw that held who knows how many terrible things inside. He drove determinedly past it to the chicken pen. The chickens were still clucking away in their yard, and had even more grass and vegetation than before. The recent rains had kept their water supply adequate. He was glad they hadn't died of starvation or dehydration. He had been worried that they would have been hunted down by muties already. Anna, why don't you and Frank and Fletch try to find something to put the chickens in, and check the outbuildings for other useful stuff, Jared said. Bradley and I will take Stu and get the trailer hitched up. Okay, be careful. Be careful yourself, Dollface. Anna grimaced at the pet name, and he laughed, gripping her shirt with a fist, and pulled her to him for a quick kiss. Chicks dig the dominant thing, Fletch said with a smirk. Jared sighed. Why do we have to survive with these people? He murmured to her. It's probably our destiny, she said with a frown. Remind me to lodge a complaint. Damn, I was worried about this. Jared grabbed the lock and chain and rattled it. They could try to hit it with a sledgehammer or something, but he was worried about damaging the hitch. This is where you got that SUV, right? Bradley asked. Yeah. Where'd you get the keys for that? He asked. Jared cringed a little. They were in the mutie's pocket, but there was only one key. So the other one is probably in the house. Yep, Jared said. I wanted to avoid going in there. It's probably going to be bad. Let's go. We'll make it quick. Let's check the kitchen first. It's bound to be hanging up in there, or tossed in a drawer maybe. Jared kept silent. They went to the back door and peered in. It led into a glassed-in porch, which was empty, thank goodness. Stu, can you watch our six? Bradley asked. Stuart gave him a thumbs up. He was getting better at the whole communication thing. Maybe one day they could work on his talking, and get him some sunglasses. Jared kicked in the back door, and it flew open easily. You know, you could have checked to see if it was unlocked, Bradley said. Yeah, that wouldn't have been nearly as cool. Jared let Bradley lead the way. He had more experience clearing buildings, so it made sense. The porch was empty and stifling. The glass enclosure had acted like a greenhouse, and it had to be over 110 degrees. They approached the entrance to the house warily. The door was a typical steel core exterior, probably not quite as easy to kick in. Did you bring your breaching kit? Jared joked. Bradley twisted the knob and it opened silently. Yep, he said, waving his hand in the air. Jared narrowed his eyes. He wasn't quite sure he liked Bradley's smart-assery. The kitchen was right inside, and it was dim. Red decomposition leaked out into the air. It was so thick and profound that he didn't think he would ever be able to get the stench from his nose. He felt as if he were contaminating himself just by breathing it in. There were rusty, darkened stains pooled on the linoleum, and various splatters on the cabinets and ceiling. The remains of a meal still sat on a plate at the counter, and a cup of something that looked like rotten milk. The meal was covered in mold, and maggots writhed indolently. It was still better than the pile of remains they saw in the doorway to the living room. He hoped they wouldn't have to go near them. The gleam of bone and the purplish mottled flesh that remained was bad enough without being close enough to count the teeth. "Check the drawers," Bradley said, and started opening cabinets. Jared grabbed a paper towel and gave one to Bradley, and they covered the handles before touching them. No telling what disease lurked in here, and he didn't want to find out firsthand. "I see keys, but none match the brand," Jared said, closing a trunk drawer on the end. Bradley looked around and blew out a breath. The home was tidy, except for the murder scene, and it should have been easy to see a place for keys. "Let's go further in. If we don't find anything in 10 minutes or so, let's start looking for some bolt cutters." "Maybe we should have just done that first." "Come on," Bradley said, and led the way down the back hallway. It was dark back there, and Jared purposely avoided looking at the mass of flesh, bones, and hair lying on the floor. He heard small pops under his feet, and when he looked down, he wished he hadn't. Maggots were feasting on the corpse and crawling all around the floor. As he watched, one attempted to make its way up to his boot, and he shook his foot and shivered. He imagined he felt them all over his legs now. He skipped over the rest, though he couldn't avoid popping some of the small larvae. It was truly horrible. "Oh, hell," Bradley said after he opened the door. He gave him a sharp, sad look. Jared peeked in and saw colorful toys everywhere. That was enough for him. "Shut the fucking door, man," he growled. The room was empty, Bradley said. It made him feel a tiny bit better, but it was still too close for comfort. If he started to think about things like that, he would lose his shit. There was no way he would be able to come back from the horrors the sight of those toys conjured up. The last doorway was already open and led into the master bedroom. It was somewhat clean, except the bed was unmade and there were various flu medications on the nightstand. The closet was closed, and he opened it. After rifling through it, he found there were only clothes, so he shut it again. "Got it," Bradley said, closing the night table drawer. "At least it's the same brand." "Good. Let's get the hell out of this place," Jared blurted out. Chapter 12. Death from Above. Anna. "Do you think this will work?" Anna said, holding up a large kennel. "That'll do fine," Hank nodded. "We may need another one, though. They've got quite a few chickens out there." "I can't wait to have fresh eggs," she said. "We'll be damn lucky to have them," Hank agreed. She looked over at the house. She didn't see any movement inside. It was hard not to panic because of what happened last time. She had to remember that Bradley was in there with him, and that they were both safe. Stuart was wandering around the backyard, and she had no idea what he was doing. She left him to it and turned back to Hank. "Hey, I got all the feed loaded. You think we should take these tools too?" Fletch asked Hank. "Take the post driver, the shovels, the pickaxes, and the post hole diggers. Leave the hand tools. We've got plenty of hammers back home." Fletch returned the hand tools to the shed, and she went around the back of the shed. She grinned. She had struck gold, if gold was made of steel and had sharp points. "Hey, Hank," she called. He came around the side and grinned when she pointed at the barbed wire. "Can we use this?" "Sure can. Hey, Fletch, come load this up." Fletch came around the corner and groaned when he saw the rolls of wire. He complained with every trip to the trailer, but he finally got it all. Anna had managed to catch a large number of hens and shove them in the kennel, while Hank kept them from getting out. She heard the back door slam and they came out. "Found it," Jared said and held it up. She gave him a thumbs up. While he was unlocking and hitching the trailer to the back of the SUV, she caught more chickens. She shoved as many as she could in the large kennel without smashing the things into chicken nuggets. Eventually it ran out of space, and they weren't able to find anything else to put them in. There were still a handful of chickens and a couple of roosters left. Bradley came around the back of the SUV. "Ready?" "I'm out of room. We'll have to find a box or something." A loud, ear-splitting screech split the air, and she winced. "What the hell?" "Aye!" Stuart practically yelled. He was motioning with his arm and making rapid hand signals. "Oh, shit! Everybody, load up!" Bradley yelled at the top of his lungs. She looked in wide-eyed shock at Jared, whose head snapped up from wrapping the loose chain around the trailer hitch. Her heart stuttered to a stop as the treetops in the woods started to shake. They were coming. She ran into the pen and grabbed the remaining chickens, not caring if she squished them or not. She threw them into the back of the SUV as Stuart sprinted over toward her. She wasn't even frightened by him. The things in the trees were much worse. Blurred shapes rocketed out of the high limbs and landed with muffled thuds in the tall grass. Their strange skin shifted from the blue of the sky and brown of the trees to the green of the grass. The grasses whispered as the monsters rushed toward them. They could barely be seen. Another shriek nearly busted her eardrums, and she felt someone wrap an arm around her waist and shove her into the truck. A thud came from the back, and the rear window cracked but held. "Everybody in?" Jared yelled. "Go, go, go!" Bradley screamed. He pointed his rifle out the back window as Stuart ducked down with the chickens. She pulled her pistol. Her hand shook like mad, and she wasn't sure she would even be able to hit one of those things. Sweat dripped down the side of her face, and she looked around wildly. Another thud hit the side of the trailer attached to the accelerating SUV. The metallic ring irritated the chickens and caused them to panic. Hank was pale and sweating, and he clutched his chest. She worried he was having a heart attack. Flesh covered their sides as Bradley scrambled into the back with Stuart and the chickens. Feathers flew up in the air as they scattered under the unexpected human onslaught. She turned back from watching behind them, and a large, clawed hand came down from the top of the SUV and busted through her side window. She screamed, and Jared swerved out onto the main road. Dust and glass flew through the air, and she reflexively slammed her eyes closed. She opened them as a screech sounded from over her head. The mutie's slavering face appeared in her window, and she raised the pistol and fired point blank. The percussion was loud, and the body dropped immediately into the road. The rear tire of the trailer bounced over the rapidly blackening corpse. "Did you fucking see that? Did you see that shit? They were flying through the trees, man!" Anna felt herself hyperventilating and purposely took deep breaths. She was okay. They were okay. Stuart was, well, sentient. Shit, that was close. "Hank, are you okay?" She yelled into the back seat. She was still scared to take her eyes off the side window. "Is he okay?" She yelled to anyone. "He's nodding his head," Fletch yelled back. She finally felt safe to look back there. He didn't look good, but he wasn't as pale as a few minutes ago. She unscrewed the top from a bottle of water and leaned over the back of the seat. "Drink this. Put some on the back of your neck." She sat back down in her seat, and Jared squeezed her leg. He looked sweaty and hyped up, but his driving was steady and not erratic. "Next time, forget about the damn chickens, okay?" he asked. She heard the anger in his voice, and the fear. "Sorry." A few minutes of silence passed, and they were coming back up on Sten's community again. They would need to be warned. "Stuart, what the fuck?" Jared said. He snorted in disbelief. She turned quickly, expecting something bad, then busted out laughing. She laughed so hard that tears clouded her vision. Stuart had chickens roosting on his shoulders, one on one side and two squished onto the other. They looked fairly content. Their eyes were closed, and they were making sleepy-sounding coos. He looked back at her glumly, and that started her back up again. Fletch was leaning over with one hand on his gut and the other clutching his rifle. His face was red with laughter. Bradley wiped his eyes as Stuart made a slow hand motion. The lone chicken on his left shoulder ruffled up its feathers and tilted its head down indignantly. "What?" He said they're friendlies. She was laughing so hard that she was silent. She couldn't breathe. Tears had long since trickled down her cheeks. Her stomach muscles cramped up, and she thought she was actually going to die from laughing too hard. "Oh my God, I can't breathe," she wheezed. "I can't believe Stuart made a joke." Hank was chuckling, and he looked a little better. Fletch was still stomping his feet in hysterics. Jared pulled to a stop at the dump truck, closed his eyes, and put his head down on the wheel. His shoulders were shaking silently. A loud knock startled them all, and they jumped. She might have screamed a little, too. Jared rolled down his window, and they tried to stifle themselves so Sten wouldn't think they were insane. "You didn't ring the bell," Sten said sternly. This set them off again, and he watched them solemnly as they battled with their senseless, maniacal laughter. "Are you all high?" he asked calmly. She snorted again and shook her head. "No." She wiped her face and blinked away the tears. "We were attacked." The small muscle under Sten's eye twitched, but the rest of him remained still. His face was inscrutable. "Were you attacked with drugs?" "No. Look at Stuart," she said with a grin. They all turned back to Stuart again. His hens were roosting peacefully again on his shoulders. A feather was lodged in his hair, and he looked a little depressed that they no longer found him to be frightening. He shifted, and one of the hens opened her eyes and combed through his hair with her beak. She and Jared looked at each other at the same time, and Jared pinched his lips together to keep from breaking down again. Sten frowned at them all. "I guess he thinks he's some kind of practical yoker." Jared made a strange hum in his throat. "Yep, he's up to his old chicks," Bradley quipped, and she slapped a hand over her mouth to stifle new laughter. Hank chuckled. "The plot chickens." Jared groaned at them and held up his hands for quiet. "Seriously, guys, we need to calm down. This is dangerous, and we need to tell Sten what we know." They all got quiet, and he continued. "We have to remember that we're all in this together, through chicken thin." Anna covered her face with both hands. They pulled through the gate after a man moved the truck out of the way. After it closed behind them, Sten directed them to stop at the road near the crossroads. They came to a stop at the gas station, and he motioned for Jared and Bradley to get out. Anna was curious, but she stayed put. It was probably better in case they had to make a quick exit. Sten, Jared, Bradley, and a few others from Sten's community went into the small market next to the gas station. She watched behind them nervously, expecting to see movement in the trees, or a herd of partially camouflaged Russian mutant monsters flying through the air. So far, it was clear. "It feels like we've been gone forever already, and it's only noon," she told him. "Time has a funny way of passing when you're under a lot of stress. I could have sworn I was in Vietnam for either 10 years or 1 day, depending on what was going on at the time," Hank said, and Fletch nodded. "You ever been deployed, Fletch?" she asked. She didn't know how old he was, mid-20s maybe, about her age. She couldn't imagine being deployed. "Yeah, I did 1 tour in Afghanistan. We were supposed to go back, but—" He shrugged. "This all happened?" she asked. "Yeah. I think we're damned lucky we weren't deployed when this all went down. Can you imagine those poor bastards stuck in all those overseas bases right now, worried about their families and dealing with their own shit in a foreign country?" She hadn't thought about that. She did for a moment, and then realized that they were all extremely lucky, way luckier than she felt earlier. "You're right. We need to remember that, especially when things get harder," she said. "I don't doubt for a minute that they will, too," Hank said morosely. The chickens balked quietly in the back, seemingly content to sit next to Stuart. That was a mystery that she desperately wanted an answer to. Shouldn't they be freaked out? Jared and the others were coming back out, and she was glad. She felt anxious to get away from here, to get somewhere safe. They needed to hurry and get the trenches dug and the barbed wire strung. She felt as if a clock was ticking down, and at the end, all hell would break loose. She couldn't shake it. Jared got back in. "You ready?" he asked them, and they nodded. "I told Sten what happened. They're going to work on their defenses, and they'll be watching the trees as well as the ground now. They said they'll send word if they need help, and I told them the same. Our backup location is the Rolling Hills compound." "So what do we do now?" she asked. "We start phase 2, he answered. "What's that?" Jared grinned. Ditches and hose. Jared, she sighed. She was too sore to laugh now, but she heard the men in the back chuckle. It was kind of funny. Chapter 13. Ditches and Hose. Jared. The day so far had been terrifying and hilarious in equal measure. It was so unorthodox, so unlike their usual routine. It took him a bit to get back on track, mentally in the game, so to speak. Bradley had been in combat, actual combat, so he had a leg up. For the rest of the drive, the others made small talk. He tossed the radio to Bradley and asked him to contact Harry and tell him what was going on. He needed to know that those muty flyers could be heading toward town. I think they were more like gliders, Anna said. Like gliding squirrels. You mean flying squirrels, Jared said. Hush, Bradley said. They glide, not fly, she whispered. Their little interchange reminded him about the little arguments they had back at work. Sometimes they had gone back and forth for days, intermittently. He was glad they could still do that, after all that had happened. Okay, I told Harry. He said they'll post extra guards. Did you tell him about the trees? Jared asked. Yes, I told him about the trees, Bradley answered. Weren't you listening? No, I was setting Anna straight on a few zoological matters. Anna snorted and shook her head. Hank, you still good to drive the backhoe home? He asked. Yes, I'm fine. Just get me into one and I'll do the rest, Hank assured. I'm hoping we can find an extra vehicle there, too, Bradley said. Anna wrinkled her brow and looked at him. What if there are people there, like the owners? Jared shrugged. Then we'll have to find another one. Jimmy Don might know of one. When they got to the intersection of the highway that led to Jared's, town, and rolling hills, they turned right onto another state highway. This one led north and eventually to the interstate that passed by Thompsonville, where they damned sure didn't want to go. Bradley, what's your plan regarding your unit? Are you thinking about trying to find them? Jared asked. Bradley rubbed his head and glanced back at Stuart. He seemed to be in a hibernation mode with the chickens. I don't know, man. Part of me feels like I should do everything I can to find them, like I'm a deserter. The other part of me knows that there probably isn't much of a military left anymore. My unit may all be dead. Jared tightened his hand on the wheel and tried not to think about Kate. Sorry, Bradley winced at his blunder. Jared didn't blame him, but it was still hard to think about. If Nashville wasn't bombed, then they could still be alive. So could Kate, he said. It's possible. Nobody said anything else. He thought they were either uncomfortable talking about it and felt sorry for him, or they thought he was insane. He would have to get Bradley alone and get into a serious discussion about the technical aspects of traveling to Nashville, finding his unit and Kate, and getting back in one piece. He wasn't giving up. Here we are, he said, and turned into a large gravel parking area. The gravel led behind a large steel building and back into an actual gravel pit. He knew there should be large machinery back there. There was a pickup truck parked near the back of the building, and a car was closer to the front. Both were dusty and coated with pollen. They looked like they had been sitting there for a while. He hoped the batteries weren't dead. This is most likely the office, Jared said, gesturing to a large sign that said, Office. Really? Well, I'll be damned, Bradley said sarcastically, and went around to the back to let Stuart out. Stuart slid out, gently leaving his roosting hens in the back of the SUV. You think they'll fly out the windows? Anna worried. Stuart shook his head. The chicken whisperer has spoken. Let's go in, Jared urged. Bradley took the front position, with Fletch and Stuart behind. Jared and Anna came next. I want you to stay right behind me until we know it's clear, he told her, and she nodded. Hank was going to stay in the SUV and honk the horn if he saw anything they needed to know about. He was glad that the parking lot was in the middle of an extremely large clearing. They should be able to see trouble coming before it got to them. Bradley pulled on the door, and it was locked. He looked around and motioned them to follow him to the back. They walked around the back where the pickup truck was parked. Jared went and peered in. It was empty. The keys were lying in the center console. That was probably a bad thing. The owners are probably still here, in some form or fashion, he told Bradley. Bradley nodded, and they followed him over to the employee entrance. Bradley tested the knob. He gave a thumbs up, and Jared held his breath as they flowed in the doorway. They had forgotten that it would be dark in here. "Prop open the door," Bradley whispered. Anna found a heavy box just inside and wedged it against the door. Jared looked around the faintly illuminated space, but the corners were just too dark to see properly. He had visions of muty clusters hanging up there like bats, ready to swoop down on them. "Run back and get the flashlight from the truck," he whispered in her ear. She nodded and took off, and he strained his ears to hear anything that shouldn't be there. Bradley and Fletch stood there, waiting. Stewart had other ideas. He walked right in and disappeared into the dark. "What the heck? Where's he going?" he hissed at Bradley. "No idea," was the reply. They heard a loud growling from the cavernous darkness ahead and a snapping, chomping scuffle. Metallic clangs and horrible wet ripping sounds echoed in the large space. He was starting to get worried about Stewart. Then it got quiet. "Stu?" Bradley whisper-shouted into the pitch-black space. "Stewart," he said a bit louder. Loud, scuffling, shuffling footsteps closed in on them rapidly, and they all raised their weapons. A face, pale and bloody, appeared. His teeth were bared in a grin. "What the hell, Stu?" Jared yelled, a little freaked out. Fletch turned to him and blew out a big breath and grinned. "Is that all of them?" Bradley asked. Stewart nodded. "Here's a flashlight," Anna said, rushing back in the doorway. "I found your new secret stash, by the way," she told Jared. "Crap. I'll give you half if you don't tell anybody," he bribed. "Fine, but I already took one, just so you know." "Hands off my star crunches, babe. Give me the flashlight and let's find the keys." "Stu said it's clear," Bradley said in a normal tone of voice. "You trust Stu's judgment on this?" Fletch asked skeptically. "More than yours, kid," Bradley retorted. "Boys," Anna shouted, "let's go already. I think we're on borrowed time here," she said. She was right. They didn't have much time. They not only needed to find the keys, but they still had to get the thing home and get the work done. He followed Bradley, Stewart, and Fletch through the dark office. Anna kept her hand on his belt the whole time. She was nervous, and he couldn't blame her. It was a bit creepy walking through the dark with all these sharp objects, and no real way of knowing if there were any more biters around, or worse, muties. He supposed Stewart was reliable on the subject, but it was still odd trusting biters too. The back of the building was a storage area for tools of all kinds. He wanted to come back sometime and borrow some of the rarer ones. The owners of this place were hoarders for sure, which was good for them. "Check that box on the wall there," Jared said to Bradley as they got out to the main office. In the beam of the flashlight, they saw a couple of empty desks, some chairs, a coffee pot, a small fridge, and a TV mounted in the wall. Bradley opened up the box on the wall, and a row of keys glinted in the light. He checked the labels, then smiled. "We could just take them all," he said. "It wouldn't be right to leave them here to rust," Jared conceded. "Hell yeah, man," Fletch said. "Anna, can you drive a dump truck?" Bradley asked. Maybe?" It was more of a question, and Jared grinned. "Where are you going to get gas for all these things?" she asked. "There should be a tank around here somewhere. It'll probably be diesel, though." "And what are you planning to do with all this machinery?" "We aren't taking it all today. As long as it's stored here and we have the keys, we can use it whenever we want," Bradley said. "A steamroller would be cool, though. Imagine taking down muties with it," Fletch said. "You realize that you'd be dead long before you even rolled over a mutie toe, right?" "Those things aren't exactly fast," Jared informed him. "Still be cool," Fletch murmured. "Okay, Anna and I will drive the truck back to the storage area, if it runs. You guys take the SUV." "Okay, Hank, we'll escort you back. Remember, just keep the thing moving, and keep the door closed if any muties try to jump you. We'll take care of them," Bradley shouted. "What's the top speed of that thing?" Jared yelled up to him. "I'm not going to take it over 25, Hank yelled down. 25 miles per hour? Jeez. He was glad he lived just down the road. He wanted to take the excavator, but Hank said it was too big to fit down the driveway without taking some trees and demolishing part of his garage. He thought about it for a minute. Nah, they could always come back for it. In addition to the backhoe, excavator, and dump truck, there was a small bulldozer, a crane, and a truck and trailer he guessed were intended to haul these pieces of equipment. He definitely wanted to come back for the bulldozer. He boosted Anna up into the pickup truck and enjoyed it immensely. She was going to drive it so he could have his hands free to shoot in case they needed to defend the backhoe. Fletch was driving the SUV, leaving Bradley to ride shotgun. Stewart had volunteered to drive, but they just didn't feel he was ready for that. He was still too twitchy, and they weren't sure his hand-eye-foot coordination was up to it. It was something to think about in the future, maybe, if he could control his impulses. The day dimmed as they rolled out, and black clouds were building up again in the west. He rolled the window down in the truck and felt the air buzzing with the impending storm. The trees were still, and the sky was going green. He felt uneasy. While he was grateful for the rain, he didn't like not knowing what was headed their way. "Doesn't look so good out there," Anna said, leaning forward and looking up at the sky. Jared shook his head. "I think the chickens are going to get wet," he said, looking over to the right past Hank and the backhoe to where Fletch was pulling the trailer of chickens and other looted supplies. "And we still have to go pick up the chain-link fencing." "We're doing that today?" she asked. "I thought we were going to wait." "No, we need to do that as soon as we can. I don't feel right waiting." They took the lead at the head of the little convoy. Anna kept pace with Hank, and Fletch brought up the rear. It was a little nerve-wracking to be driving so slowly, and knowing that those things could be up in the trees, watching, plus the storm that was looming upon them. It was moving faster than they were. Jared scanned all directions carefully, looking for muties, but also watching for lightning or anything else that could possibly kill them, like tornadoes, or maybe road gangs. "Jared, someone's coming up fast behind us," Anna said. He looked back and saw a vehicle speeding toward the SUV in the back. The headlights were flashing, and Jared stuck his head out the windows to try and see better. "Keep going the same speed, but pull more to the right," he told her. A beeping noise reached their ears through the sound of the truck engine and the rumble of the backhoe. It was a car horn. Now that the car was closer, he saw that it was an old Volkswagen bus. Its distinctive shape and red and white paint job kind of gave it away. The beeping continued, and an arm waved out the window frantically. As he watched, the van swerved around and darted past Bradley's SUV and the backhoe. Not hard, considering they were only going 20 miles per hour. He figured if Bradley had let the vehicle pass, then it was probably safe. He could be mistaken, but he didn't think vicious road gangs would be tooling around in a '68 Volkswagen bus. In fact, the only person he imagined it could be was... "Is that Jimmy Don? What is he doing?" Anna shouted as Jimmy Don Booth pulled up beside them and motioned for them to pull over. "Pull over," he told Anna. They pulled over, and he jumped out and motioned for the backhoe and Bradley to keep going. Then he walked up to the bus. Whatever Jimmy Don wanted, it must have been important. Jimmy Don jumped out and pulled off his trucker cap. "I was just headed out to your place. We've got ourselves a heap of trouble heading our way." "You mean the storm?" Jared asked, glancing at the rapidly moving clouds. "No, sirree, Bob. I'm talking about the invading army. Harry caught some chatter on the radio. Apparently there's some kind of coup in the government or military. The country has gone all to pieces, and each one's got their own army. We got one marching through just north of us on the way to Cheyenne Mountain." "Cheyenne Mountain?" "Yep, that's the old underground government base. The new army took it over after the old government launched those nukes at the cities." "So the army that's marching through belongs to the old government?" "Yep, looks like they're planning to go to war against the new one. To tell you the truth, I ain't too happy with the old government myself. Imagine nuking your own cities and now going to start a war with people when we've got all these things running loose." He shook his head and patted the side of the VW. "I just wanted to let you know so that you all can lay low for a while." "Did Harry say when and where this is all going down?" "Nope, just said soon and a little north of here." "Okay. Tell Harry we'll come by tomorrow to pick up those radios and to have an emergency meeting." Will do. I'm just headed out to warn the others, Jimmy Don said, jumping back in the bus. Others? Other groups, Jimmy said. Well, shit. How many more are there? Jared asked. There's a good handful of groups hereabouts. Sten Halverson's is probably the largest, but they don't like the outsiders much. His group is bigger than Harry's group? Shoot, yeah. He's got at least 500 in that place over there, maybe more. Didn't you know? What the hell? I've only ever seen a few, maybe 20 at the most. They blend in well. Blend in well indeed. Okay, we have to finish up what we're doing here. Is the co-op clear? We need to pick up some fencing supplies. It's clear for now, but y'all will want to go get your stuff before too long. Doubtful it'll be there after folks regroup and start getting their defenses up. See you later, Jared said, and waved. Jimmy Don tooted the horn and made a U-turn back to town, toward the storm. Jared jumped back in the truck and motioned for Anna to catch up to Bradley and the others. What was that all about? She asked. He could see that she was worried. He wished he had better news. I'll tell you when we get back with the others. It isn't good, though. Not at all. Chapter 14. Portents. Anna. There's going to be a war, Jared said, as they all gathered in the backyard. The clouds seemed to be shifting off further to the south of them, which was fortunate. The storm looked to be a bad one, and it would have made their project a lot harder to accomplish. She wasn't even sure you were supposed to dig in wet ground. Hank had parked the backhoe over near the fence where he would soon start work. Juan and Stuart were going to provide security for him while he got the job done. Violet and Carlos were going to watch the front of the house. Enid, Maria, and Alejandro were getting the chickens taken care of. She, Jared, Bradley, and Fletch were going to get the fencing, as soon as Jared enlightened them about what the heck was going on. What do you mean, a war? Bradley asked. Jimmy Don said that Harry picked up communications about it. Apparently, after the old government nuked our own country, some of the military leaders broke off and formed their own government out west. Jimmy Don said they've taken over Cheyenne Mountain, some underground military complex. That's a huge underground structure out in Colorado, Bradley said, frowning. So, there are 2 governments now? At least 2, and they each have their own forces. Shit, Bradley said. Anna wiped the sweat from her forehead and took a drink of water. It was hot, and she was tired, and they still had so much to do. Now this. Would it ever end? She interrupted their comments about the factions. So what does this mean for us? I mean, I know it's bad, but why does it have anything to do with us here and now? Jimmy said that the old government is sending a large force west, presumably to try to subdue the new army out there. They'll be passing up north of here, Jared said. I bet they're going through Thompsonville. Remember how I told you how they basically demoed the city? Well, that's because the higher-ups were planning to build it up as a defensible base. They wanted to relocate people there and start a new city. They must think we're still holding it. Even after you lost radio contact? Anna asked him skeptically. They must think they can handle whatever is there. That means they're bringing a large force. Bradley rubbed his head and looked out at the trees. It's possible our unit linked up with the old government forces. They could be headed up to Colorado right now. And Kate, Jared said. I bet Kate is still with them. Anna sighed, but didn't contradict him. She sensed that he needed to believe that she was still alive. And, hey, maybe she was. So what will the military do if we come across them? Anna asked. Bradley looked nervous, and Hank looked grim, and she felt her heart sink. Well, it depends. On what? Jared asked. On how well supplied they are, and how many men they have, Bradley said, avoiding their gaze. Spit it out, Bradley, Jared said tersely. They could take whatever they needed from us. Food, weapons, ammo, people. They could commandeer whatever they wanted. We wouldn't be able to stop them. Would they really do that? Even though we need the stuff too? She asked him. It's the government. They nuked our own cities and confiscated weapons at the slightest excuse. They can, and will, take our shit. So how do we stop them? Anna asked. Jared put his arms around her waist and pulled her close. We don't. We lay low and wait for them to pass us by, Hank said, getting to the point. Underground again? She sighed. Not necessarily. I don't know what capabilities they still have. If they still have satellites and drones, then there is really no place we can hide. They have the technology to pinpoint places that people are hiding and storing goods. The question is, are those satellites and drones still operational, and if so, will they be using them against us? Everyone was silent at that. It was scary thinking that there was no possible way to hide, that they wouldn't be able to fight. There would be no way to win, or even just ride it out quietly. Personally, I do not think they'll be worried about people like us, yet. They're going to be focused on the main threats, which are the Cheyenne Mountain government and the Muties, Bradley said. For now, we'll make ourselves as uninteresting and unimportant as possible, and I'm sure Harry's people are advising him to do the same. There might be a time when they will come for us. We need to be ready. So you'll be with us? Anna asked. I guess you guys are stuck with me and Stuart for the long haul, he said with a faint smirk. Okay, let's get to town and get the fencing supplies. I want to get this project done in 2 days at the most. That means we'll need to work around the clock, Jared said. Anna, Bradley, Fletch, and Jared went back to the SUV and unhitched the trailer. They hooked it up to the pickup truck and gathered their weapons, spare ammo, and bags of supplies. She took her bat, like always. She rode shotgun on the way to town. She was nervous about what they would find there. The Muties and road gangs were bad enough, but at least they had a chance against them. They could hide or fight. Against a whole army, with massive weapons, trained personnel, and technology? They had no chance. None. Jimmy Don said the co-op was clear, he said, catching her worried look. He also said there are more groups around here, more than we thought. Really? Good ones? She asked. I think he would have said if they weren't, Jared said. He looked in the mirror and spoke to Bradley. Guess what he said about Sten's group? What? He said Sten's group is the largest, over 500 people. Fletch whistled and Bradley raised his eyebrows in surprise. He's got a battalion, he said to Fletch. Town looked the same, sort of. The cars that were left there were dirtier than they had been before. More glass had been broken out of the windows and doors, and she wondered if Muties had done that or people. The dollar store where she had been shot had burned to the ground. She wondered if the shooter had burned with it. The thought didn't make her unhappy. She wondered, not for the first time, if people were watching them right now. If so, why didn't they come out? Fear? They crossed town without encountering any snipers, Muties, or biters, which was a little suspicious. There should be large herds of biters left here. She wasn't aware of any actions taken by Jimmy Don or the others against them. He never said anything about clearing them out. So, where were they? Do you think it's weird that we haven't seen a single biter yet? She asked Jared. Remember that first night? They were everywhere. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Maybe they moved on? Maybe. If the town is clear for now, I think we should stop at the store and stock up while supplies last, Fletch said. They were quiet. Bradley looked at her and Jared and shrugged. Couldn't hurt to check it out. There are many things we might need that Jared hasn't stocked. Like what? Jared asked, and she giggled at his taking offense at the suggestion that there were things he had forgotten about. Like multivitamins, feminine hygiene products, vinegar, canning supplies, prescription medications. Oh, Jared said, and looked at her. She nodded in agreement. Well, let's get the fencing first, then we'll stop at the store if it looks clear. The county co-op was a large windowless building near the empty field that used to be used as the fairgrounds. She was really tired of going into windowless buildings. At least there were skylights. Anna, you stay and guard the truck while we go in and check things out. If it's clear, then you can load up whatever you think is necessary while we get the stuff outside, Bradley said. She nodded. We should get a lot of chicken feed as well. Good thinking. She scooted over into the driver's seat to wait for the men to finish checking over the building. She had only been in there once, but she remembered it as a large room with a bathroom and dressing room on one side and product storage on the other. There were 3 main doors. She looked up the front windshield at the subway across the street. The front windows were busted, like almost every other place in this town. The parking lot was deserted, and a breeze blew dust tornadoes across the road. It was weird being in town. It was like her past was being superimposed on the future. She could remember the smells of town: gas, asphalt, food cooking, cut grass, fresh breezes. She could remember the sights: cars passing, people milling around, the wind blowing the flags over on the bank's flagpole, colorful digital displays of services and products and special occasions. It was eerily similar, but also different. She realized that it was just going to get worse and worse. Grass and trees would start growing through the cracks in the road. The weather would destroy the paved surfaces and sidewalks, and nobody would fix them. Traffic lights would never again direct traffic. These stores would never again be what they had originally been. Subway would never offer fresh sub sandwiches. In a couple of generations, the young people may not even know what many of these things were even for or what the town looked like. It made her sad and scared and lonely. She and Jared and Bradley and the rest of them were the last generation of their kind. She imagined it must be similar to what war veterans must have felt like when they realized they were the last men alive to have fought in that war. It was a depressing thought. What did they have to look forward to? "Ready?" Jared asked through the open window. She put her depressing thoughts to the side and went in. The men were going to pull around to load the trailer, and she would just make trips back and forth. She pulled a cart from the line near the door and first went to the storage area. She found a large empty box and put it in the cart. Over at the seed display, she emptied everything into the box. She even took the flowers, though she didn't know why. They weren't exactly useful. She filled another cart with canning jars and other supplies they would need to preserve food. She saw several food dehydrators on the bottom shelf, but they were electric, so she left them. She grabbed netting to keep the birds from any fruit they managed to produce. She took work gloves, boots, pants, shoes, coats, hats, and socks. Anything that could be useful went into a cart. She was going to run out of carts. There was a display of locally made jarred food such as molasses, pickled garlic, honey, jams, and other things. She took them all. She also took a good quantity of the animal medications, but left most of it for others who actually had animals. There were plenty of buckets and other things which she carried out by hand. Each time she made a trip out to the truck, the stack of fencing was higher and higher. "I'm sure we could load up the shelving and the bathroom sink if you want to take those too," Jared shouted at her. She smirked. "I do, actually. Go get them for me," she called back. Jared threw his hands up in the air theatrically, then went back to loading up the trailer. "What if we found another truck and took that trailer back there? We could load up the chicken feed on that. I'm not sure we can haul much more on this trip otherwise," Bradley said. Jared bit his lip as he considered it. "Okay, you and Fletch keep loading up the trailer. Anna and I will walk over to the car dealership down the street and see if we can get something." Anna looked down the road. Several streets down, the sun twinkled off of the new cars still parked in the lot. She realized that unless something drastic happened, those would be the last cars ever made. Even if they had plenty of cars, fuel would become scarce. It didn't stay good indefinitely, and then where would they be? Suddenly, she felt an urgent need to find some horses and other animals. They would be the transportation of the future. They didn't seem to be major targets of the biters, and she didn't know why. But there were probably a lot of animals trapped in barns and houses that were slowly starving to death. It tore her up thinking about that. "Jared, I want to go to the pound and the vet clinics and farms around here. There have to be animals that need food and water. I can't leave them to starve to death." Jared closed his eyes and sighed. "It's been over 6 weeks, Anna. Please, I'll go alone if I have to. We have to save the ones we can. I can't believe we didn't think of it sooner." Shit. It's not going to be pretty. We probably won't find anything alive at the clinics or the pound. We have to make sure, she pressed. Fine. Let's get the new vehicle and trailer and load up the chicken feed. We'll go around as much as we can today before dark. The store can wait until tomorrow, Jared said. I think we should keep any livestock that we can manage to find. Maybe see if Sten can take in the extras, Bradley said. Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, we'll be back. If you hear screaming, that's probably us being chased and eaten by muties, Jared said, slinging his bag on his back and handing Anna hers. Not funny, Bradley said. Fire off 3 rounds in succession if you need help. She and Jared took off at a fast walk down the sidewalk. She didn't like being in the open, but the town was a typical one for this area. It had space between parking lots, and most buildings were only 1 or 2 stories. Cars were required to get around. This also meant a lot of possible places for people to watch them without being seen, and very few places for them to hide as they moved. The day was typical for summer, hot and humid. The sun beat down on them from the west. She barely noticed the heat anymore. She had gotten used to it surprisingly fast. Thinking back to the days of cold offices and hot showers, it seemed like a different world. It seemed so extravagant. Maybe some of those things that she thought were really important weren't. Let's go around by the alley. We can take the main entrance on the right side of the building. I don't want to stay out here next to the road any longer than we have to, Jared said, leading them down a side street. They crept along. Anna had her bat in her hands, ready. Jared carried his rifle. She didn't feel good about being separated from the group. Bradley and Fletch could be getting attacked right now. Jared's house could be completely overrun, and they wouldn't even know. Military units could be spotting them with drones right now. Hush, Jared said. I'm not talking. You were worrying really loudly, he whispered. Pfft. I want that one, Jared said, pointing to a large, completely blacked-out pickup truck with white lightning bolts on the sides. It had an extended cab and a full bed. It was also about 4 feet off the ground. Okay, maybe she was exaggerating, but still, he would want that one. How about a nice Tacoma instead? She asked. Jared glared at her and shook his head in shock. The hell would I do with a tiny truck? It's not a tiny truck, she said. Yes it is. The towing capacity is basically nothing. You couldn't even haul ass in a truck like that. Whatever, let's go find the keys. She followed him down the side street to the large glass front dealership. Despite the whole front wall being windows, not one of them was broken. It was also dark. The angle of the afternoon sun cast shadows on the inside of the building. It looked like a huge mistake, just like the Collier Stadium ordeal. She looked around in case something was sneaking up on them. You don't really think we're going to end up on the roof again, do you? She asked. Nah. Well, I hope not, he amended. There doesn't seem to be a way down from this one. Only the hard way, he muttered. Stay close. Chapter 15. Anfo. Jared. He led Anna to the front door. There was more light and a clearer path to get away, should anything horrible be lurking inside. It was also the best approach should Bradley and Fletch have to save their asses, which was a major possibility. He took a deep breath and opened the glass door. It was quiet and thankfully unlocked. He stood outside and scanned the inside of the building before edging in. He stopped off to the side of the doorway and let his eyes adjust to the dimness. No muties were eviscerating him right now. So far, so good. He glanced back to make sure Anna was following, then led the way further in. There was a seating area to the right with a table and chairs, presumably for the weary car salesman. To the left was a living room-type setup with sofas and a large flat-screen TV, presumably for the weary shopper. The keys to the vehicle would be in a box somewhere, probably in the office. He had never been in here, but there was a large sign over the office door that saved him the trouble of seeking it out. He walked quietly through the open floor, skirting around a small sports car parked in the middle of the floor. The office had a Dutch door. The top was open. He went ahead and opened the bottom before stepping in. He was better off not risking decapitation right now. It would freak Anna out for sure. He really wouldn't enjoy it either. The office had several rows of desks and no windows. The faint light from the main room filtered through enough that he could see there were no biters. He searched the ceiling somewhat anxiously and was relieved to see no demonic-looking muties huddled up in the corners waiting to jump at them. "There," Anna said, and he looked over to where she pointed. There was a large lockbox on the wall. "Stay here and watch the main room," he whispered. He walked out to the box and hoped like hell that it was unlocked. He saw a place for a locking mechanism, but it was missing. He wasn't sure what the deal was, but it worked in their favor for sure. He thumbed open the door and scanned the rows of keys on hooks. He wasn't sure exactly how he was going to... Well, dang. A key fob with a lightning bolt hung on the bottom row. He wondered where it had come from. He had never seen the truck around town before. He definitely would have noticed it, and probably been a little envious. He snatched it off the hook along with a few other truck keys. Who knew when they would need another truck? They walked quickly back out through the front of the dealership. On the way, he noticed a door near the side of the room cracked open. He was sure it hadn't been that way before. Someone else was here. "Stay here," he whispered to Anna. "Jared!" she hissed at him, but he held up a hand for her to wait, and he kept on moving. The door was a solid one, and he saw that it had a push bar. A small sign nearby indicated that this opened into the service center of the dealership. He didn't know why someone would hide out here and not make themselves known. Perhaps they were scared, or maybe it was even a kid. That made sense. The crack in the door was black, and he had a bad feeling about going in without a flashlight. He was going to start carrying one around everywhere from now on. It seemed like he and Anna were destined to enter dark spaces every time they went anywhere. It was getting old. His fingers made contact with the heavy wooden door, and he almost talked himself into turning back. Nothing good ever happened when they went to a place like this. Ever. He inched it open further. A faint light source was coming from somewhere. He saw the large room. Some of the service bays had vehicles in them. It was nothing like Bob's body shop. This place was clean and organized. It smelled horrible, though, and he couldn't see the reason why. He heard a skittering across the room and stopped with the door halfway open. Okay, this wasn't any place someone was likely to hide. It was creepy as hell. A faint hissing came from the far corner, and he squinted in the dark. It sounded like a pissed-off cat, but deeper and bigger. Much bigger. A shadow crept its way up the wall across from him, and he froze. He watched as it combined with the other shadows. Shadows that shouldn't be there. Multitudes of them. What the hell? He stopped breathing and crept back just the way he had come. He wanted to run and drag Anna out, but he figured that may not be one of his best ideas ever. He closed the door behind him, cringing when the latch clicked loudly. He turned and ran lightly toward Anna with a handful of keys. "You ever see that movie about the vampires?" "Which movie about the vampires? There are hundreds." "The one where that vampire hunter guy went into nests where they slept during the day and staked them and dragged them out into the sunlight to burn?" "James Woods?" "Yeah, him." "What about it?" "I found a nest, just like in the movie. Sort of." She narrowed her eyes. "A nest?" "Of muties, in the service center, on the ceiling." "Shoot," she mouthed, and looked over to the innocuous-looking doorway. "Are you sure? I mean, you aren't playing around?" "Would I joke about this?" he asked. "Yes," she said definitely. "Fine, I probably would, but I'm not. They're all over the ceiling like those cotton candy pods with the killer clowns." "Swear?" she whispered. "Yep, we need to leave." "We can't just leave them there. They'll kill people. They'll come after us." "We'll figure something out. Come on." He led her back to the door and opened it, checking carefully before they ran out. He scanned the area in front of him while they ran for the large pickup truck he had claimed. Thank God it was clear. He clicked the unlock button several times and prayed the tank was full and the battery was charged. He boosted her up into the passenger side and jumped into the driver's seat. He turned the key and was almost shocked that it started. The gauges all looked fine. He saw the tank was only a quarter full, but it would give them enough to finish what they needed to do today. "Here," he said, looking through the back window to make sure the muties hadn't flooded out after them. He tossed a fistful of keys on the console. "Find another big truck and we'll take it." "What?" she started. "Not the purple one," he said. She rolled her bottom lip out, but didn't argue. "You got to choose the one you wanted," she mumbled. "Mine doesn't look like a giant Care Bear threw up on it. It will blend in better, be less noticeable." "Yeah, you're right." She muttered something about lightning bolts that he didn't catch. He pulled out into the open front row, and they watched as she clicked the unlock button on each one. She skipped over the purple sparkly fob that surely went to the deep purple shimmery truck. It was hideous. The keys belonged to mostly smaller and mid-sized pickups, and a couple of smaller SUVs that would do in a pinch. They needed something heavy, though. "There, that one will do. I'll drive you over there and follow you back to the co-op." He drove her over to the large, 3/4-ton pickup, also black. It was a similar model to the one he was driving, except not nearly as awesome. He got out and made sure it was safe for her. He felt tension thrumming through the air and knew it was from the nest of things in there. Anna was right. It needed to be destroyed. They could burn it down, but he had the feeling those things would escape before the fire got to them. Then they would be really pissed, presumably. The truck turned over, but the engine wasn't catching. He wasn't surprised. The vehicles had been sitting, and the longer they sat, the more unreliable they would become. The batteries would lose their charge, and the gas would become less and less stable. It was going to happen sooner rather than later, and they needed to have a powwow with Harry and Sten about it. He turned the key one more time and was gratified when it started up. The tank was a third full, plenty for now. He got out and motioned Anna in. When she got to the running board, he gripped her hard and kissed her. They didn't have time for more than that, unfortunately. Plus, the hive over in the building was kind of a mood killer. "Be careful, I'll follow you out," he said. "Let's go easy and keep it quiet." She nodded, and he went back to his own truck. The drive back to the co-op was quick and uneventful. No snipers, no muty hordes, not even a random straggling biter. The trailer was full, and a stack of chain-link panels now resting there alongside other building supplies. There were rolls of fencing tossed on there, as well as other things. It was a good start. A very good start. He backed the truck up to the large empty trailer and was glad it wasn't a gooseneck. He was pretty sure they wouldn't have been able to find a truck for that. Anna jumped out and started chattering to the guys. Bradley guided him back while he listened to Anna. "Got it?" he asked. Bradley gave him a thumbs up, and Jared went into the large outbuilding where the straw, hay, and livestock feeds were stored. He opened the large rolling doors on either end and was extremely relieved to see that the ceiling was clear. It was bright inside, and nothing was lurking, except mice. He found an empty pallet and a pallet jack and started loading up. Fletch came in and helped. "Is it true? About the nest?" Fletch asked. "Yep, the ceiling of that place was full of those things. I've never seen anything like it." "What do you think they were doing? Hibernating or something?" Jared took a deep breath and let it out. He reached out and rested a hand on the stack of feed. "I think they were changing, mutating. I think that's how it's done. They feel some kind of pull to hide somewhere. Then they change into whatever the hell they are." "That's messed up. What if the mutated ones start mutating again? What if they keep getting harder and harder to kill?" Jared just stared at him. There was nothing to say. He had no answers. "Alpha 1, this is Jared, over." Anna was holding back a smirk, he could tell. "Will that reach them from here?" she asked. "Maybe." "Juliet, this is Blaster. Alpha 1 is out of range, over." "That sounds like Jimmy Dawn," Anna said. "Why is he calling you Juliet?" Jared was not pleased. He looked to Bradley, who was shaking his head. "Phonetic alphabet. Your name starts with J." "I liked Badger better," Jared muttered. "Blaster, we have a problem. What's your 20, over?" Bradley and Fletch both cringed, and he gave them a confused headshake. "What?" he mouthed. You don't say, "What's your 20?" This isn't an episode of Cops, Bradley said. Excuse me for not knowing proper radio protocol. It's not like we all sat down and worked this shit out, you know, Jared said. Right behind you, over, came Jimmy Don's reply. Jared whipped around as he heard the quick staccato engine zip around the corner of the co-op lot. Jimmy Don raised a hand in greeting over the convertible top of the grungy, white Volkswagen Cabriolet. It looked like the first of its kind, too. How does he always know? Anna asked. And where the heck is he getting all these Volkswagens? No freaking idea, Jared said. What can I do for you folks? He asked, stepping out and pulling an MP5 from the seat of the small car. An MP5? We've got a problem, Bradley said, eyeballing his choice of weaponry. Jared saw the lust in that gaze. He didn't blame him. It was a damned sexy submachine gun. We've got two problems, but we'll start with the first. There's a nest of muties over at the Chevy dealership. They're hanging out in the service bay. Literally. Jared shifted his weight and crossed his arms. They're in cotton candy pods on the ceiling, Anna added with a self-assured dip of her chin. He found it oddly cute, even though she was wrong. They're not in cotton candy pods, Jared clarified. That's what you said, she said. No, I said they were hanging up there like those cotton candy pods on that movie. Whatever. The point is, they're there, and we need to destroy them. Fast, she said, turning to Jimmy Don. Well, if y'all are wanting to exterminate a large number of the things, I don't think shooting is going to be the way to go. He rubbed his chin and frowned. If only I hadn't traded that flammerwerfer back in '82. Flamethrower? Bradley questioned, looking at Fletch. Jared perked up when he heard that. A flamethrower would be badass. Yes, I know, Anna said, finishing his internal thoughts. How do you do that? She smiled. Yeah, I got it off a guy in the war. It tended to catch on fire, so I traded it for a dirt bike. Kinda wish I hadn't now. These things happen sometimes, Jared said, commiserating. Yep. Hey, I know, Jimmy Don said with a snap of his fingers. Meet me out in the road in the front of the dealership in about 20 minutes. Where are you going? Jared called out. He didn't look back. Gotta go get the info. He jumped into the Volkswagen and backed up quickly the way he had come. It was eerily like watching a video clip in reverse. Info? Man, this is going to be great, Bradley said with a gleam in his eyes. What's info? Jared asked. Bradley just grinned. Jared, I'm scared, Anna said, taking his hand. I think that's wise, Jared replied. Chapter 16. Demo. Anna. Anna ran it through her head, but she didn't think she'd ever heard of ANFO before. Was it some kind of weapon? A vehicle? She checked her watch and urged them to hurry and finish loading the feed sacks. They were a little heavy for her to be tossing around like the guys were, but she helped too. She didn't want to rely on the men to do everything for her. It felt wrong. ANFO. Do you think we should take some of this grain for livestock, just in case? She asked. We can come back after Jimmy Don is finished, Bradley said. Tell me, she said. Nope. She sighed and rubbed her back. The guys finished up the loading. They decided that she was going to drive the truck that pulled the chicken feed so that Bradley and Fletch could take her vehicle to provide security on the road. Load up, Bradley called, and she got in Jared's new truck. He climbed up onto the running board and shoved the top half of his body through the open window. He studied her face for a moment. She was a little self-conscious, but she didn't look away. He looked very intense. I love you, Anna. We were meant to be together through this, or our old lives. Either way, you are my soulmate. He crushed his mouth against hers, and she practically melted into a puddle in the seat. He was giving her more than a kiss, even if it was a spectacular kiss. He was giving her a promise and a vow. He pulled away, and they were both breathing heavily. Bradley and Fletch and Jimmy Don and the nest, none of those things mattered right then. They were still together. This is what mattered. I love you too. I'm glad we were together when all this happened. I probably wouldn't have made it very long without you. Yeah, well, there was no way that we would have been separated for long. I would have come to get you no matter what, he said. You didn't even know where I lived, she teased. Actually, I might have known, he confided, looking out toward the town. It's entirely possible that I downloaded your file from Suzanne's computer one day at lunch. That's a little creepy and stalkerish, Jared. Hey, I needed to know the deets so I could finalize my plans to kidnap you and keep you in my basement. You didn't think all those supplies down there were just for the apocalypse, did you? He said. She pinched his cheek. It's a good thing you never saw my top-secret closet space where I put up hundreds of clandestinely taken pictures of you. That is also creepy. I think we're well matched, sweet cheeks. We're going to be late. Come on, I don't want to miss the Bradley elbowed Fletch hard, and he gulped back the rest of his words. Jared gave her a peck on the lips and tossed himself backward out the window. Don't wreck my truck, babe. I'll do my best, she said dryly. Bradley and Fletch led the way in their new truck, while Jared followed in their original pickup and trailer of fencing. She followed Jared. She drove more slowly than normal, not wanting to lose any of the feed. It wasn't exactly secured down. She hoped she wouldn't be required to do any crazy maneuvering, because she was quite sure it wouldn't be possible. Bradley and Fletch pulled to a stop in the 4-lane road that ran through the center of this part of town. The dealership was to the right, and a post office parking lot was to the left. Bradley pulled into the post office lot and got out. Jared pulled up and around, leaving her room in the back. They were here, but Jimmy Dawn wasn't. She got out and shut the door quietly. The hive of muties across the road made her uneasy. She hadn't seen them, but they were enough to make Jared nervous, and that made her nervous. Jared wasn't easily spooked. Well, it's been 30 minutes now. Where is he? She asked, looking at her watch. Maybe he got eaten by wild dogs, Jared said. Freaking really, man? That's what you're going with? Fletch said. Hey, I saw a documentary on it once. It was horrific. I think I saw that one, but wasn't that over in, Siberia? She asked. It was Romania, and it could happen here. Wait and see. Cats, too. They're going to start running around in cat packs and hunting people down. In a few cat generations, they're going to totally forget they were once domesticated animals with carpeted cat condos and catnip-stuffed toy mice. What about chihuahuas? Fletch asked. Things of the past, man. Things of the past. They'll be prey for the kitties. You hear that? Bradley asked. The men shut up and she listened hard. She did hear something. It was the throaty whine of a diesel engine at high speed. It's coming from the parkway, Anna said, and turned in that direction. They lifted their weapons to the ready and took cover behind the vehicles. They all watched the entrance ramp as the noise got closer. She heard the loud chopping of Jake brakes and cringed. What the hell's that guy thinking? Bradley muttered. The flatbed semi flashed its lights at them enthusiastically. I think that's Jimmy Dawn, Anna said. God forbid he ever just show up normally, Jared muttered, shaking his head. Well, he isn't exactly normal, is he? Bradley commented. But he saved our asses, so I can look past his eccentricities. Not sure if eccentric or insane, Jared said with narrowed eyes. The semi pulled up to them and stopped with a hiss of air. The trailer was long and contained bags of some kind of pinkish grains. Was it poison? Sorry about that, folks. Couldn't remember quite where I put the stuff. Let's get these here bags offloaded over near them service bay doors. Just stack 'em there in a big old pile. The bags were 40 or 50 pounds, and she was tired from loading up the chicken feed, but she helped as well. Better to get it done quickly. What are these things? She asked as she passed Jimmy Dawn. You'll see, he said with a gleeful look. The bags were ominous enough, but the tanks strapped to the back of the flatbed filled her with apprehension. What the hell were they going to do? They trekked back and forth, dropping bags in front of the door until they had a very large pile. She scrubbed her face and leaned against the shaded side of a pickup truck. She was completely exhausted. It was getting late. They would lose the light in several hours. Okay, get them tanks put around the pile there while I rig up this here machine. She watched as he pulled out a box with a handle and a roll of wire. He looked it over and took it to the pile. He began opening bags and dousing them. He stirred things around and seemed to take forever. She decided it was probably safer to stay right where she was. The tanks held fuel, and she was quite sure that the plan was to blow up the dealership. She really hoped he knew what he was doing. Bradley walked over to where Jimmy Don was kneeling, and he gestured and seemed to be explaining something. Jimmy Don nodded, and they finished up. Fletch and Jared trotted back across the road, and Bradley and Jimmy Don soon followed. "We should probably drive back down that way, just to be safe," Jimmy Don said, motioning toward the parkway exit. She raised her eyebrows at Jared. He shrugged and nodded at her to get in and drive. The little convoy made its way back to the overpass and parked. "You want to do the honors?" Jimmy Don called over to Bradley. "Sure," he said, and trotted back down the road where Jimmy Don had left the blasting machine and coiled wire. She got out and watched as he picked up both and carefully let out more slack. He stopped at what she hoped was a safe distance away from the impending explosion. "Ready?" Jimmy Don called from his perch on the semi-steps. Bradley gave a thumbs up. "Everybody cover your ears." Jared wrapped his arms around her, and she watched as Bradley twisted the handle of the blasting machine. The raw power of the explosion ripped through the peace of the small town. The boom of the detonation radiated outward and triggered an echoing blast from the buildings nearby. The service section of the dealership disappeared into a cloud of smoke, debris, and dust. Glass and concrete shattered and plowed through the air before raining back down in a deadly arc. Bradley lowered his arms from his head and turned to them with a wide grin. He seemed happier than she had seen him in a long time. All it took was blowing up a damned building. What was it with men and blowing stuff up? She was surprised that the cars out in the lot didn't explode too. Surely they should have. "Wowee," Jimmy Don said. "I ain't seen an explosion like that in a while. Sure does make you feel better, don't it?" he said with a look toward them. Fletch nodded and took off toward the dealership at a trot. "Stay here," Jared said, and held his rifle down while he also ran to the destroyed building. Jimmy Don didn't bother following. She had a thought. "Hey, have you been over to the pound?" She felt guilt and sadness working their way through her at her inaction regarding the animals. Why hadn't she thought about them right after all this happened? She felt like a terrible person. An even worse thought made its way through her brain, but she shoved it aside. It was too horrible to think about, and it would drive her crazy. "Yep, I went over there a day or two after it all happened. There weren't many animals out there. I let loose the ones that were there and left a bunch of food and water opened up inside, so they could get back into it if they were of a mind to. Went out to the animal hospital on the other side of town, too. It was cleared out and the cages were empty." Thank God. I felt horrible thinking animals were starving to death there. "I think most people had enough time to see what was going to happen, so they made arrangements for their animals to be taken care of. I went around town with a group from Sten's bunch shortly after it happened and made sure there weren't any kids left anywhere." The fact that Jimmy Don and Sten went around looking for children that needed help made her feel extremely ashamed. While she and Jared had been concentrating on finding his sister and mother, there had been kids out there that needed help. It was something that started to eat at her, and she knew she would have to live with that failure for the rest of her life. "Did you find any?" she asked quietly, hoping the news wouldn't be bad. She didn't know if she could bear to hear bad news about the children. "A few. Most were able to fend for themselves a little, and they were fine. Like I said, the people knew what was coming, and many made arrangements. You'd be surprised at how many toddlers and kids we found with huge stockpiles of food and drinks. We found a couple of newborns just in time and some older babies. They didn't even seem particularly upset. Sten took them back to his community. There are a lot of nursing mothers there that will love them. They won't remember it." She closed her eyes and swallowed back the tears. She was devastated for the rest of the world. She felt a breeze cool her face a little and inhaled deeply. "It'll be okay," Jimmy Don said. "The world will work itself out eventually, and we'll find a new normal. People will go on living just like always. One day this will all be just a chapter in the history books." She nodded. It was oddly comforting. "Here they come," he said, nodding toward the men. "Pretty sure we got them all. Body parts everywhere and didn't see any movement," Bradley said. "We should get the fencing back home. I'm sorry, babe. The animals—" "It's okay. Jimmy Don already went around to check. I'd still like to check the farms around here, though," she said. Done that too, Jimmy Don added. They all looked at him. What? A man has to work. I can't be sitting around in my rocker waiting to die. And those sons of bitches, pardon my French, that caused this, deserve to pay. What do you mean, the ones who caused this? Jared said. Me and Harry are gathering intelligence, as you boys like to say, he said with a glance to Bradley. We've got a contact who thinks he knows exactly what is going on and who started this mess. Her mouth dropped open. Who? Don't know yet. We're trying to get up a group to go check out his story. Supposedly, he's got some inside information. I'll tell you more some other time. Right now, it's about to get dark. You folks get on home before them screechers find out what we've done to their buddies over there. Good idea, she said. They loaded up and drove home. There was a lot to think about, and driving alone at twilight made her thoughts take a sinister turn. Jimmy Don's contact thought he knew who caused this plague to spread. Did he know who created it? They all knew or figured that someone had been messing with some bug in that Russian lab. But what if this wasn't an accident? What if this had all been planned? Chapter 17. Defenses. Jared. Anna was quiet the night before, and she hadn't said much today. He didn't know what had changed, but he didn't like it. He could usually count on her to call him an idiot at least once, or roll her eyes at him, or something. But she hadn't done any of those things. Hank was working on the trench and had made an amazing amount of progress since yesterday afternoon. He was almost halfway done. He and Bradley were getting the chain link panel set up, but it was slow going. They had talked about just digging down, but they decided to set them in concrete supports. It would provide a much higher level of protection. It was also taking much longer than he had originally anticipated. They had laid out the fencing all along the perimeter and were now mixing and pouring concrete to set the support posts. Fletch and Stu were providing security. Anna was doing something in the house. Let's give this a day to cure, then we can set up the fence, Jared said. He took off the work gloves and got a drink of water. It was hot, humid, and blindingly bright outside. There wasn't much they could do here the rest of the day. Should we go to the store now? See if they've got anything left worth taking? Bradley asked. Yeah, we probably should. I hope to hell those things haven't started nesting in there, though. Imagine walking in and seeing the ceiling of that place covered. We probably wouldn't make it out alive, Jared said. He and Bradley picked up the tools they had been using and put them away. He waved at Hank, and they went in to grab a bite to eat. He wanted to find Anna as well. He was worried about her. Where's Anna? He asked Juan and Maria, who were at the table with the boys. I think she's in the bedroom, Juan said before shoving a spoonful of rice in his mouth. He took off his dirty boots and walked through the house. It had become home to all of them, and now he was likely to get yelled at by Violet and his mother for tracking dirt onto their clean floors. He never in his life thought so many people would be living here with him, his mother among them. He knocked on the closed door and heard a reply. He pushed it open and saw Anna on the bed. She was looking at a picture in her hands. Your mom? He asked, kneeling in front of her on the floor. He didn't want to dirty up the bed. Yep. She looked depressed, and he didn't like it one bit. He spent years cracking jokes to make her happy, and now he couldn't think of a single thing to say. Everything is going to be okay, he said. We're going to be fine. We'll make it through this. And one day things will be more normal. That's pretty much what Jimmy Don said yesterday, she said with a dim smile. Oh? Jimmy Don the Oracle? Seems legit, he teased quietly, hoping to get her mind off of whatever was upsetting her. He and Stan went around town when this stuff first happened. They were looking for survivors, I guess. They found kids, babies, abandoned and alone. He said they were all okay and being taken care of. But it hurt me. It hurt so much to think of all the other kids out there who didn't... She covered her eyes, and he felt his gut clench when she started crying. He got it then. He shifted his mind away from what she had said. There wasn't a thing in the world they could do to change that. He would have given up his own life if it meant those little ones could be saved. He clenched his fists and sighed. Baby, it's over now. There's nothing we can do about it. Dwelling on it won't change a damn thing. She sniffed and nodded, still covering her face. To hell with being sweaty and gross. He pulled her down into his lap. She clung to him and cried against his neck, and he felt so helpless. He hated it. He kissed her head and rocked her like a baby until she calmed down. What we can do is make sure we're secure here. Then, when we come across people that need our help, we can help them. Understand? We have to focus on what we can do, what we can accomplish. I know, she said, her voice muffled against his neck. He felt a light kiss on his shoulder, and he was ashamed of his body's reaction. It had been a very long time. He was going to have to move her off his lap, soon. Babe, let me go get cleaned up. I'm all dirty and gross, he murmured. She shifted until her legs were on either side of his hips, and he felt heat and pressure where he wanted it most. She tightened her legs and shifted against him. Damn. He closed his eyes and rested his forehead against hers. You're about to get it, sweetheart, he whispered. Promises, promises, she whispered back, and tugged his bottom lip between her teeth gently. He gripped her hips tightly and rocked against her. Let's go to the shower, she sighed into his ear. He picked her up and walked into the bathroom. They only had cold water in the rigged-up shower, but it would be heavenly after the heat outside. He wasn't sure he'd even notice the temperature. He would make her forget everything for a little while if he could. Maybe he would make her forget everything 2 or 3 times. He would have to see. He opened the door and winced as the hinges creaked. They had to leave the bedroom sometime, but it was a little awkward knowing there was a crowd of people most likely sitting around the table eating lunch. His mom would know. He clenched his jaw and went for it, though. This was his damned house, and she was his woman, and if they were uncomfortable with that, then they could leave. He didn't look back at her as they walked into the dining room. She was probably red-faced and embarrassed as hell. He stopped and turned when they got to the kitchen area. Yep, he was right. He reached out and put a hand around the back of her neck. What do you want to eat for lunch, babe? Beans and rice? Or rice and beans? Or, hey, we could just have rice or just beans. Completely up to you, he said. She grinned and stroked the side of her neck with his thumb. No steak and potatoes? She asked with a fake pout. Nary a one, he said. Rice and beans sounds excellent. Just what I wanted, actually. Well, hell, it's your lucky day, Mrs. Collins Carson. He smiled widely, and her eyes narrowed in suspicion. He winked and turned to the table where the others were eating. Oh, hey, Ma. I didn't tell you about me and Anna, did I? Jared, she warned. We are officially married, he said, and pulled Anna to his side and squeezed. He heard her groan, and she covered her face with her hand. He's just joking, really, she muttered, and his mom frowned. That's not what the preacher man said, Jared, putting a confused look on his face. I mean, you cooked meals for me, you moved in with me, you bought me my butterscotch candies when my rheumatic knees were— Jer, she started, but he continued. You gave me your bean hoard, Anna. That sealed the deal as far as I'm concerned. Is he always like this? Fletch asked her. Yes, Anna said, and pinched his side. I thought it was a stress reaction, or maybe a mental breakdown. But no, he's always been this way, I think, Bradley said to him. He was a strange child, Enid said to them and sipped some juice. Ma, what the heck? He asked. Anna was giggling next to him. What, it's true? I think it's because you watched all those sitcoms when you were a kid. Okay, lunchtime is over. We've got to go to the store, he said. What sitcoms? Anna asked, giving him an evil smirk. Oh, you know, that one with the— Now, Jared said, and rushed them all out of the room. I don't know why you couldn't let me finish my lunch, Anna said to him as they took the pickup into town. Bradley, Stewart, and Fletch were in the one behind them. He knew Fletch was fuming because Stewart called shotgun. He wasn't sure how it had happened, but he did. They were going to have to stop underestimating old Stu. Here, he said, reaching up and popping open the small compartment overhead. He tossed her a bag of Funyuns. You'll have to replace them soon. Those things are my emergency Funyuns. You know that's for sunglasses, right? She asked, rattling the bag and crunching on his Funyuns. Not anymore. It's my Funyun compartment. What's wrong with the console? She asked. That's where I keep the Skittles and checks. And under the seat? She wanted to know. Geez, the Star Crunches. Don't you know me at all, wife? He asked incredulously. That was not cool, by the way. The thing with your mom and the M word. What? He asked. I thought we loved each other, and everything else I said was true. I don't remember any preacher man, she said wryly. Well, except for that. That probably only happened in my head. I watched too much Andy Griffith that day, maybe. He frowned as he scanned the town. Harry's place had looked fine as they passed. They waved at the sentry atop the newly constructed towers. He would have honked, but it didn't seem like such a good idea. Bradley's due to get those vehicle radios soon, right? So we can talk to Harry from farther away? Yeah, he may want to stop on the way back, I'm not sure. They came up on the local chain grocery quickly. It was wedged in a parking lot behind the community bank. It wasn't as popular as the big box store down the road or the more expensive grocery on the other side of town. It would be safer, though, hopefully. It was smaller and had better access to the road. The parking lot also wasn't congested with abandoned vehicles, which was a good sign. He backed in right up in front of the doors and watched as Bradley followed suit. They got out and closed the doors quietly. Not only did they not want to draw in the biters or the muties, but they couldn't forget that there was a random sniper around somewhere. He might be dead, but they weren't taking chances. Stu, stay out here and let us know if anything's coming, Bradley said, patting him on the shoulder. Rawr, Stu uttered in reply. What was that? He murmured to Bradley. He said Roger. He's getting better at the talking thing. That's a little scary, bro, Jared said. You're telling me. Sometimes he talks in his sleep, Fletch said. Hush, let's go in, Anna said. The store was dark inside, but there was enough light through the large, miraculously unbroken plate glass windows. The entire front two-thirds of the store was visible. The only dark areas were along the back wall and in the storage area. The back wall was all dairy products and the meat counter, which they didn't want to get near anyway. He opened the doors by hand, and the most horrendous stench he had ever smelled filled the air. It smacked him in the face, and he barely kept from gagging. Barely. It was like the time he had left a bag of groceries in his truck, and it had somehow gotten pushed under the back seat into the corner. It baked in the summer sun-heated truck for days until he fished it out. The smell of the slimy, darkened, moldy bologna and the rotting black tomatoes, covered in white fuzz, had been enough to make him throw up. He chuckled as he remembered sending it to a detailer to professionally clean. The guy was green as he got in there to start on it. He tried driving it with the windows down for a couple of days, but he was paranoid of being pulled over and accused of transporting a body. It was that bad. Plus, it was just unpleasant to smell that every day. It had been even worse than Gangrenous Bob back at Bob's body shop. The store was all that, but worse. He made sure Anna was in the back where it was safer. Their rifles were raised as they stopped near the cart corral and waited at Bradley's signal. He motioned for Anna and Jared to wait, and he and Fletch went through the store, looking for any creeps. I think that they would have come at us by now if they were here, Anna whispered. She sounded weird, and when he looked back at her, he saw that she was holding her nose. Maybe they're taking a nap on the ceiling back there, Jared said. Not funny. Am I laughing? He said. She looked more nervous at that, and he was sorry to have brought it up. Still, the experience at the dealership had resounded with him. He didn't want a repeat with a grim ending, for them anyway. You don't suppose this place has an easily accessible roof? She said. Don't even say that, he warned. Seems clear, Bradley said quietly as they came back. We didn't go into the back, though. We might need to one day, but this place looks pretty well stocked, so I think we should clear out what we need from the front for now. Good plan. They worked quickly and systematically, gathering the most important foods first. The bread had all gone bad, all but some suspicious-looking hot dog buns. Suspicious because they still looked brand new, which couldn't be right. They bypassed all that. They could bake their own. The baking supplies all went, as much as they could load up. Canned goods, dry goods, packaged foods were all carefully packed away in the beds of the trucks. They would likely not see any more of this anytime soon. They needed to get it while the getting was good. The atmosphere had become somewhat festive as they shopped that afternoon. The store was quiet. The town was quiet. Everything had a finished feel to it, like it wasn't dangerous anymore. The sun was hot, but not overwhelming here, and they even sort of got used to the rotting meat and vegetable smell. Fletch loaded up as much alcohol and cigarettes as Bradley would let him take. Jared wasn't a big drinker, but it would come in handy sometime. There were all kinds of things they could use it for. He was surprised it hadn't been looted before now. Surely that was strange. "How long until sundown?" Bradley asked, squinting out into the bright parking lot. "We've got a few more hours, but I'd rather not even cut it close," Jared said. "We should have brought the trailer," Anna said, looking at the rest of the food still stocked on the shelves. "We can come back. Other folks may need some of this too," Bradley said. "Yeah. Let's go through and get more of the canned goods and household stuff. Anna, you can get the, female things," Bradley said. "Yeah, Anna. Get the female doodads, the tampods," Jared said. "Tampods?" "Yep. Don't you mean tampons?" "Nope, tampons is better." "All right, but you have to get the chocolate," she said, pulling 2 empty carts over to the other side of the store. "It'll be all melty," he warned. "It's still chocolate. Get it," she said, and disappeared down the aisle. He grabbed another cart while Bradley and Fletch were loading up the last several they had filled. They were running out of room. He went over to the candy aisle. They had already picked through it, but Fletch had left the chocolate, probably because it was all gooey and soft. Why she couldn't be satisfied with cocoa powder, he didn't know. He poked at a couple of different bars and cringed at the gelatinous feel through the wrapper. He moved further down the aisle, where the more expensive, darker chocolate sat in nicer packaging. Oddly, some of it hadn't melted into a gooey mass yet. He supposed it had something to do with the fat-to-chocolate ratio, but it was only speculation. He was no chocolate scientist. A high-pitched scream startled him, and he jerked his head toward it. It was Anna. He would swear it was. He sprinted down the aisle and across the empty storefront as Bradley and Fletch raced back inside. Stewart was plastered to the glass, peering in anxiously. He didn't have time to stop or even think about them. Anna was in danger. She wouldn't scream like that otherwise. "Anna!" he yelled as he pumped his arms. He was holding the rifle, and he felt frustrated that it was slowing him down a little. "Anna!" he shouted as he rounded the corner to the female hygiene aisle. He smashed into a cart, and he saw Anna stumble backward and fall onto a shelf. Several bottles of pills fell to the floor with a rattle. He yanked her up, and she pulled away from him. "Go! Go!" she screamed, tugging on his arms. He frowned and looked back where she had come from. Holy shit! It was like a nightmare come to life. He could have crawled up into the muty nest back at the dealership and died happily, if only he had never had to witness what was scuttling toward them now. From the darkened end of the aisle, a large, shadowy figure was weaving its way back and forth, skittering along the floor. He was so focused on it that he didn't notice the ones on top of the shelves until Anna shrieked and physically yanked him back into the main thoroughfare. "Run! Fucking run!" he shouted at Bradley and Fletch as they closed the distance. Their eyes widened at something behind them, and he knew better than to look back. They looked horrified. He had the creepy, crawly sensation on the back of his neck, not to mention goosebumps, and he visualized some monstrous thing scurrying toward his ankles, wanting to bite down on his hamstring and bring him down. He moved faster. He could hear them back there, spitting and hissing. He heard the small slaps of flesh on the floor, and knew that whatever it was, he didn't want to see it. They slammed through the glass doors and out into the bright sun. He knew it wasn't over. The sun was no barrier for them. "Get in! In!" Bradley screamed hoarsely. Stewart jumped with inhumane agility into the bed of the pickup and clutched the side. He stood and turned back as Anna jumped in the passenger seat. He wished he hadn't looked. God, he wished he hadn't looked. Fletch began firing out of his passenger window, and there was a loud screech as the bullet slammed into one of the hellish creatures. Black blood splattered the pavement. It kept coming. Its serpentine-like movements reminded him of a giant centipede, the aggressive, poisonous ones that live in the jungle. Its legs and arms were oddly jointed as it scampered madly toward the trucks. He slammed his door and turned the key. The truck started with a roar, and he slammed it into drive. More of those centipede-like muty monstrosities flooded out the door, He watched as they disappeared into the surrounding area. More stayed behind and climbed up the plate glass window inside, defying gravity. It was quite possibly the worst thing he had ever seen. "Who the fuck let Stephen King be in charge of this damned apocalypse?" he shouted. Anna was hyperventilating in the passenger seat, and he glanced over at her. She was pale, sweating, and looked extremely close to losing it. He didn't blame her. He turned back to the road and narrowly avoided crashing into a fire hydrant along the side of the street. Shit! He sighed and slowed down a little, taking a deep breath and letting it out. He did it 3 times. Bradley and Fletch had slowed as well, and Stu looked like a happy, strange puppy with his head stuck in the wind. He was standing precariously on the pile of dry goods he had acquired from the store, but he didn't seem to be worried about falling. He wondered just how resilient Stuart was now. "Babe, here." He pulled a chocolate bar from his pocket and placed it gently on her leg. "It'll make you feel better." "Okay, Professor," she said, with a hint of her former snark. He was still worried about her. Could young women have heart attacks from fright? "Everything is fine, eh, dog? We can go back for the lady armor tomorrow." She scoffed at that, but he saw a smile tug at the corner of her mouth. It was a start. Chapter 18. The Next Move. Anna. Anna had calmed down by the time they returned home and unloaded most of the supplies. Juan had been patrolling around the outside of the house and said it was all quiet. She was glad. She didn't think she could take any more surprises today, or tomorrow, or maybe the next day either. Enid and Maria had used the time to reorganize the basement. They had reconfigured the seemingly endless supply of food buckets into a kind of cubicle arrangement. It was oddly like their own office, and it made her pause. They had created 4 more private spaces with the buckets by stacking them 3 high and hanging old curtains across the tops. She supposed everyone was starved for a little privacy after their long, self-imposed incarceration together in the basement. "I thought you young'uns would like your bedroom back. It's proper enough, seeing as how you're married and everything," Violet said, patting her hand and moving her knitting supplies into the guest room. "But we're not." It was too late. Violet had wandered off, and she was left in the empty master bedroom. She looked around the space and felt guilty for considering it. It wouldn't be right, not when Enid and Hank didn't have real beds. She would worry about it later. She wanted to find out what the others thought about the things they had seen at the store. In the dining room, everyone was silent as she walked in. Jared and Bradley looked at her. Jared raised an eyebrow and she nodded. The laundry door was open, and Stuart was leaning against the washing machine with a book. Was he reading? So, about the trip to the store today, we came across something different." Fletch snorted and went to refill his cup. "Different," he muttered. "What Jared is trying to say," Bradley said with a quick look at the boys over in the living room, "is that we came across a new type of mutant." He kept his voice down a bit, and she was glad. She didn't want them to have nightmares. "Well, hell," Hank said and rubbed his face. He looked worn out from working all day, and she remembered that he was an old man. This had to be harder for him. "Did these new ones fly, too?" "Technically, I think those were gliders, not flyers," Anna pointed out. "But no, these didn't fly." Jared shivered violently, and everyone stared at him. "What? They creeped me out." These were more like crawlers, like centipedes or something," Fletch said. "Without all the extra legs," Anna added. Maria cringed, and Juan looked faintly disgusted. "You ever seen The Exorcist, when the demon girl crawls down the stairs upside down?" Jared asked him. Most of them nodded their heads yes. "Well, it was worse than that." "So what do we do about it? You guys keep saying these things are getting new abilities, or whatever, but what the hell are we going to do about it?" Enid burst out, slamming her hand down on the table. "We're doing the only thing we can, building up our defenses, networking, stockpiling. We can't go and search these things out and kill them," Bradley said. "Why not?" Enid wanted to know. Anna thought it was easy for her to question it, but she hadn't seen the things. "Because we are a defensive force. We cannot afford to send our people out on an offensive against these things. We barely have enough people just to defend ourselves. Any sort of offensive action would be suicide. Trust me." "He's right," Jared said, and Fletch nodded. "This ain't like any other war we've ever fought. We can't dishearten the enemy psychologically. We can't interrupt his supply lines. We can't even plan an attack because they are unpredictable. The best we can hope for is what you folks accomplished yesterday in Jimmy Dawn. Opportunistic attacks," Hank said. "And even those will be dangerous and may cause more harm than good," Bradley said. "How so?" Anna asked. "Isn't killing them always good, especially big groups?" "Not if it draws in more from the surrounding areas, or if it draws attention to us from other people," Bradley said. She nodded. "That explosion was huge. The sound would have traveled. Even if those muties don't have some kind of hive mind, they still would have heard it. There could be 10 times the number we destroyed on their way here now," Bradley said. "Not to mention gangs and the old government forces," Fletch said. "And lone snipers," Jared said, putting an arm across the back of her chair. "When does this all stop?" Juan said, putting his elbows on the table and clutching the sides of his head. "I mean, we adjust to one disaster and another one comes at us. We barely survived the regular old biters, and now we got mutant biters. What the hell is coming next?" He jumped up and paced the room. She knew how he felt. "We can't let ourselves get overwhelmed, man," Jared said. "We've got to take it easy. Take things as they come." "And how the hell do you expect me to do that when I've got 2 little kids to keep safe? You don't have kids. You only have to worry about yourself." He threw his arms down to his sides and scoffed before stalking downstairs. "That is another thing I wanted to bring up," Bradley said, looking at Maria. "I wanted to get your thoughts, well, yours and Juan's, about moving you and the boys over to Harry's compound, where it will be a little safer." "Move away from here?" Maria said, like she had never even considered it. "I don't know. I don't know those people. We don't know that it is any safer than here." "They have much better security, better defenses, better shelter. There are other kids there, too. It would be worth considering," Bradley said. "We don't want you to leave," Anna added. "But if it is better for Alejandro and Carlos, maybe you should talk to Juan about it. We could come see you guys there." Anna got up and felt the coffee pot. It was still warm from the grill. She poured a cup as silence permeated the room. She heard a big sigh and looked over. Jared's chair scraped the floor as he got up and paced the room, much the same way as Juan had before. She frowned at his agitation. "I didn't want to say anything yet," he began. Her heart pounded and her mouth went dry. Whatever he was going to say couldn't be good. "But since we're all here, once things are settled here and safer, I'm going to find my sister." The bombshell he dropped had a quiet impact. She was shocked. They all seemed to be. She looked to Bradley, who seemed to be the only one not completely startled by Jared's pronouncement. "When?" Enid asked. She looked hopeful, and Anna really didn't like her at that moment, though she understood her predicament. "A few days, maybe. I was hoping to get Bradley's insight on the logistics of everything." He looked at Anna apologetically. She shook her head, still reeling. "You can't leave. It's too dangerous. There's fallout, and those things are everywhere. You don't even know where she is," Anna yelled. "The fallout was limited. I'll avoid those places. If she made it through the bombs with the guys in Bradley's unit, then it is likely that she's still with them. They're probably headed for Cheyenne Mountain." "If she made it," Anna shouted, and Enid made a noise. She spun around and placed her hands on the countertop. She couldn't look at him. She could barely stand being in the same room. She was angry. But more than that, she didn't want to break down in front of him or anyone else. She clenched her fists and slammed them on the countertop. The truth is, they hadn't been separated once since D-Day. Not once. They had fought everything together. Not just the biters, but the despair and the boredom as well. She didn't know how to make it without him, and the odds were against him coming back. It was almost a suicide mission. She needed time. Jared looked as if he was going to come to her, but she gave him a warning shake of her head. She made a split-second decision and left the room. She went into the laundry room with Stu and shut the door. She had avoided being too close to Stuart since he had changed, and especially being in an enclosed space alone with him. She wasn't really afraid of him anymore, but he was still disconcerting. She felt guilt for it, too. He was still Stuart, that much was clear. He still knew things that he used to know. He still thought. He still had feelings. He had lost who he used to be, physically anyway, and everyone had forgotten that in the flurry of shock in his transformation. "You okay?" she asked him. He was looking at her strangely. Well, more strangely than usual. Probably because she had never willingly sat with him before like this, not since his turning. He put the book on his lap, and she saw that it was a military handbook. That proved to her more than anything else that he was still himself inside. It was such a Stuart thing to read. He stuck his arm behind him and fished around in the crack between the washer and the wall. He pulled out a whiteboard and marker. He held the marker in his fist like a child, but his control was a bit better than it used to be. She wondered if anyone had seen him write before now. "Fine. Wished to talk better." "It would be easier, wouldn't it?" she said. He nodded. "Do you feel different? Than you used to, I mean?" she asked, leaning forward a bit. "Feel same. More. Have all the memories. Everything seems different. New dimensions. See more. Know more. I feel others. Large group. It's somewhere else." He erased it after she read it and went back to writing again. "I think it's them. Them. The muties." That scared her. If he could sense that, did that mean the others could too? Could they send messages back and forth to each other, even in just a rudimentary form? Stuart was obviously more human than the others, or maybe more advanced. He was different in some fundamental way. She wished she knew why. "You okay?" "Yeah. I can't believe he wants to leave and go out there. I don't know how he thinks it's going to turn out. If Kate wanted to come back here, then she would have. If she cared about Jared at all, then she would have been back here already. Instead, she's either dead or off playing soldier. Now I could lose him because of it." She thumped her head back against the wall. She wished she didn't feel so selfish wanting him to stay here with her. She didn't know the right thing to do. "I guess I'm just going to have to go with him," she sighed. Stuart cocked his head to one side and scribbled again. He thrust the board up in her face. "Dangerous. Death." She smiled sadly and shrugged. "My whole life is dangerous now. At least we'll be together." He drew back his legs and prepared to stand up. His twitching had turned to tremors, which weren't nearly as bad as they used to be. He put his book in his little hideaway between the wall and the washer, and stood. He rubbed the side of his hand across the words, erasing them, and wrote again. She stood and looked over her shoulder. He faced her as she read. "I go too." Bradley wasn't going to like this. Jared probably wouldn't either. She smiled again, this time with warmth. There was no way they would let Jared go alone. There was no way she was going to let him get killed out there. Chapter 19. Planning Stage. Jared. The concrete had set on the posts the next day by noon, and so he and Fletch got to work putting up the fence sections. It was easier than yesterday's work, and it went by fast. Hank was finishing up the last of the trench digging. "We'll have to find some steel or aluminum panels to cover this chain link soon," Jared said, wrapping his fingers in it and pulling himself up a little. "Be cool to have a moat," Fletch said, eyeing the deep channel that surrounded most of the immediate property. The only entrance was a large gate across his driveway. "Yeah, but water won't stop those things," he said. "Sharpened sticks will, though. The punji pit idea is a good one. It's going to be gross, though, when we have to come out here and take out any survivors." Fletch tested the panel they had just finished. It was solid. They moved on. "You're seriously going out to Colorado?" Fletch wanted to know. "Yeah, man. She's my sister. I've got to go. From what the guy said. He stopped and closed his eyes and swallowed, and Jared realized Fletch was about to cry. He didn't say anything, just kept working to give him time. The guys that he was talking about had died back in the armory, and he had likely seen them being ripped to shreds. He hadn't talked about that night. None of them had. It was bad. Fletch cleared his throat. The guy said she was a real badass. She's an interior designer, not exactly Lara Croft. Up until this all happened, she spent her time sipping lattes and organizing pillows and shit. Fletch smirked at that. Whatever you say. He shook his head. What? Jared asked, taking off his gloves and tossing them to the side. He uncapped a bottle of water and drank it down. Fletch did the same. People change. They'll surprise you, he said to Jared. Jared sighed. He supposed it was true, but he was having a hard time imagining it. His sister, the woman who jumped on chairs and shrieked when she saw a spider. It boggled the mind. Hey, where's Stuart going? Jared asked, nodding toward the side yard. They watched as Stuart walked over toward the newly constructed fence. Hey, Stu, Jared called out. Stu turned. Where are you going? He held up a hand in farewell, then climbed the fence. Jared was glad to see that it held with no movement whatsoever. They watched as Stuart crossed the last portion of grass that Hank hadn't gotten to yet. Jared was a little concerned. Let's go see Bradley. That's all he said? Jared asked with a frown. See for yourself, Bradley said, handing over Stuart's whiteboard. Back in 3 days. Do not leave yet. Seriously? Jared asked. Did anyone think to try to follow him? He's not a prisoner, Jared. He's a person, sort of, Anna said. Yeah, but he's Stuart. He shouldn't be wandering off alone. What if the muties get him? I think he'll be fine, Bradley said. Jared sat at the table and ate some Cheetos from Anna's bag. He didn't particularly like Cheetos because they left his fingers and teeth orange, but, hey, they were there. What does he mean, don't leave yet? Anna snatched the bag back and crunched on one before answering. He's going with us to find Kate. Jared jerked his head around and stared at her. Us? Us? There is no us about it. I'm going to find Kate by myself. You are not going, and neither is Stuart, and that is final. Bradley widened his eyes and watched them from across the table. Jared sensed that perhaps he made a mistake. He probably should have gone about this differently. Anna tapped her finger on her lips and wrinkled her forehead. I guess I could follow you there. I'm sure Stuart wouldn't mind riding with me instead, though it will be a lot more dangerous for us that way. I said no, Jared said. What are you going to do, chain me up here? She asked sarcastically. That's a damn good idea, Jared said, and she yelped as he picked her up out of her chair and stalked off toward the bedroom. I'll chain you to my bed, he grumbled in her ear. That's barbaric, she said. Yeah, pretty much, he said, and kicked the door shut with his foot. I think you're going to like it. Jared, Anna said softly, gliding her hand up and down his chest and stomach. Yeah, babe? He asked. He knew what was coming. I'm still going. I have to. You can't make me stay here while you go out there. We stay together, always. He said nothing, only sighed. He shouldn't let her do this, but he knew she really would follow him. She wasn't bluffing. He could have Bradley physically restrain her, but that just wasn't right. She'd hate him forever. You wouldn't let me go off alone, she reminded. You're damn right I wouldn't, he said, clutching her closer. It was too hot to be covered up with a sheet, but the door wasn't locked, and he didn't want anyone walking in and getting an eyeful, especially his mom, or Violet. He'd be scarred for life. You think Stuart is okay? She asked. Yeah, he can take care of himself, Jared assured her. I just wish we knew where he was going and why. She sat up, and he enjoyed the view. Yeah, he's different now, babe. He answers to no one, not even Bradley anymore. He ran his hand down her back, and she shivered. Where are you going? He asked. Don't we need to start planning for the trip? She paused her fumbling with her shirt and looked back at him. He raised an eyebrow and smirked at her. Later, he said, and jerked her back down under the sheet. She giggled, and the conversation was over. I've decided that you are officially my war chief, Jared said. That's my official title now? War chief? Bradley asked. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I'm sorry, I've already declared it among the clan. It's final. He held his hands out to show there was nothing else he could do about it. Jared, we don't exactly have a clan. Did you get this from Sten? You can't just copy Sten. Jared didn't like his condescending tone. Pfft, please. Sten and his people are Vikings. We're going to be clansmen. I'm not doing that, Bradley said, raising an eyebrow. Is there something you haven't told me about your past? What? Jared asked, confused. He thought a moment, then it dawned on him. What? No, not that clan. A Scottish clan. Damn, what is wrong with you, man? Bradley failed to hide his smirk. You aren't even Scottish, a woman said from behind him. He looked over Jared's shoulder, and Jared sighed as he saw Anna. I could be. You don't even know. He turned back to Bradley and scoffed, only slightly perturbed at not getting to be Laird of Clan Carson. Anyway, I need you to help me plan the route and the stops. I can do it, but I don't have actual experience with tactics like you do. I've read the manuals, but it has been a long time, and I've never put the knowledge into practice. I can do that. Bradley stopped and turned around. As long as I don't have to wear a kilt. Jared grinned. I'd never let you do that. I value my eyesight too much. Actually, I think kilts are a great idea, Anna contributed. I think you guys should definitely wear kilts. Jared turned and smirked at her, and he saw that Bradley had a distressed look on his face. Okay, the lady has spoken. He gave Anna a wink and looked back at Bradley. Think we can hold on to Stu long enough to get a kilt around him? Bradley grimaced. Anna shook her head and left. He thought he heard her muttering something about TV shows. They spent the next day going over the route with Bradley. He advised them to stay on the back roads and smaller state highways as much as possible. Visibility is your enemy. You don't want to be seen. You don't want to be heard. You don't want any attention at all, from the muties, the military, or anyone else. I guarantee you that most people that are out on the roads now are only looking for trouble. He looked at Anna and saw that she was concerned. She should be. By not staying here where it was safer, she was putting herself at risk. She would be an easy target out there for anyone lacking in morals or decency. I've been thinking, I need to go along with you, especially if Anna's going. You'll need an extra set of eyes, and if my guys are still alive out there, I want to see them. I need to find out what is going on with this deal with the government. They'd be more likely to hear you out and help you find your sister if I'm there. If you're going, then I'm going too, Fletcher said from the corner where he was leaning his chair back off the floor. We can't leave them here unprotected, Jared said, motioning to the basement where the others were likely resting during the hottest part of the day. Bradley scratched his face and considered that. Jared knew he would likely come up with a good plan for the people they would be leaving behind. But what about their supplies? What if we send Violet, Enid, Juan and his family, and Hank over to Harry's compound until we get back? Would they go for that? It would be too dangerous here for them alone. Jared considered that. I wouldn't leave them a choice. I don't want them alone here. One attack like we had the other day and they wouldn't make it. I highly doubt they'd want to lock themselves in the basement again until we got back. Anna shuddered at the thought, and he didn't blame her. That was a rough time. All right, Bradley said. They go to Harry's, and we lock everything of value in the basement. We can make this place look uninteresting and deserted. I highly doubt anyone would look here for supplies in the short time we'll be gone. Hopefully, Anna added. I think that's wise, Fletch said. And who knows, maybe we'll be bringing the unit back with us. Whoever's left, anyway. Bradley got a faraway look in his eyes, and Jared wondered how many of his men were left. Was his sister still with them? He hoped they were fighters, every last man. Should we go ahead and tell everyone and see what they have to say? Anna asked. Probably ought to get it over with, Bradley assented. Jared wasn't looking forward to it. He knew they were going to be pissed that they were being kicked out of here, but it was for their own good. "What the hell do you mean, you're all going? What about us? I thought we were a group," Juan said. Maria was shaking her head and looking glum. They had sent the boys to play downstairs for now, though Carlos was getting old enough where he should probably be included in these discussions. "We are a group, 100%. We're just going to have to split up for a little bit, but it won't be permanent," Bradley said. "When we get back, we'll all come back here," Anna said, hoping to placate Juan. It didn't work. Jared could see that he was fuming. "I, for one, think a little visit with Harry's people might be nice. Be good to get out of here just for a little while. I don't want you folks to leave, of course, but you had to go get your family," Violet said, spooning out a blackberry cobbler she had made from the wild blackberries growing nearby. She must have bribed Hank or someone to go pick them. "Hank, what do you say?" Bradley asked. Anna was fidgeting with her hands. Fletch was yawning and looking out the window, and his mom was looking excited and apprehensive. She seemed less concerned about his going out into danger than he expected. Her fear over Kate was understandable, but he admitted to himself that it hurt that she was so ready to sacrifice him to get Kate back. He had never felt her favoritism so keenly before. Anna wrapped her arm around his bicep and laid her head on his shoulder. Thank God for her. If it weren't for her, he'd feel completely alone, even surrounded by all these people. There was nothing like having a partner. He could tell she was a little uncomfortable showing affection in front of his mother. He supposed he understood that. They hadn't exactly had a traditional dating period where she got to meet his family and get comfortable with them. He wanted her to understand that she was his family now. She came first, ahead of his mother and sister if necessary. If she asked him not to go look for Kate, he probably would have stayed here for her. It would have torn him up inside. He'd feel like he was abandoning his sister, but he would have done it for Anna. She wasn't that kind of person, though. She was kind and thoughtful, and she would never ask him to do something like that. That inherent kindness was one of the things he loved most about her. Oh, they used to play pranks on people, and they teased each other, but she was never mean-spirited, never nasty. He squeezed her thigh and turned his head to kiss her. The others were bickering back and forth over the specifics, but he wanted to just rest here a moment. He wanted to remember this moment in time when they were all together and safe, and Anna was right by his side. He had the feeling that once they were parted, they would never all sit together like this again. He couldn't stop it, but he couldn't let Kate down either. He hoped he was wrong about the feeling. He hoped it was just normal anxiety and not something more. "So we're all in agreement, at least mostly, that this is the best way to handle this?" Bradley asked them. Jared nodded and looked around the table. His mom was nodding decisively. Violet agreed as well. Hank didn't look so sure, but he gave his approval anyway. Juan and Maria looked resigned to it. He felt bad, but he knew it was for the best. They would be a lot safer there than here. It wasn't forever. "Then we'll pack up tomorrow and leave the next day, at dawn," Bradley said. Jared surrendered control to him during this mission, and that is exactly what it was, he realized. A mission. A potentially deadly one. Bradley, and even Fletch, had more experience planning and conducting these types of things than he did, so he was more than willing to let them take over that part of this situation. He just wanted to find Kate and get home. He didn't care about the how-to or the mantle of leadership or any of that. "I wish you had more resources," Fletch said. "Better comms, better equipped vehicles, sat imagery, HUMINT." "Yeah, that'd be great. Well, I don't like going into this thing with no intel. That's bad. I don't see any way around it, though. The most we can do is maybe get over to see Romeo over at Harry's and maybe get some word about the places we'll be passing through." "Who's Romeo?" Violet asked. "Fella I'd want to get to know?" she teased. Bradley laughed. "He's a radio guy." "Let's do that tomorrow after we pack," Jared said. "I'd feel better about the trip if we knew more about what we're getting into." "Agreed," Anna said. "I wish I was 30 years younger. I'd be going right along with you. I'm afraid I'd be more of a hindrance than a help these days, though," Hank lamented. You'll be helping a lot just by keeping an eye out here and keeping the group together. You and Juan will have to hold down the fort until we can all move back in here," Jared replied. "Maybe I should go," Enid said suddenly, and Jared cringed inside. Yeah, that wasn't going to happen. "Absolutely not," Bradley said before Jared had a chance to speak up. He was relieved. "Why not?" she said indignantly. Her eyes flashed at Bradley, and he was glad he hadn't said anything. "Because we need you to stay here and help keep the group together. The chicken's alive here. And I was planning on bringing this up tomorrow. I wanted you and Maria to study medicine with Harry's medic. He has more general knowledge than any of us here, and we are going to need to know what he knows. It's important." "That's a good idea," Anna said. "I was thinking about it when we went over to see his compound, but it had slipped my mind." "Ma, I think that's a great idea. Will you do it?" he asked. She sighed and considered it. His mom wasn't a rebel, not really. She could shoot, and she had a temper and a strong will, but she wouldn't try to dominate situations like this. She would do what was asked of her. "Fine," she finally said. "Thanks, I appreciate it," Bradley told her. "Geez, lay it on thick, why don't you?" Jared said, rolling his eyes. "Jared," Anna said warningly. Okay. He held up his hands. "There was something else I wanted to mention, now that Bradley brought up the medical thing." He looked at Juan and Maria. "I want the boys to start learning soldiering skills." "They're just little boys," Maria cried out. "Please, let me finish," Jared said. Juan put a hand on Maria's arm and murmured something in Spanish. She calmed herself a little, but Jared could see the suspicion in her eyes. "I know they are little boys. I understand that you want to protect them and keep them safe. Believe me, I know. That is exactly why I want them to start training. This is the perfect time for it. They will have the safety to learn what they need to know from very well-qualified people. I'm not saying they'll be going into combat, but eventually they will need to know how to shoot, how to maneuver, and how to fight. They need to be in top physical shape." "That makes sense," Juan allowed. "We should all be in top physical shape." "Fine, I'll let them do it, but I don't want Alejandro overwhelmed. I don't want them in any danger, and if I don't like what they are doing, then I will stop it," Maria stipulated. "Fair enough," Bradley said. "Jared is right. The boys need to learn. We all have to become fighters, be the best that we can each be. Our group's survival may depend on it one day. Honestly, I don't see this whole situation getting any better. I see it getting worse. Right now is our only chance to take action and prepare ourselves." "And Harry is okay with all of this?" Juan asked. "With us moving in and everything?" "He offered the last time we were there. They have plenty of empty homes, and you'll take some supplies from our stockpile here. You won't be going as empty-handed refugees." That evening, after supper, they reconvened in the living room. Jared, Bradley, and Anna had prepared crates of food and other supplies the other half of their group would need for a stay at Rolling Hills. "I've decided to keep the car," Enid said suddenly from the couch. "The El Camino?" Jared asked. "Yes, it's grown on me." "All righty then," Jared said with a straight face. "You won't stand out in that thing. At all." "You have your lightning bolt truck," she returned. "I have my car." "The truck serves a purpose. Jefe's car does not," Jared replied. "Actually, it's El Lacon's car," Juan said. Everyone got quiet. "El Lacon? You know him?" Anna asked. "No, it's on the license plate," Juan said simply. "Well, whatever. Anyway, you know what? Never mind. Let's get this stuff loaded up so we don't have to do it in the morning." Chapter 20. Radio Contact. Anna. "I'm glad you're here. We've got some intel. I was about to send someone over to your place," Harry said as they pulled through his gate the next morning. Anna was pleased that they had replaced the soul-stealing ice cream truck barrier with something a little more substantial and less creepy. It was a solid steel gate on runners. It would have taken a small crane to position it. Jimmy Dawn found the crane, no doubt. "We don't have much time," Jared warned as Harry climbed up into the bed of the truck, and they followed the same path as they'd taken before. Bradley opened the back window so they could talk more easily. "We need a favor." "Another one?" Harry asked. "What is it?" "I need you to let some of my people stay here with you for a while. We have a mission to run, and it's too dangerous to leave them at my house. We're taking all the fighters." "Ah, the Rangers are on a mission, I see. You'll have to tell me about it after we discuss the recent radio transmissions. In the meantime, your people are my people. They're welcome to a house or two and whatever else they need," Harry said generously. "Thanks. They're set up with plenty of supplies, so they won't be eating up your food stores. It's a family with 2 little boys, who will need to start some kind of physical and self-defense training, by the way, and Violet, my mother Enid, and a man named Hank." Harry nodded, and Anna could see that he truly meant his welcome. He directed them back to the community center parking lot where they had met before. This time there were a few children at the playground with their mothers. It was unnervingly normal. Harry led them back into the conference room and asked a woman out front to bring them some coffee and breakfast. They hadn't eaten yet, preferring to get this finished first, and Anna was hungry. The conference room had changed a bit since they last convened here. There were now floor-to-ceiling whiteboards with various notes and lists. One had a diagram of their entire neighborhood with detailed security notes. Jared whistled. "Looks like you've been busy," Bradley said. "I approve." He walked over to the neighborhood diagram and traced the air above the perimeter with his finger. He nodded. "This is good. Damn good. I'm glad you think so. I imagine you have quite a bit of experience with such matters. Some of my teams do as well. We are fortunate to have them, and your people." Harry offered them seats, and they sat. Anna's stomach twisted nervously as they waited to hear what intel Harry had. She hoped it was good news. She was anxious enough about the upcoming mission without learning something horrible. "Okay. Early this morning, Romeo made contact with an old man on the West Coast somewhere. He wouldn't say exactly where he was, but he had some news. He called himself Prophet, by the way." Harry raised his eyebrow at that, and Anna saw Bradley and Jared smirk. "So, Prophet, huh? Interesting." Jared turned and narrowed his eyes at her comically, and she bit her lips to keep from laughing. It seemed rude when Harry had such important news he wanted to share. "Yes, though he said his first name was Jeremiah. We could call him Jerry." Fletch snickered at that. "Prophet Jerry in the radio transmission. Sounds like a band from the 60s. Harry smiled indulgently. "Anyway, he said there was word coming in that there have been sightings of large container ships offshore there." "Wait, word coming in? So he didn't see them himself?" Bradley asked. "Apparently not. Not yet, anyway." "So what? God told him?" Fletch asked sarcastically. Anna thought his tone was slightly disrespectful toward Harry. Bradley whipped his head toward Fletch and gave him an icy stare. Fletch sunk back in his chair a bit and looked chagrined. Harry continued. "He said that he heard there were container ships spotted off the West Coast. The only markings they had was the word Christos." Anna frowned and thought. "Christos? Is that—" "Christos is Greek, I believe," Jared said. "I don't know the exact translation, but it refers to Christ." They all looked at him, surprised. Anna didn't know he knew that. "What?" He looked around, bemused. "I do read, you know." "How many ships?" Bradley asked. 6, I believe, is the unofficial number," Harry said, looking at some notes. "Anyway, so these ships were spotted off the West Coast. What's the big deal? I mean, they could be drifting. They're just ships," Anna said. Harry was about to reply when there was a knock at the door. "Enter," he called out, flipping over the pile of papers he had in front of him. Apparently, this was top-secret information. She didn't get why he thought it was so important. 5 women entered with trays. They placed them on the table, and she was a little overwhelmed. When Harry said to bring breakfast, she was expecting maybe some toast or something. This was a feast. "Wow, I'm not leaving," Fletch said. There was a large urn of coffee along with its accompaniments. 3 platters held scrambled eggs, sausage, and biscuits. A large pot held oatmeal. There was fruit juice as well. She hadn't seen a breakfast like it since the first week of July. "This is excellent," Harry said to the women. "Thank you." She smiled at them in thanks, and they left. Harry passed out the plates and forks, and they got down to eating. The room was filled with the sounds of eating, drinking, and hums of satisfaction. She hadn't realized just how much she missed food like this. They hadn't been starving, and they were even quite lucky, but this was next-level good. Eventually, they settled back into their chairs, and Harry wiped his mouth and hands and flipped the papers back over. Where were we? You were going to tell me why the ships were important, Anna reminded. Oh, yes. Well, in the normal course of events, we probably would have written them off, too. I'm sure there are many ships just floating around out there. Some may still have a crew, and some may be ghost ships now. Anna shuddered at that. Imagining being stuck on a dark ship full of muties in the middle of the ocean was probably the most terrifying thing she could think of. However, he continued, we've heard about these ships before. The men paused and looked at each other. She chewed her lip. He looked solemn. They supposedly came from New Zealand, and they left only a few weeks ago. Wow, Jared said. That's why we took what Jerry said somewhat seriously. His very last comment before signing off was this: "And to the people of the world comes the abominable salvation of man." They were all silent. Anna didn't know what to make of it. Just some crazy guy hanging out alone too long? Is that in the Bible? Fletch asked. Don't think so, Harry said. Let's concentrate on something else for a moment. Harry got up and went to a large map on one wall. He pointed to New Zealand on the far right lower corner. Obviously, this is New Zealand. I don't have a globe, but I'm sure you all know that the route would have been here, he said, pointing the marker through the empty space to the right. That is the Pacific Ocean. That is a trip of approximately 6,000 nautical miles, give or take a few hundred. Why would a flotilla of container ships leave New Zealand and make that journey to come here? Jared asked. That's the question, Bradley said. I could think of several reasons if they actually came from there. I can as well. Why don't we list them? Harry said. He walked over to a blank space on a whiteboard and underlined the word ships. Sending aid? Anna asked. Possibly, but why New Zealand? Harry asked. Well, it's a small place. Maybe they weren't affected by the plague as much, she answered. Could be. He wrote down aid in the column. What else? Attack, Bradley said. Yes, attack, Harry said, pointing the marker at them like a pleased high school teacher. She saw Jared and Fletch nod. Attack? She asked them. With only a few ships? They could have weapons in the containers. They could be conventional weapons, biological weapons, nukes. Hell, they could hit us with all kinds of things. There could be more ships poised to attack that we don't know about. We have to consider all angles. So even if there are aid supplies in there, like food and stuff, it could be poisoned? She asked. Pretty much, Jared said. She blew out her breath and took another drink of coffee. It was too early for all this. Could it just be a coincidence that they chose here? I mean, maybe New Zealand is overrun, and everyone is dead, so they just decided to come here. Could be, Harry told her. It just doesn't seem very likely they would decide to make that trip when any number of places are closer at hand. Except we're world-renowned for having an AR-15 behind every bush. Maybe they think there will be weapons and food lying around everywhere, Jared said. The land of milk and ammo, Fletch said. Lame, Jared told him. So, chance. Harry wrote it under the other options. Honestly, I don't know what to think about any of this. I don't know if what those ships are carrying is good, bad, or just plain nothing at all. They could be empty, but I think it's important. We can put it on the back burner for now, especially since you have an important mission of your own coming up. Yep, tomorrow at dawn. I'd like to go over the route and details with your Alpha team leader while we're here. I don't anticipate requiring any support, but I'd like his input on route selection, Bradley said. By all means, Lowe is a good man to have around. He went and opened the door and called to the woman in the lobby. Have Lowe sent over immediately, please. If you and Jared want to follow me, we can take a look at a few properties and decide where your people might like to stay. Anna and Jared followed him out, while Bradley and Fletch waited inside the lobby. She thought Jared was a little irritated to be left out of the route planning session, but she didn't want to make him feel worse by bringing it up. She was sure Bradley would go over it with him afterward anyway. Down here we have a 5-bedroom family home, It was owned by the Jacksons. He waved his hand toward a beautiful large house with an overgrown front yard. There's a swing set in the back, as well as a sandbox. It's beautiful. I think this would be fine for all of them, Anna said. If they'd like more privacy, we have a couple of vacant homes down at the end of the neighborhood. They can split up however they'd like. He looked around the area. Most people here like to stay close by in case something happens. I understand, Anna said. Jared was looking all around, likely scanning the defenses for reliability and protective abilities. Other community members walked around the area. Some waved, some didn't. She understood that, too. They were wary of outsiders. She hoped they would treat their people with respect, even if they chose not to be overtly friendly. How are you going to protect the outpost while you're gone? He asked them casually. The outpost? She asked. Harry nodded. It's what we call your place. We're locking it down and making sure it looks uninteresting. Hopefully that will be good enough, Jared said. You want to store your supplies here? We have an empty space in the basement of the comm center, he offered. Anna thought it might be a good idea, but looked to Jared to see what he thought. He finally shook his head. Nah, I don't want all our eggs in one basket, if you know what I mean. Wise, Harry commented. What do you call Sten's place? Anna said, peering at Harry from around Jared's side. Harry grinned. Halverson, after the old man. The old man? Sten's father, Halver, he replied. Sten Halverson. Makes sense, Jared said, and she nodded. I suppose we should head back and let you get home. Your people are welcome to come any time today. Just pull right on up to the gate. Thanks, Harry, Jared said, and shook his hand. Is salvation supposed to be abominable? Jared asked as they waited outside the community center for Bradley and Fletcher. I don't think so. So you think Prophet Jerry is a little out there? Yes, Anna said. I was going to say batshit crazy, but whatever, Jared said. Anna looked to her watch. It was getting close to 11, and they still needed to pack their things, finalize the route, and bring the others here to get settled in. She moved to a stand under a large shade tree to wait. She would be glad when the weather started to cool a little, but she knew that it would be a double-edged sword. Winter would mean snow, ice, and some sub-freezing temperatures. They weren't far enough south to be guaranteed a mild winter. That thought brought her up short. Hey, do you think they'll die in the cold this winter? She asked excitedly. Probably not. They don't seem stupid. They have instincts, at least the muties do. They'll probably huddle up or start wearing clothes or some shit. Or hibernate? She asked, holding out a tiny bit of hope. Maybe. He didn't seem to be too hopeful. Here they come, she said. Bradley and Fletch came out the door and walked under the shade tree to them. Bradley had an atlas under one arm and a set of keys in the other. Lowe set us up with a vehicle, Bradley said with a grin. It's got a radio and... He grinned over at Fletch. A 50 mounted in the back. Are you serious? That's awesome, man. What about ammo? You know I don't have any 50 caliber ammo laying around. It's all taken care of, Fletch said. Those fuckers don't know what's about to hit them. Anna refrained from mentioning that entire army units have been decimated by the biters, even with multiple machine guns. She let them have their excitement. Who would it hurt to let them have a little optimism and some extra hope? She was also kind of excited to try it out. Chapter 21. Moving. Jared. Bradley followed behind him and Anna in their newly borrowed armored Suburban. It was a heavy, deadly vehicle. Bradley pointed out the run-flat tires, the heavy grille, the armored plating along the insides of the doors. But most notable was the special door in the back which had a shooting port. He was itching to give it a try, but they needed to conserve the ammo for it until they were desperate, or until they found a cache of 50 caliber ammunition somewhere. He also lamented the fact that they only had 2 pairs of peltors. What are peltors? Anna asked. Ear-pro, hearing protection. A 50 caliber in that space will wreck your ears. The peltors filter that out while still letting us communicate. So you think they'll be okay at Harry's? I don't like how close to town he is, Anna asked. As long as they remain vigilant, I think they'll be okay. Worst case scenario, they'll have to hunker down in a shelter somewhere and wait for us to come back. Harry has a good little armed force. They know what they're doing. I guess, she conceded. I wonder what Stu is up to. Seems out of character for him to disappear like that, Jared said. Out of character? Really? We don't exactly know his character anymore, Anna pointed out. He hasn't changed that much, except for the, wiggly fingers and the creepy eyes. Anna just looked at him. He knew that look. It was her, I think you're being stupid, but I'm not going to say another word about it, look. He was very familiar with it, having been on the receiving end for over 2 years now. Back at the house, the group members that were staying behind had congregated in the living room. A large pile of belongings sat squarely in the center of the living room. Alejandro was running around, obviously excited about the prospect of playing with other kids. The adults looked on with bemusement. Jared felt terrible for effectively kicking them out of the house while the team was out on a mission, but he had to remember that it was safer for them where there was more security. "Well, are we all ready?" Violet asked. She carried her knitting bag and a sweater, though it was at least 90 degrees out, if not more. Old folks were sometimes incomprehensible to him. "Where's Mom?" he asked. "I'm here," she said, coming from the basement. She carried a bag and had a pistol strapped around her waist. She looked well rested for once, probably because he was finally going for Kate, the favorite child. "Your father would be proud of you," she said suddenly. "He always knew you'd make a fine leader, and here you are. It probably wasn't the way he pictured it, but he was right nonetheless." Jared swallowed and didn't know what to say to that. His mother never blamed him for his father's death. "Do you think I made a mistake all those years ago?" he whispered. He found himself struggling to keep the emotions from overwhelming him. "By not taking the appointment at West Point?" He nodded. "I think you would have been extremely successful and would have made an excellent officer." His heart fell. "But I don't think you would have been as happy. You have turned out to be a fine man. Now you are a leader, and you have a good wife to care for. Though I'm a bit angry that you didn't tell me about her sooner." "Oops." "So, no. I think you made the right decision. Now, take us to that community, and then go find Kate." The procession was a strange one. The convoy of pickup trucks containing many of their group, followed by a very brightly colored, dubiously acquired El Camino, followed by Juan's family in the SUV. Bradley and Fletch brought up the rear in the armored Suburban. The trip down the highway was uneventful, and Harry's gate opened instantly when they got there. Jared was completely surprised at the number of people on the streets when they arrived. Men, women, and children gathered at the community center and surrounding area. They milled around, yet all turned to watch as Jared's group arrived in their somewhat unconventional cavalcade. They parked along the street in front of the house allotted to them. Jared looked in the rearview mirror as Bradley's truck parked and the doors opened. He got out first, and the others followed. Jared motioned his group to close in around him. When they complied, he gestured to the home. "This is the house that Harry has offered us. It should be plenty big for you all if you'd like to stay together. There are also 2 other homes further on the outskirts of the neighborhood if you'd rather separate into groups. Make your choice and we'll help you unpack and get settled in. I want to make sure you all feel safe and welcomed here." They all looked at him uncertainly. He realized that they were overwhelmed with the number of people staring at them from across the road. They had been around so many strangers since before the plague. "Does anyone want to go their own way while they are here?" he asked. Nobody spoke up. "Hank?" he asked. Hank shook his head. "Nah, I think we've decided we're going to stay together until you guys get back. Hell, after all this time I wouldn't know what to do with myself." "All right then, let's go meet your new neighbors and get you guys settled in here for a bit." Jared led them over to the crowd and Harry made the introductions. There was no way they would ever remember the names of over 100 people, but perhaps they would remember a few and make some friends. After getting their supplies unpacked, with some stored in the pantry and the rest in the basement, they sat around in the living room. Alejandro was itching to go to the playground, so Jared would make this fast, but he didn't feel right unless he left them with a plan in case something happened while they were gone. Bradley looked at him, and he nodded. "So this place is well protected. They have teams patrolling the walls and the streets 24 hours a day." However, if they do breach the defenses, I want you all to run either to the community center, which has a basement shelter, or to this basement here. This basement has a strong door and lock and all the supplies. It wouldn't be as comfortable as the one we stayed in before, but I think it would be enough to keep you safe until help comes." "We understand," Hank said, and they looked as if they did. "Juan, we'll come back and pick you guys up as soon as we can. However, if something major were to happen here and you felt as though you needed to leave, then take everyone and go back to the house. That is your backup plan," Jared said. "If the house is overrun, or there is some reason that you can't make it there, then you all need to go to Sten's settlement, Halverston. It's the old Oak Grove community. Do you all know where that is?" Anna asked. They all nodded. "We had better move before it gets late," Bradley said. He watched Bradley shake hands with everyone, even giving Violet a reluctant hug after she pulled him in and pinched his cheek like a child. Jared went last, giving everyone one last reassurance. He felt oddly like a father reassuring his children that he would come back. It was unsettling. They spent the rest of the day fortifying the defenses on the empty house and yard. Bradley and Jared decided that since there was already a fence and a trench around the property, it was probably going to draw some attention. They thought it would be best to reinforce the windows and doors as best they could. They covered all but the back door with boards and sheets of wood. When the sun began its descent, Stuart still hadn't come home. They went in. The house was darker than usual thanks to their new security measures. It felt more like living in an armed camp than the home he was used to, but they probably should have done it long ago. It just wasn't safe having windows anymore. "What if Stuart doesn't come back?" Anna asked. They were sitting in the shadowy kitchen eating their evening meal. Violet had made bread, and they were eating it with a can of beef stew. They hadn't spoken to each other in a while, and her voice was almost startling in the quiet. "He will," Bradley said. "But if he doesn't, then we'll have to go anyway. I wouldn't know the first place to start looking for him." "I don't even know why he left," Fletch said, scraping the last of the gravy from the bowl with a slice of bread. "Did he say?" Anna shook her head. "He just wrote that he was going with us and to wait. He said it was dangerous out there. Actually, his exact words were dangerous and death. Not exactly reassuring." "Think he knows something we don't?" Jared asked. "I think he knows a lot that we don't," Bradley said. "His mind seems perfectly fine. We had a conversation of sorts. He was frustrated that he couldn't speak properly," Anna confided. "Maybe he will get better at it," Jared said. "Maybe." Bradley washed his bowl in the sink, then dried it and put it away. It wasn't until then that he spoke. "Stu is like a brother to me, closer than a brother. He's the only family I have. I can't ever give up on him." Jared waited, but he didn't say more. He wondered why Bradley didn't have a wife or girlfriend or children. Maybe he would ask someday. He didn't want to bring up something that could be painful. Dredging up bad memories before they were going to leave on a critical trip didn't seem like a very good idea. It was kind of strange, though, how most of the people they had collected were loners like he and Anna used to be. Aside from Juan and his family, and now Jared and Anna, none of them had partners. They lived alone. What did that say about them all? "I guess I'm going to get to bed. I'll need at least a few hours of sleep to operate effectively tomorrow," Bradley said. "Yeah, we should be going as well." They went their separate ways for the night. They would be meeting back here at 5 for breakfast before beginning their journey, with or without Stuart. That night the house felt empty. The darkness reverberated with faint echoes of the life it held earlier in the day, but those quickly faded into a dull, ringing silence that made it impossible to sleep. He was too keyed up. Too many plans and scenarios ran through his head, not only about tomorrow's trip, but with everything that could happen here, and everything that could possibly happen in the future on a large scale. With a country so divided that they had two militaries currently at war with each other, how could they hope to have enough strength and numbers to defeat the Muties? Did they both just consider them a lesser threat? Did their power struggles begin even before the plague? Perhaps one side or another was part of it. Both? Those thoughts and others, about Anna and him and their future, whirled through his head. It didn't make for a restful atmosphere, that was for sure. He heard a faint whisper of noise from outside the bedroom. His eyes shot open wide in the darkness. Anna was breathing lightly next to him. She was deeply asleep. It was probably Bradley or Fletch. They were probably having trouble sleeping as well. But he wouldn't be able to relax until he checked. He pressed the button on his watch and the dial illuminated green. It was 12:15 in the morning. He groaned silently. It sucked to know you had only a few hours left to sleep but couldn't actually fall asleep. He sat up slowly, careful not to jostle Anna too much. He grabbed the flashlight from the nightstand. The floor was cool under his feet, and he stood. He moved slowly, making his way by memory and touch to the door. He turned the handle and winced at the slight creak of hinges. He paused for a moment and wondered if he should get his pistol. If something was in here, he would have heard it get in. They all would have. At least, that's what he told himself. The maglite was heavy enough to make a decent weapon. He wouldn't need a weapon anyway. It was probably just Bradley. He pulled the door open the rest of the way and saw moonlight from the unbarricaded back door filtering through the blinds. It pooled on the floor in stark gray contrast to the soft blackness of the house. It was in the pool of light that he saw the flicker of a shadow. It was so brief that he almost thought he imagined it. Maybe he did. He frowned, and his heart involuntarily jumped and sped up. Should he call out? He edged forward down the dark hallway. He held the light up with his finger on the button, ready to turn it on. Something told him to keep it off, to wait, just to be sure. He advanced into the living room, his feet silent on the cool hardwood. Nothing else flickered in that pool of light, but now he had to turn the corner and confront the kitchen. He realized that he was anticipating someone, or something, to be in there waiting for him. Maybe Stuart had come home? He took a silent, deep breath and released it, then pivoted around the corner. His light was raised and ready to bash in some monster's head should it be necessary. There was nothing there. There should have been. He felt a sense of awareness, some intelligence nearby. He felt watched. The hairs on the back of his neck rose, and he was barely stopping himself from clicking on the flashlight or running back for his pistol and hoping whatever it was wouldn't attack him with his back turned. Shit. Stuart? He whispered out into the dark. The kitchen and dining room were still and silent. The pantry door was closed as they had left it. What was bothering him the most was the laundry room door. It was cracked. A sliver of blackness swallowed the dim moonlight that had been able to make its way into the room. He had closed that door himself before bed. It had to be Stuart, right? That was Stu's room now, pretty much. Nobody else would be in there. He found himself imagining unbelievable horrors lurking there, peeking out at him through that unsettling crack in the door. Things worse than the flying muties, worse even than the skittering, crawling monstrosities they had encountered at the grocery store. He realized he was frozen there, in full view of anything that might be skulking in the dark. He had let himself become afraid, and that made him angry. This was his house. Nothing should have been able to make him feel this way. Nothing. He gritted his teeth and clicked on the light, fully aware that he was potentially making himself a target. If it was some sort of muty monster, he was probably already fully visible anyway. He swept the beam over the crack in the door and stalked over. He pushed it open until it hit the wall. It would have bounced back, but he wedged his foot against it. The harsh white LED light brushed the room, revealing nothing. Maybe it had all been in his imagination. It wouldn't be the first time he had worked himself up over nothing. Of course, the last time he had been a kid. A drop of wetness landed on the back of his hand, and he looked down at it in confusion. Water? He looked up. Holy hell. He backed out of the room and knocked over a dining chair in his haste. His light never wavered from the gaping doorway. He felt the electric, metallic energy flood his veins, and his breathing hitched in harshly and stuttered out. He heard nothing over the harsh pounding in his body. A mutie had gotten into his house. It had pressed itself so closely to the wall over the door that he had mistaken it for a shadow. He could have been killed just now. He heard footsteps pounding at the basement stairs. "Jared, are you okay?" Anna said from the hallway. He saw their beams of light crossing each other as they came from separate sides of the house. "Get back!" he shouted at Anna. "Get a weapon!" "What is it?" Bradley asked, walking swiftly to Jared. His rifle was raised in the shooting position, its mounted light pointing directly at the laundry room doorway. "There's a mutie in there, on the ceiling above the door." His mind flashed back to the moment he had looked up and seen the eyes. They were not slitted and blank like a snake. The gaze wasn't cold and inhuman. That is what struck him the most. These eyes were full of burning intelligence, pools of blackness filled with secrets. In that flash, that instant, he realized that whatever that was, it was like nothing they had encountered before. "It's new. It's a new kind," he said breathlessly, as they all waited, their eyes trained on the empty doorway. Bradley let out a breath. "Why is it in there? How did it get in?" "Don't know and don't know." A flurry of movement inside the small laundry room made them jump, and they backed up a little. Bradley had no clear target. Suddenly the door slammed closed in an explosion of sound, and they were left staring at the door. "What the fuck, man?" Fletch shouted. "What the fuck is it doing?" Fletch sounded a little hysterical. Jared knew exactly how he felt. "Washing clothes?" Jared volunteered. His mouth outpaced his brain more often than not. He needed to work on that. "Silence," Bradley said. They watched, and out of the corner of his eye, Jared saw Anna creeping around the corner. He held up his hand and gestured for her to stop. Her eyes were wide and scared. She had a pistol held loosely by her side. They heard a faint scraping noise near the floor, and movement caught his eye. Something was wiggling under the door. He waited, expecting some creeping thing to be coming for them. "What is that?" Bradley hissed. It was an object, thin and solid. It was being pushed under the door. For what purpose? They heard the scraping again as it was edged further out into the dining room. The object was taking shape. "Stuart's whiteboard," Anna said. Suddenly, it clicked in Jared's head. "Stuart? Is that you?" He walked closer and pointed the light at the board. He saw markings on the board and read them aloud. "It says, 'I changed. Come in.'" Fletch snorted. "Yeah, that's not happening. If that's Stuart, then he needs to come out here." "No, I think he means that he changed, then came into the house," Anna said. She bit her lip, then called out, "Stuart, open the door and come out." "We aren't going to shoot you," Jared added. "Even if you are creep-tastic," he muttered. Bradley gave him a dirty look, but turned back to the door as it swung open again. In the doorway stood the new Stuart, the mutie Stuart, and he was terrifying. His skin gleamed like a semi-transparent oil slick, though it retained human-like flesh. Jared could see the color-shifting properties, but Stu seemed to be controlling them, for now. His eyes were black and compelling. He still had the same features. His nose was the same. His mouth was the same. His teeth gleamed white and sharp, though not jagged. His clothes were wet, saturated with muddy water and rivulets of blood. Hey?" Jared said in the stunned silence. "Hey," Stuart replied, whipping his head so quickly to look at Jared that it was just a blur. Okay, that was freaky. The word startled them less than the double timbre quality of his voice. It was Stuart's voice, underlaid with deep, vibrating bass. It was eerie. It was frightening. It caused an instinctive coldness deep in Jared's gut. It coiled there, making him want to fight or flee. He pushed down his unwelcome, instinctive reaction and searched for something else to say. "So, do you want some beef stew?" he said finally. Anna gave him a confused shake of the head and mouthed something at him that he couldn't decipher. It might have been idiot, but he couldn't tell. "No," Stewart intoned, and Jared winced at the almost demonic-sounding voice. "I already ate." It was an ominous statement, and he had to pinch his mouth shut to keep from asking creepy Stewart what it was that he had eaten. Bunnies, probably? Or kittens? "Will you shut up, Jared?" Bradley said, exasperated. "I did not realize I was talking out loud," he replied through gritted teeth. They were all still standing in the same positions, staring at Stewart, and he was starting to feel a little more uncomfortable. It was hard to look at him for very long without wanting to run away. It was like a thrumming pull in his chest and stomach, urging him to get away from the unnatural thing. "Well, it seems like we're not going to be getting any sleep tonight. Anna, will you make some coffee, please?" Bradley said evenly. "Stewart, would you like to sit?" Stewart tilted his head slightly and studied the chair. "No." Jared widened his eyes in silent amusement at Bradley, and he was biting his cheek to hold back an incongruous and highly inappropriate grin. This whole damn situation was just bizarre. He felt unwelcome jokes on the tip of his tongue, just begging for him to release them into the tense atmosphere. He felt he may be risking his life if he said them, so he kept quiet. For now. It was out of character enough that Anna looked at him in concern. She then turned to Stewart, who was smelling the air. She smiled at him a little, but it looked more like a wince. "So, Stewart, did you still want to go with us in the morning?" she asked, coming back in from the porch where they had a grill. "Yes. We weren't sure you'd be back in time," Bradley said, clasping his hands on the table. "I felt the change." "So how do you feel now?" Jared asked him. "Like Stewart." "Interesting," Jared replied, a little sarcastically. "How do you feel now?" Stewart asked him, capturing Jared's cadence in a completely unnatural way. "A little creeped out," he answered. "I can smell your fear," Stewart said blandly. Was that a threat, or merely an observation? "That's interesting." He was starting to feel a bit foolish. "You all fear me. Except you," Stewart said to Bradley. Bradley smiled. "So this change, is it better?" Anna asked. "Yes." Ow! Anna pinched his shoulder to stop him from talking. Probably just as well. He didn't have anything new to add. Suddenly Stewart was a blur of motion, and the back door opened and closed rapidly. Before they knew it, he was back in the same place, only this time he was holding the coffee pot. The very hot coffee pot, with his bare hands. "When do we leave?" Stewart asked, and said it before Anna. Chapter 22. Perilous Undertaking. Anna. She wasn't completely sure about this. Stewart was sitting directly behind her in the pickup truck. He had the back window open so he could smell the others, whatever that meant. She didn't ask. She wasn't as comfortable around this Stewart as she had been around regular old biter Stewart. Maybe she'd get there in time, maybe not. He didn't exactly give off friendly vibes. In fact, he gave off some pretty angsty vibes, for her anyway. Around him, she felt a twinge of panic buried deep inside. It wasn't enough to want to run away screaming, but it was there. She felt it. She didn't know why. 37, Stewart chanted in his new voice. She preferred the days of sign language and whiteboard, to be honest. 37? She asked. Jared was preoccupied with peeling the frosting layer from a packaged orange cupcake with one hand and driving with the other. She winced as he shoved the orange, sugared disc into his mouth and let Anna question Stewart. He was going to be sorry when he realized that dentists were a thing of the past. "There are 37 of the defiled ones in there," Stewart said, raising a hand to the woods on the right. "The defiled? You mean stinking mutant freaks?" Jared asked. "Jared, that's rude," Anna hissed at him. She didn't want to hurt Stewart's feelings. He was technically a mutant now. "Their genetic structure has been defiled. They have progressed from the incubation stage," Stewart said. Anna considered that for a minute. She felt an understanding work its way into her mind. So, if the biters are in an incubation stage, and the mutants are in the active stage, she questioned. He nodded once, and she went on. Then what comes next? That I do not know. They were silent. Anna considered all sorts of disturbing possibilities when Stuart spoke again. What he said stopped all her musings cold. You are in an arrested incubation stage, he told her. She took in a swift breath, and Jared looked at her concerned. What does that mean? He shouted. Her genetic structure and patterns are not defiled. Yet? She asked. That I do not know. She closed her eyes and took some calming breaths. She knew something had happened. She had gotten sick after all. That had to have caused some kind of change. She opened her eyes. What about Jared? She asked. He is resistant. Immune? They rode in silence. They had been on the road less than an hour, and she was already tired. The lack of sleep, the fright, and the new information were a lot to take in. Though they were taking the less traveled routes as far as they could, it still wasn't safe for her to sleep. She needed to help them watch for threats. It was a 13-hour drive to Cheyenne Mountain on the interstate, in normal conditions. These conditions were anything but normal, and they would likely not use the interstate. Bradley had warned them severely against it, so they were relegated to secondary and other back roads. The interstate was their route of last resort should any route be impassable. They were going to have to search for fuel along the way, though they had as much as they could take in the back of the truck. The armored SUV would take more, and it was nowhere near enough to get them to Colorado. Stopping for fuel and bathroom breaks were going to be the most dangerous part of the trip, aside from the towns they would sometimes have to skirt. Stu, you're blending in with the seat again, Jared said, looking in the rearview mirror. You're like some weird Romulan cloaking device. She looked back. It was kind of unsettling. She didn't exactly feel comfortable with him sitting right behind her, but there was no way she could sit in the back without getting sick. Antiemetics were out of the question as well. Drowsiness could get her killed. It takes effort to stop the camouflaging effect. I was saving my strength, Stuart informed them with a hint of rebuke. Saving your strength for what? For that, Stu answered, nodding out Jared's window. They looked out the window, and Anna cried out as a large group of muties burst from the heavy vegetation on the side of the road. Jared swerved the truck to the right with a violent jerk. She pulled her pistol, but it was no good. Jared's head was in the way. Jesus, Stu, some warning would have been great, Jared yelled. They were shades of brown and gray, with dappled green spots. Camouflage, she realized. It was only a fraction of a second before they had launched themselves at the side of the truck. One reared back its clawed hand to strike at Jared's window. He slammed on the brakes, and she was glad she was wearing her seatbelt. An acrid, burning smell filled the cab of the truck. She pulled her pistol and thumbed off the safety. The monster was still poised to strike, and she saw the muscle in its arm twitch. It was less than 2 seconds away from ripping Jared's head from its shoulders. Down! She yelled at Jared. Almost without thinking, she fired over his head. The ringing began immediately in her ears, and she watched as the mutie weaved for a split second before falling backward from the spider-webbed truck window. Stuart's gone, he shouted. She looked back. It was true. Stuart wasn't in a seat anymore. The back window was open, and she saw a blur moving rapidly through the other muties. There were no sounds beyond their own. Blur followed by black splatter. Blur followed by black splatter, over and over. Within seconds, it was over. The SUV behind them had stopped on the other side of the road, though only inches away from them. Had Jared not jerked the wheel to the right, the heavy vehicle would have rear-ended them. She wasn't sure they would have walked away from that without serious injuries. Are you okay? He asked, looking her over with wild eyes. Me? You're the one who almost lost his head. She lunged forward and clamped her arms around his neck. She breathed in his familiar scent and felt tears prickle her eyes. Now's not the time to become a crybaby. She let him go and scooted back over. He grazed the side of her face with a hand and gave a small grin. I'm glad I taught you to shoot. Me too. She looked at the broken glass again and shook her head. What? He asked. "Why do you always end up with the broken truck windows?" she chided. "Hey, it's not me, it's them. This whole society has gone way downhill lately, in case you haven't noticed." She raised her eyebrows at him. "And you're the one who broke it this time." "I was just saying," she said. "I never had a broken truck window before I met you. Maybe it's you, Anna. Maybe you're cursed. Maybe—" "Everyone okay?" Bradley asked, looking them over. He had to have been standing in the puddles of muty goo when she wrinkled her nose. She was a little glad he had interrupted Jared's divergent grumblings. "Yeah, where's Stuart?" Jared asked before she could answer. She looked around but didn't see him. "He's on top of the truck," Bradley said, looking up. "Hop in, Stu. We need to get moving," Jared called out. Stuart's face appeared in Jared's window, upside down. It wasn't any less creepy that way. "I think I should ride on top. I can sense the risks more accurately." His face slid up and disappeared. Anna cocked an eyebrow at Bradley, and he shrugged. "Okay, saddle up," Jared said. Another moment more and they were back on the road. Jared had slowed considerably in deference to Stuart's position. "You may drive the regular speed," came a voice from the back. She whipped her head around and saw Stuart's upper body leaning through the window. "I didn't want you to fall off." Stuart's lips parted in an unsettling grin, and she saw the barest inkling, the merest hint, of the old Stuart. It made her feel better. She almost smiled back. "I won't fall. Ever." He disappeared, and Jared sped up to the former 50 miles an hour. They rode in silence again. Jared changed speeds based on the road conditions, slowing drastically on curves and speeding up near homes and intersections. She realized he was expecting another attack, or maybe an ambush by people. She hadn't thought of that. It made her feel unprepared, and she did not like that feeling at all. Their previous trips had always been local, informal missions. Even in the stadium she hadn't felt unprepared. She supposed it was because she was out of her element, or maybe she knew better now. She hoped she got used to it. The miles passed slowly. They all had agreed to save on gas by not using the air conditioning, so the windows were cracked partially. Except Jared's, which was just ruined. If they were going faster, Jared said they could use the air conditioning, but that was before his window had been punched through with a bullet. She didn't know where he had gotten his information about fuel economy, but it kind of made sense. They were traveling down a remote back road when a loud pop and shimmy interrupted her thoughts. Dust and gravel flew up into the air behind them as they swerved onto the narrow shoulder. "What was that?" she said, more loudly than she intended. "Did someone shoot at us?" Jared was fighting with the wheel, and the truck was slowing considerably. She heard the telltale rhythmic thumping and groaned. The truck finally pulled to a stop. He shut off the engine, and silence pervaded the air until Bradley pulled up behind them. "Flat tire. Damn it," Jared said, and pounded the steering wheel with his palm. He got out and she followed. Stuart stayed put, apparently acting as a lookout and early warning system. She hoped his instincts were always trustworthy. They met Bradley and Fletch at the irreparably damaged front driver's side tire. There was a sharp piece of metal embedded in the tread. "You're hard on vehicles, Jared," Bradley said. The men stood around a moment, hands on hips, and consulted each other. She wandered around the perimeter of the trucks, keeping watch and taking stock of their surroundings. Their murmurings gave her a feeling of safety, so she wasn't too concerned about being taken by surprise by anything. And there was always Stuart's new abilities. The area was very rural. On one side of the road was an overgrown cornfield. The leaves hadn't yet begun to turn brown. Weeds grew rampant between the rows. Whoever owned this crop never got a chance to spray it. It provided some cover from any muties that might be wandering around in it, but it also hindered their ability to see in that direction. Still, she was sure, well, hopeful, that Stuart would have sensed them in there and let them know. The other side of the road led to thick woods. The trees were large and old, though plenty of new growth crowded the clearings between the old trees. Shrubs, weeds, and saplings provided another dense obstruction. They were effectively boxed in on two sides, and she didn't like the feeling. She looked back at the men and Stuart to make sure things were still okay. They had located the spare and were getting it changed. It wouldn't be much longer. She did not like sitting still in strange territory. The cornfield felt threatening, and the deep woods were menacing. The silence was complete. No birds chirped contentedly in the trees. No squirrels bounded around in the undergrowth. No cicadas hummed. Even the wind was still. Suddenly, it didn't feel right. She walked backward away from the imposing walls of nature, back toward the trucks and the men. They were still working on the tire and grumbling about something. They hadn't noticed the stillness. Her breathing shortened, and she felt a wave of anxiety start in the pit of her stomach and radiate throughout her body. She glanced back to the men. Jared was working the weird X-shaped crowbar thing. The spare looked small and odd compared to the larger tires. Even she knew that they wouldn't be able to drive fast or far on that thing. They'd need to find a replacement. "Guys," she said quietly. They either didn't hear her, or they were more concerned with their task. Fletch was roving in the front of the stopped trucks, providing security. She called to him. "Fletch," she called out louder. She looked back and noticed she had his attention. "Something doesn't feel right. It's too quiet. The air, it doesn't feel right." She watched his face for understanding as he frowned and glanced around again. They listened beyond the mutterings of Jared and Bradley, and, indeed, it was still too quiet. "You're right," he said softly. His face lost its usual youthful countenance, and it went hard and cold. The look in his eyes was startling, and she imagined this was the real Fletch. This was the one who had been to combat overseas. The young man she had come to know, the youthful contempt for his elders, and the mocking disrespect at their cautiousness in other matters, she saw it for what it had been. It was all an act, a front. It was what he thought he should be, not who he really was. It was comforting, but alarming at the same time. If he had noticed something wrong, then she wasn't just exaggerating the situation. There was something bad going on. "The air feels heavy, like before a storm," he said. "But there are no clouds. I don't smell rain. The leaves aren't flipped. Stu?" he called out. Stu looked down at them, and she couldn't make out his expression very well. He was an enigma now. Perhaps in time she would learn his new tells, his new expressions, but now she saw nothing. "There are some out there. They aren't moving," he informed, tilting his face up and closing his eyes. He started to go into camouflage mode, and she realized that he was marshaling his resources by dropping his control over his skin. One day, she'd like to ask him how he did that. Was he actually controlling his cells? "As far as I can sense, they've stopped. They are still. Waiting," he finally said. "For what?" she asked. Fletch went to have a word with the men, and they all looked up at Stuart. "I do not know." "We need to go," she said. "We need to go now." Jared came toward her, concerned. He looked around as Bradley studied their surroundings. She grasped his hands and pulled him back toward the vehicle. "We've got to get somewhere else. I don't like this feeling. It'll be slow going. We've got to find a town or some kind of mechanic shop and see if we can't match these tires," he said, giving a skeptical look at the specialty tires. "Let's go then, right now." She hurried and got in the cab. Stuart remained on top in his sentry position, though she wanted to tell him to get in the cab. She supposed that he could take care of himself. "Load up," she heard Bradley say aloud, and they rolled out. The feeling of moving on allayed some of her anxiety and fear, but it did not go away completely. They were moving very slowly. She wanted to tell him to speed up, to move faster and damn the tires, but she didn't. She took deep breaths to calm herself, and it worked a little. She saw Jared's worried glance out of the corner of her eye. He didn't speak, and neither did she. She checked the map as they came to an intersection. The road straight ahead was the one they needed to take to get them closer to Colorado. The closest town on the map was to the right, so they turned right. She hoped it was more than a little cluster of houses. Going door to door checking for tires would eat up a lot of their time, not to mention the dangers. She thought back to the farmhouse and shuddered. She wasn't anxious to repeat that experience. Should be about 2 miles up this road. It won't be very big, but maybe they'll have a mechanic shop. Worst case scenario, we'll just find a new truck," she said. "And give up Betsy? Never," he said, patting the dashboard affectionately. "Betsy? Should I be jealous?" she asked, and rolled her eyes. His teasing had banished some of the snakes that seemed to have been writhing in her gut, but the edge of panic was still there. "Of course not," he said automatically. "Well, maybe a little. I'm very fond of her. Well, anyway, I think we need to—" "Shit!" he called, slamming on the brakes. She braced herself as the truck skidded to the right a little. Bradley's heavier SUV was slower to stop and whooshed past them and into the crowd of muties that had come out from behind a nearby fence. "Son of a bitch!" Jared cried out as the muties swarmed Bradley's SUV. Anna rolled down her window and took a chance. She sat on the edge and pulled her pistol. The small crowd was attempting to smash through the glass of the armored vehicle, but wasn't making much of a dent. She lined up her shot and fired. The mutie went down under the feet of the others. The sifting colors and masses of bodies made it a little difficult to find targets, headshots, but they tried. On the other side of the truck, she heard Jared's rifle giving its booming report as he fired off rounds into the group. "Reloading," she called out during a break in his firing. She quickly dropped her empty magazine down into the truck and pulled a full one from the holder on her belt. She had 2 full ones left. She would save 1 mag for emergencies. Jared kept firing, and she started back up as well. Some were going down. They were making a little dent in the group, but she was worried that they would run out of ammo before they ran out of targets. "Hold on," Jared shouted as Bradley's brake lights lit up. Jared whipped the truck in reverse and backed quickly down the road the way they had come. "What are you doing? We can't leave." She watched Bradley's vehicle as it rocked under the force of the muties pushing on it. It was an extremely heavy vehicle. Their strength alarmed her. The SUV accelerated quickly backward, then she saw it almost pivot and she was facing the front. She could make out Bradley's face through the front windshield. He gave her a quick thumbs up. Suddenly she saw him put on a pair of earmuffs? What the hell? She realized those must be the Peltor things. Jared started chuckling and nodding. She was confused until she heard the loud thumps of the machine gun. Suddenly, the muties they could see started dropping like flies. They were crowding the back of the SUV, but Bradley leaned out his window and started to pick off the ones who managed to get too close or out of range of the machine gun. "Wow," she said. "Yeah, wow. That's awesome," Jared said. He was enjoying himself and probably itching to give it a try. Good for him, but she was still anxious to find somewhere that she felt safe. She had a bad feeling that their time was running out, and she didn't know why or how or even what to do about it. After a moment, it was quiet again. The echoes of the machine gun fire died out, and the corpses of the dead muties lay in the road among splatters of black gore. Jared gave a hand signal and Bradley nodded and motioned for them to pass. She watched her side of the vehicle with her pistol ready. She would need to reload the used magazine soon. The white fence that had shielded the muties from their view was part of an entrance to a very small, dilapidated-looking nursing home. It looked horrifying. Jared slowed and whistled as he took it in. "Phew. Take me out back and shoot me when I get old. Don't ever send me to that place," he commented. "Don't worry, J-Dog. I don't think we'll actually make it to old age," she muttered. "We have to, sweet corn. How else will we have 36 grandchildren?" he said matter-of-factly. "What the hell are you talking about? Our children should each have 6 children," he said, as if that made all the sense in the world. "We don't have children," she pointed out. "Not yet, you mean? We better start on that as soon as we get back. I want our kids to start a settlement. They'll call it Jaredstead." "Jared," she was about to tell him he was being stupid and more than a little weird, but a sudden movement caught her eye. "There's something there," she said, turning fully toward the nursing home and squinting. She had seen purposeful movement in an upstairs window. She would have sworn it. She quieted her breathing and held still as if that would help her see better. The ominous facade remained still. Jared looked around quickly, then put the truck in park. The small town, more of a crossroads really, was silent, tense, waiting. He leaned toward her and looked out the window. They both watched. She glanced in the side view mirror. Bradley waited a few car lengths behind them. She saw him tapping his fingers on the steering wheel and knew they needed to get moving. But something held her back. "Stuart," she said quietly. "It's Stuart. That's why they aren't showing themselves." Stuart suddenly poured himself into the back seat through the window in the back. "They're in there," he confirmed. "Who?" Jared asked. "The uninfected, undefiled. I can sense their mass, but not their numbers." "Okie dokie then," Jared said. "Maybe next time you mutate, you'll learn to count," Jared said under his breath. "Jared, apologize," Anna said. She knew he didn't mean anything by it, but it wasn't a good idea to tease Stu just yet. "The Stuart will not be mocked," Stuart returned, in a voice that could have been straight from the pits of hell. Anna shivered and clutched her pistol grip. If Stuart went off the rails, she would kill him. She would hate doing it, but she would. Then she'd consider pistol-whipping Jared for making her do it. They both glanced back at Stuart. He slowly turned his gaze toward Jared and cocked his head. His eyes gleamed blackly at Jared, before his mouth widened into a grin. Stuart was joking? "The Jared will consider your request," Jared said, returning his gaze to the building. "The Jared should really shut his mouth before the Anna shuts it for him," she said sharply. "Besides, I think the Bradley is getting anxious. We're sitting ducks out here." "An accurate description," Stuart droned. She winced. She didn't want to know what he meant by that. She hoped he would warn them if there were more muties in the area. "Okay, let's end this little standoff." Jared threw open his door and gestured to Bradley to stay there. She watched him cross the front of the truck and walk toward the gate of the nursing home. "Is it clear?" she asked Stuart. "For now." "Wonderful," she muttered. Chapter 23. Spring Creek. Jared. Jared was relieved and anxious. Relieved that Stuart hadn't ripped his face off for cracking jokes at his expense, and anxious because he felt the tension in the air. It rivaled the level of unease he had felt that night on the roof when the nuclear attack sirens had gone off. It was 10 times worse than the disquieting feelings he had in the days leading up to the outbreak. He just couldn't put his finger on it. It felt like an instinctual reaction. He would be prepared, though. They needed to find a place to change the tire, then probably find a sheltered place to spend the night before moving on in the morning. As much as he wanted to drive through the night, it was unwise. There were any number of dangers driving in the dark. No, they'd be staying put around here. But before they could do any of that, he needed to check this place out, because no matter how much he had changed since the end of the world, he couldn't leave people that needed help. He just hoped his altruism didn't get them all killed, or worse. He went to the gate and held his hands up in a show of surrender. He glanced around nervously, relying on the others to watch his back and warn him of potential dangers. His only concern at this point was being taken out by a sniper from inside the nursing home. Anything was possible these days. The place looked like it should be condemned. It was on its last legs for sure, and probably would have been a place of last resort for many. He hadn't been kidding when he had told Anna to shoot him before sending him off to a facility like this in his old age, if they even had nursing homes in the future. He would make sure Jaredstead had a good one. He didn't want to call out, for fear of drawing in the defiled, as Stuart called them. It seemed to be an uncannily accurate identifier for the muties, and much more badass than just plain old mutie. Harder to say in an emergency situation, though. He realized his mind was running off on tangents again and brought his focus back to the present. One day his crazy divergencies would probably get him killed or seriously injured. Then Anna would really kick his ass. He walked through the gate after checking there was nothing waiting behind the fence. It seemed clear. There was a large, overly full dumpster at the end of the small parking lot. He supposed something could be hiding behind it, or, more disgustingly, in it. He would have to take that chance. When he looked back up, he saw that he had some takers. A window on each end of the second story had been opened. He saw rifle barrels pointed down at him from each side, but couldn't tell exactly what they were. It didn't matter, really. The front door opened under the ancient portico, and he saw that the doors had been barricaded with some kind of steel bars and plywood. Probably a good idea, but he didn't know why anyone would want to fortify this shithole. A middle-aged woman dressed in old, faded scrubs came out. She was careworn and tired. He suspected that she had probably once worked here. Why she would come back was a mystery. She stopped 10 feet away from him and spoke up after looking at him and their vehicles carefully. She saw that she carried a crowbar in one hand. "I have men with guns upstairs. If you make any wrong moves, they'll kill you and your people." Her voice wavered a little, but he didn't know if it was from tiredness, fear, or adrenaline. Maybe all three. "We were passing through and saw movement here. We just wanted to see if you needed any help. We took out a crowd of muties outside your fence." He hoped she would be grateful enough not to have him killed on the spot. She looked relatively sane. "We saw. Though if you think that was all of them, you're sorely mistaken. We don't have much time," she said, nervously looking around. So the trembling in her voice was fear, not just of him. "How many more are there?" he asked. "Legions," she whispered. She was serious. Okay. That was a little dramatic, but whatever. He could understand the sentiment. "I saw one on your truck," she said suspiciously. "It was just standing there. Then it got in." "Did you kill it?" He shook his head. "No, that one is different. It's a long story. He was our friend. He got sick and turned, then turned again. He's not violent. He knows who he is." She frowned, but shook her head in understanding. "We had one like that, an old one. He got sick, then turned suddenly. Knew who we were. He was old, though, and didn't live long. The change didn't stop him from dying of his disease." "We need to go. Are you guys safe here?" he asked. The lack of ambient noise was wearing on his nerves. He thought she noticed it too. "We're running out of food. We've been trapped here by them for weeks now. We've been rationing, but there's nothing left to ration anymore. We aren't going to make it much longer." "Look, I need to discuss this with my people. We need to change a tire as well. Are there any mechanics shops around here? Anywhere that might carry large truck tires?" he asked. She nodded. "About a quarter-mile down the road. Make a left. It's a small shop, but it should have something. You'll need to hurry. They gather at dusk." His mind flashed back to the armory in Thompsonville, the way the biters had swarmed the place at night, the people who died because of it, the guilt he felt at their deaths. He was almost certain that the attack that night had been his fault. He breathed deeply before replying. "We'll go and come back. Can we stay here through the night? Perhaps you guys can come with us tomorrow, somewhere safer and more well-stocked?" "You can stay here, but we can't leave. There are too many here, and most aren't ambulatory." She sighed and ran a hand through her short graying hair. "I have to stay here for them. They have nobody else." "How many people are here?" he asked, hoping like hell the number wasn't too large. "There are 37 residents left here. We lost some, from illness and other complications. Some ran out of meds. It's been rough. This is all we have, though. Many have been here so long that they won't leave." "Their families haven't come for them?" He looked around nervously. "Some. Most haven't and probably won't. They want to live out their days here." She shrugged. "Go on and get your tires. We'll be waiting when you come back. Watch the herds. They may be moving already." "We'll be back soon. Grace," she supplied. "All right then, Grace. Sit tight." He explained the situation to Bradley before regaining his place in the driver's seat. Anna looked skeptical about leaving them all here when they left, but he made her understand. They couldn't take a bunch of unwilling old folks from the only homes they had on a 1,000-mile road trip to a war zone. They would be better off here. "Is that it?" Anna asked, pointing to an old, weather-beaten sign. "Graves Auto Shop." "Somehow I don't think their service is so excellent anymore," Jared said, commenting on the sign's promise. "Beware," They're coming soon now, Stewart said. Masses. Many masses. We haven't got much time. Jared huffed out a breath at his drama. Time enough to find a tire and get back to the old folks? If you hurry, the building is clear. Jared jumped out and held up a hand for Bradley to stay. He was going to take the tire back to the nursing home and change it there tomorrow, presuming they were still alive tomorrow. The body shop was dark inside, but he trusted Stu's word. His flashlight illuminated tall racks of tires, new and used. He eyeballed them all, looking for one similar to his. When he found a few, he checked the numbers on the side. He found 2 that would work, and decided to take them both. He rolled one down and out the door, manhandling it up into the back of the truck as Anna stood on the running bars and looked around for trouble. Bradley came out and helped him with the second one. The whole trip took less than 20 minutes and was much less dramatic than he'd been expecting. He drove back, looking for signs of the impending siege, and saw none. Yet, he knew it didn't mean anything. Stewart seemed to be a more reliable indicator than his own senses. They're coming, Stewart said. His peculiar and frightening voice sounded unconcerned. He didn't know if Stu was incapable of showing emotion, or just unpracticed, but he didn't seem all that worried. That worried Jared. How long? Anna asked, clenching her fists. 10 minutes, maybe less, Stewart said. Shit, Jared murmured. We still need to carry in our supplies, too. He drove back to the nursing home as fast as he dared. The gate was open and 2 people were waiting at the door. He pulled in right under the portico and hoped the damned thing wouldn't collapse on his truck overnight. Bradley spun the SUV around and backed in perpendicular to Jared's truck. Anna hopped out and grabbed her gear and a box of their supplies. She directed Stewart, and the occupants of the nursing home watched nervously as he rapidly emptied their supplies from Jared's truck. Jared passed Fletch, who had detached the machine gun from its mount in the back of the SUV and carried it inside. Bradley carried in a few of their jerry cans of water, then went back for the ammo. The minutes were ticking off rapidly, and Jared felt his anxiety compound. Now, the oddness of the day was overshadowed by the soon-to-be arriving army of muties. It wasn't going to be a fun night. Inside, now. There's no more time. Stewart leaped to the top of the portico and out of sight. Jared had assumed that he would be coming in with them. He hoped old Stu would be all right out there. He herded the others inside and made sure the trucks were both locked. He didn't know if the muties would notice the trucks or what they meant. He hoped not. That would be a real clusterfudge, as Anna would say. The doors closed behind him, and he heard heavy bars falling into place. Someone had done an exceptional job outfitting them with secure barricades. He quickly noted the shabby foyer in the fading light. There were 2 wings to the place, one to the left and one to the right. Grace led them to the left. She walked swiftly down the very dimly lit corridor. It looked like a typical old institutional hall. The walls were a yellowed white. Handrails ran the length of the hall. He smelled the stench of urine and used incontinence pants. It has to be expected in the best of times in a place like this, but the dwindling supplies had probably made it much, much harder, if not impossible, to keep conditions sanitary. He felt a wave of despair. The atmosphere was desolate. This was a waiting room of death, and not a comfortable one. Their numbers would eventually dwindle, before disappearing altogether. Grace, by virtue of being the youngest and probably healthiest, would be left here, if she made it. If something happened to her, the people here would die. It wouldn't be an easy death. Anna clutched his hand and he squeezed it. She was thinking the same things. He promised himself that he would do what he could for these people before they left. If he had to delay their journey to Colorado, then he would. He swallowed and took shallow breaths through his mouth to allay some of the odors. Finally, they reached the end of the hall, and it opened up into a large room. It looked to have once been a storage area of some kind, but someone, Grace probably, had turned it into a gathering place. He noted the lack of windows and only one door. That was both a blessing and a curse, he supposed. The lack of windows was good, but the one doorway bothered him. If something got in, they'd be trapped. He supposed for them it didn't matter too much, though he felt bad thinking it. They wouldn't be running far, if at all, and where could they go? But for his people, it was a death trap. "Everyone, these people are here to visit a bit. They're going to help us out with food." Jared," he told her, speaking so the room could hear him, if they still had hearing aid batteries, without alerting anything that could be lurking outside. "And this is Anna, Bradley, and Fletch," he added, gesturing to each person in turn. He supposed they must have made a strange sight, dressed in their combat gear and carrying a variety of weapons. "Fletch and I are going to bring the supplies back here in case they breach the doors. We can set the 50 up in the hall to cover the entrance. We can take turns patrolling and taking watch." Jared nodded, and they left. Anna stood next to him, and they weren't quite sure what to do next. He looked at her, and she shrugged. 30-some-odd eyes rested on them, the ones that weren't napping in their wheelchairs anyway. Their arrival seemed to have perked some of them up. It was disconcerting to have so many people looking at him. He didn't know what to say. He looked at Grace. "Mr. Gardner here's our resident sniper," she offered, leading them to a man in a wheelchair nearby. Jared did a double-take. He had an old M1 Garand across his lap. "Well, damn." The man held out a hand. "Call me Albert." Jared shook it. "Nice M1. Original?" "Bet your boots. Went and bought it after I got back from the war. Just like the one I carried." He patted the woodstock affectionately. Jared understood him perfectly. "I like it. I suppose it was you that had a beat on me earlier?" "Yep." "Good. I'm glad you guys have some security. How'd you like to have a few more weapons and some ammo?" "I'd like it mighty fine. The truth of the matter is, well, I've only got a few rounds for this old thing. Wasn't planning on an apocalypse when I had my son bring it up. I just wanted to hang it on the wall to look at." He leaned in closer. "The administrators here at Spring Creek kind of frowned on me having a rifle here at all, but they allowed it. They didn't know I had bullets for it." He chuckled and sat back in his chair again. "Who is the other sniper?" Jared asked, gesturing to the other upstairs wing. "Nobody, just an old broomstick we painted black. I'm it." Jared again felt a wave of sadness for these people. He smiled back and nodded before returning to Anna. "Let's find the food and dole some of it out to whoever wants it. We have plenty and can scavenge more on the way if we need to. These people can't." She nodded and had a word with Grace before following. They passed Bradley and Fletch in the halls. Bradley's face was grim. "It doesn't look good," was all he said. He needn't say any more. Jared knew what he meant. He meant the herd outside, and also these folks here. The foreboding feeling hadn't left him, any of them. It had only intensified. It was like being surrounded by people marked for death, only you didn't know when they would die, or how, or if you'd be joining them. They were pretty much dead already. Ghosts, shades from another lifetime. He rubbed at the tightness in his throat that thought had caused. They brought back 2 crates of canned foods, beans, veggies, fruit, some potted meats, and soup. It would be easy for the old folks to eat and would hopefully last them a while with careful rationing. Still, over 30 people required a lot of food, even 30 old people. A shameful thought crossed his mind. The thought that the food was wasted on these people. They were consumers. They didn't provide any benefits to the group. As horrible as he felt for thinking it, he knew it was true. They had some knowledge that would be useful, but they couldn't do anything physical. They consumed more than they provided. Their generation had been the most numerous in this country, and if they still were, they would deplete the available food stores that were better off left to the younger people. He sighed, and kept that in mind for later. He would feed these people because it was the right thing to do, and his conscience wouldn't allow him to let them starve. But they were going to have to seriously consider this question in the near future. Was it right to sacrifice food that would be better served going to the children? If he had to choose, he knew what his choice would be. Thank God he didn't have to choose. "Jared?" Anna said, laying a hand on his back. He flinched a bit, not expecting the touch. He had to stop getting lost in his thoughts. It was happening more frequently, and it could get someone hurt or killed. There was no room for mistakes. Not anymore. "I'm okay." Did Grace get the food passed out to everyone? He asked. Yep, she thinks it will last a week, maybe, if they're careful. Jesus, he breathed. 1 week. The food that would have lasted them a month or more, gone in a week. It hurt. He consoled himself with the knowledge that there were still plenty of places that had untouched food stores. It would be dangerous getting them, though. We still have the MREs, she said. Yeah, was all he said. Chapter 24. Sound of Silence. Anna. That night, the sound of milling monsters drifted through the walls of the old folks' home, telling Anna all she needed to know about the size of the herd. She supposed Stu was somewhere safe, or perhaps the others didn't even mind him being out there. She would have to ask when she saw him again. Jared, Bradley, and Fletcher were uncharacteristically quiet. She caught them murmuring together in the hall several times as she patrolled the small area. She checked the residents' rooms to make sure nothing was getting in through the windows, but they seemed to be secure enough, for now. Every time she happened upon the men, they quieted down. She had a feeling they didn't want her to hear what they were saying. It was suspicious, and it hurt. She didn't want to be left out of whatever they were planning, and the fact they hadn't mentioned it to her meant they knew she wouldn't like it. If they were planning anything. She could just be paranoid, but she didn't think so. The residents seemed more comfortable speaking to her than the men. She helped Grace with the chores, though she wasn't comfortable tending to their bodily functions. She did help them eat, listened to their stories, and gave them news of the outside world. She took notes on the supplies they wanted and needed. Several mentioned the sheer boredom of the place. She thought maybe they would enjoy some books if an opportunity arose for her to pick some up. Maybe some games, puzzles, or other entertainment. She would have to see where the men decided to get their supplies. She looked out down the hallway again as the men stood up from their impromptu powwow and went to patrol the rest of the nursing home. Jared looked back at her once and waggled his eyebrows at her, suggestively jerking his head toward the nearest resident room. She huffed in exasperation and smiled at his teasing. At least, she thought it was teasing. With Jared, one never knew. She shook her head, and he stuck out his lip in a pout. She smiled and blew him a kiss. His face was oddly serious as he snatched the invisible kiss from the air and held his fist to his heart. She melted. God, she loved him more every day. He turned and started his patrol, and she cracked the door to the room so the residents' sleep wasn't disturbed by their lights and movements. They had obviously developed their own routine after the weeks of being here, and sleeping together in this room at night was one of them. She wondered if they had been doing it since the beginning, or only since the muty herds congregated outside their doors at night. She settled in with the borrowed book, some bodice ripper that she was assured to enjoy immensely. She smiled as she thought back to Jared's teasing about her choice of reading material back at the office. She hadn't thought about those days in a while. Darla and her damned popcorn. She felt strangely as if that had been the beginning of the end. That day that she and Jared had sabotaged the microwave had been it, and they had lived on borrowed time ever since. If only they had known. If they had paid better attention to the signs instead of discounting them, they could have prepared so much more, saved so many lives. The guilt of it weighed heavily on her chest. Some part of her had known, and that made it worse. At the time, she hadn't wanted to look like a crazy prepper. She was too comfortable with her life, and to start stockpiling large amounts of supplies in those last days of relative ignorance, it would have made it too real. That was a huge, fatal mistake. She knew it now. It was too late, way too late. Those days, those vitally important days, were lost to them forever. It had been July, and she couldn't even remember what day it had all started. All she knew was that it was still hot outside, still summer, but it wouldn't be much longer. In this part of the country, fall didn't show up until October. Halloween was usually when the nights started to drop into the really cold territory. It had been 2.5, maybe 3 months since then? She wasn't sure exactly. Violet would know. There were still things they could do to prepare for the future, though, stockpiling and other preparations. They would, as soon as they got back. If they got back. She realized that she had read the same paragraph about 10 times without ever comprehending just why the heroine was unlacing her bodice in an empty carriage. She tried to focus. She wouldn't be able to sleep, even though she'd been awake for over 24 hours at that point, and it wasn't her turn for patrolling yet. This was her only option for entertainment, other than mulling over her regrets of the past, and that wasn't very fun. Some time later, a faint, low humming noise made it to her ears, and she looked up. There was nothing that accounted for it inside. Not in here, anyway. It sounded something like heavy machinery. Maybe on the road? Whatever it was large. Very large. Its low rumbling growled under her feet, and she frowned as the vibrations intensified. She stood and began to make her way to the door. Perhaps the guys would know what it was. The room began to sway much more forcefully, and the building screeched overhead as the steel supports and wooden framing creaked ominously. Oh, God! An earthquake! Her knees slammed into the tiled floor painfully, and she felt a sharp pain in her wrist as her hands slapped down an instant later. She couldn't look around. She could only hold on as she made her slow, painful way to the nearby table. She hoped it was as solid as it looked. Yells all around her brought her out of her panic. Debris fell from the ceiling in a never-ending shower of tiles, wooden beams, and steel framework. The shaking seemed to go on forever, and the violent rumbling of the earth, combined with the screeching of bending metal and the screams of the wounded, made her ill. She opened her eyes at the sudden stillness and peered into the black room beyond the table. Specks of lantern light shone, as bright as beacons in a couple of points in the room, but her sense of space and direction was so messed up that she didn't know if it was up or down or left or right. There was nothing familiar about the room now. A flashlight rolled toward her. Its beam illuminated a crazy kaleidoscope of obstacles that hadn't existed before. It came to rest against the table leg. In that beam, a hand lay stretched out toward her beseechingly. She edged forward and snatched the light and pointed it at the body that belonged to the hand. No. Oh, God. Her mind couldn't process the image before her eyes. She blinked. Her mouth opened in shock and horror and pity. Dust swirled in the beam and particles were still falling. But what she had seen was horrifyingly real. She felt herself wanting to shut down. She wanted to close her eyes and cover her head and pretend she hadn't seen. But she couldn't, because the horror was crying out for help. It was still alive. Grace. Grace was still alive, though she shouldn't have been. She shouldn't have been. As the rumbling under her body seemed to recede, she screamed for Jared, for Bradley, for Stewart or Fletch. She screamed for an eternity, but perhaps only for a few seconds. Those moments were a blur. Grace's eyes were bloodshot. Almost no white was visible in the sclera, but the fear and the pain were plain to see. She reached out to Anna with both hands, as if just by reaching her then she could be saved. Anna swallowed back the vomit that the sight induced. She couldn't be saved. Not even in the world as it used to be would she have been able to be saved. The copiously bleeding lower half of her body was resting on the rubble at a completely 90-degree angle. The steel beam, and the weight above it, had sheared her in half. Somehow she was still alive. Somehow she was still pleading and reaching and grasping. Anna was scared to touch her, but couldn't ignore the appeal in her eyes. She reached forward and grabbed the woman's hands. They were cold as death already, and they clutched at her with more strength than she thought possible. She needed to say something, anything. "It's going to be okay, Grace. They're going to get us out of here in a minute, and Bradley and Fletch will get you all fixed up." Anna struggled to control the panic in her voice and on her face. "It hurts. My chest hurts," Grace cried out. Anna could see why. There had to have been some broken ribs, possibly completely shattered ribs. Things, organs, would have shifted in unnatural ways. Blood oozed from Grace's nose and dripped in a grotesque red rivulet to the floor. She winced and squeezed Anna's hands harder. Her breaths wavered in her own chest uneasily. Her heart stuttered in an odd, foreign manner. and she wondered if she wasn't having a heart attack. She had the dreadful feeling that there was more than one heart attack taking place in this room right now, and there was nothing she could do about it. Groans filled the congested space. New barriers had formed where only moments ago there had been none. Still clutching Grace's hands, she looked around as much as she was able. The flashlight seemed to be weakening, and she knew she should conserve it. But she couldn't bring herself to push the button. A primal fear of the dark filtered through her conscious mind, and she knew that if the light went out, things would get her. A hand grasped her ankle and tugged, and she shrieked at the unexpected contact. The cold digits squeezed, and she felt breath on her ankle. "Hush, Missy, it's just me, old Albert." She took several deep breaths and fought to remain calm and still, when all she wanted to do was shake him off and scream. "Just Albert, just Albert, just Albert, just Albert." She ran the words through her mind until they meant nothing, until Albert had crawled his way under the table with her. She heard him wheezing and hoped he wasn't about to die next to her. She didn't know if she was mentally capable enough to lie next to a corpse, 2 corpses, in the dark. "Are you okay?" she asked, looking back to Grace. She found herself unable to tear herself away from Grace's fearful panting. "I'm okay, just a little beat up. Reminds me of the trenches back in the war. Of course, I was a young man back then. This isn't much different, though. Be glad we ain't getting shot at," he gasped. "Miss Grace, those young men out there will be digging us out here PDQ. That one is a medic, and he'll have you fixed up in no time, don't you worry. Of course, we might have to think about finding another place to live. What do you say?" he said. Anna was grateful. He had obviously had experience with trauma, maybe even worse than this. She swallowed and had a horrible thought. What if the men were buried under all this and couldn't get free? What if they were dead? What if she and Albert and poor Grace were the only ones left? She felt herself hyperventilating and closed her eyes against the welling of tears. She hadn't broken down this whole time. Not when the disease first started to spread. Not when they were stuck in the stadium. Not when the nukes went off. Not when they were trapped in the basement. Not when the muties attacked the kitchen. She breathed in for 5 and out for 5. Over and over again. She closed her eyes and took inventory of her body, while Albert droned on to Grace about something. Her knees and wrists were sore, but that was all. She wasn't hurt, not like the others. It was almost a miracle, really. She lay her head down on her outstretched arm, still holding Grace. She felt herself start to shake and her eyes closed. She could sleep. She could sleep, no problem. Albert's voice drifted away, and she sank into the cool, claustrophobic darkness. "Missy? Missy, you best wake up now. You hear?" she heard rasping in her direction. She opened her eyes, but she couldn't see anything but a faint glow from somewhere to her left. There were groans of despair and pain scattered around the room. The flashlight was off. Cold hands still lightly rested on hers. She feared those hands belonged to a dead woman. "Albert, what happened to the light?" she asked. Her voice wavered and was too high-pitched. It wasn't familiar to her. "Conserving the batteries," he said, and pushed a button. Dimness flooded the space, and she wished he hadn't done that. "Grace, how are you feeling?" she asked dumbly. She couldn't think of anything else to say. The woman was staring at her blankly. Her eyes now dripped blood, along with her nose. Red streamed from her mouth as well. It was one of the most disturbing things she'd seen, which said a lot. She thought the woman was dead until she blinked. "Okay. Pain is mostly gone. I can't feel my feet anymore, though," she said, and a short, stunted sob escaped her. "That's okay, Grace. Listen, there is a little pressure on your back from a board, that's all. You know how your legs fall asleep when you cross them too long? Well, that's all it is. Once Bradley gets you up and moving, you'll be fine." Anna used every ounce of will she had to present what she said as the truth. She conveyed it with her eyes, her voice, her touch. It was all she could do for the woman. She would never, ever forget the look on Grace's face, or the way her lower body was severed almost completely. It would haunt her for years to come, if she lived through this. What if she didn't? A new fear roiled through her. What if they couldn't get her out? What if she and Albert just laid here in the dark? Eventually, Grace would die. The flashlight would go out permanently. Albert would probably die of thirst first, considering he was old and probably dehydrated already. But her? She would last a while. She would last days, maybe, trapped in the dark alone, with rotting corpses for company. Death by dehydration was a bad way to go. Painful. She wouldn't go that way. She wouldn't allow it. Albert's voice brought her out of her morbid thoughts. Miss Anna's right. It'll let up once you get walking around a bit. Come daylight, we'll have to get these folks out of here and go find a house to stay in for a while. Those boys out there are probably just about here now. They have to move carefully, you know, he said. As soon as he completed that thought, another low rumble worked its way toward them. More groaning and screaming came from the crumbling structure overhead than from the residents in the room, and she closed her eyes and covered her head. She was afraid they were all dead. Something large hit the back of her thigh and she screamed. The pain was instantly fierce and throbbing, and she released Grace's hand and curled up. She felt Albert at her back, but she couldn't hear anything over the loud reverberations of the earth and its collapsing surface infrastructure. She couldn't see anything in the devastating blackness. She couldn't feel anything except the pulsating in her leg. Maybe this was it. Maybe it was better this way than lying here dying slowly. At least it would be a little quicker. She opened her eyes some time later. "What time is it? Do you know?" she whispered to Albert. She prayed he would answer. "I don't know. I don't have my watch," he said regretfully. "There was a clock on the wall, but I doubt it's still there now." They lay in the silence for a few moments, and she concentrated on listening. She heard no more rumbles from the depths. She heard Albert's raspy breaths beside her. She heard her own deeper breaths. She heard a rapid, shallow panting from the darkness in front of her. Grace. She fumbled around for the flashlight and finally found it cradled under Albert's arm. He had managed not to lose it in the aftershocks. Thank God. She pushed the button and recoiled. Grace's head was lying in a puddle of viscous blood. Red bubbles protruded from her lips before bursting and running down the side of her face. She was panting rapidly. The red pool was oozing toward them sluggishly, making clotted trails in the dust. "Hang on, Grace. It's not too bad. You've just got some scrapes on your face. You know head wounds bleed a lot," Anna said. "Bradley is on his way to us right now, and he's got some butterfly bandages that should do the trick." She didn't respond, but her gaze focused on Anna, or rather the light that Anna was holding. Anna realized that Grace wouldn't be able to see her, so she laid the light down to the side, careful not to illuminate Grace's legs lying to her right. "See, we're all okay here. We just have to rest and be patient, okay?" Anna said. Albert edged forward and took one of Grace's hands. She had a watch on her wrist, and he took a peek at the time and frowned. It was only a flash of an expression, but it told her enough. Her heart sank. He rubbed Grace's hand while he told them stories about his time in the war and afterward. Anna realized, somewhat stupidly, that he was older than he looked. She should have figured it out sooner when he mentioned the war. World War II. Most of his contemporaries were dead. He had to be well into his 90s. He told Grace about the old farmhouse where he had lived with his wife and children, and suggested they move everyone there when they all got dug out. Anna looked around as much as she could. Her thigh ached fiercely and felt about 3 times too big, but she didn't think the bone was broken. She scooted around awkwardly, trying to determine just where they were in the room. What she saw caused panic to rear its ugly damned head again. They were surrounded by rubble. Trapped. Concrete and rebar and steel and wood stuck out at odd, lethal angles. A large chunk seemed to be resting on the table they were taking shelter under. She realized that if she hadn't made it to the table, she would be dead now. Albert as well. Could still be dead if the table failed to hold the weight. Sword of Damocles. More like a 2-ton concrete chunk of Damocles. The errant thought brought her old boss's face to mind, and she shoved that away. There was no light anywhere else, and no noise came from any other part of the room. It was as silent as a tomb. "It's 2:30, Albert whispered, almost too low for her to hear. 4 hours until the first light of day. Fucking damn it all to hell and back. Time kept pace with Grace's rattling breaths. Death rattles. The flashlight dimmed, brightened, dimmed, went out. Chapter 25. Tomb. Jared. Jared groaned. His head felt fuzzy, and nausea roiled in his stomach. How much did he drink last night? He rolled over and felt Anna's side of the bed. Only he didn't feel a bed, and the hard, cold surface under his hand certainly wasn't Anna. What the hell was going on? "Fletch? Jared?" Somebody groaned from nearby. "Bradley? What the fuck happened?" Jared asked and tried to sit up. He realized it was pitch black, and a large, heavy object had barricaded him close to the floor. Were they in the basement? He reached down and patted his cargo pocket, feeling for the light he kept there. Depending on what the hell happened, it could have been broken. He found it, fighting back against the edges of a deeper darkness that threatened to pull him under any moment. His head throbbed, and he felt wetness coating the side of his face. "Building collapsed. Earthquake, I think," Bradley murmured from somewhere nearby. Earthquake? His thoughts were hard to hold on to, and he felt himself drifting mentally, wanting to lay back down and sleep more. Something niggled at him, though. Something. His hand struggled to grasp the cylindrical tube, and he found it too exhausting. He lay back, blood pounding in his ears. Muffled roaring rushed over him, and underneath that, screaming. "Anna! Anna!" he screamed as the hands jolted him awake. "Anna! Where's Anna?" He didn't know who was touching him. There was a glow from a light, and he didn't like what it showed. Destruction. The nursing home lobby, he remembered. It wasn't a lobby anymore. It was nothing but a jumble of ragged concrete and metal. "Be still, man. You've got a concussion." A light shone in his eyes, and he squinted and turned his head, almost puking as he did. He didn't think he'd ever felt so bad. "Where's Anna?" he asked, feeling a frantic need to get up and move, to get to her. "Jared, look at me. We'll get to her, but I need you to rest. Don't move," Fletch ordered. "Fuck that. Get the fuck out of my way." He pushed Fletch away and realized they didn't have much room. A particularly sharp piece of metal protruded a few inches away, and Jared realized that he had almost impaled Fletch on it in his panic. He needed to calm down. "Help me shift this." "Carefully," Bradley said from nearby. Jared looked over and saw Bradley's leg trapped under a wood beam. "Is it broken?" Jared asked, holding his head. "I don't think so, but the blood supply to my foot is compromised. We need to move it now. I don't particularly desire to be hopping around on a peg leg during the apocalypse." He grunted and started to push against it. "All right, let's get over there. Jared, if you feel sick or woozy, you need to stop immediately. I mean it," Fletch ordered. "Sure, man. Let's get this done. We need to get to Anna." The tang of fear flooded his mouth, and his heart missed a beat when he realized that Anna could already be, that it could be too late already. "Ready?" he asked, as he grasped the wooden beam as best he could. 3, 2, 1, lift, Fletch counted. They lifted, and Jared felt a wave of dizziness with the exertion, but he powered through, closing his eyes. He struggled with the beam, feeling as if he was trying to lift the entire building. He probably was. "Stop, it won't work," Fletch said. Jared let go. They hadn't even shifted it. He closed his eyes again, careful not to tilt his head one way or the other. Bradley lay back down, sweating and pale. "We need something to move this," Fletch said. "We can't use a pulley system," Jared said, looking up at the ruined mass of what used to be the ceiling. "We don't have ropes, and I don't trust any of that to hold weight. It might bring the whole damn thing down on our heads." "What about a lever?" Bradley asked. He reached out his hand and grasped something that Jared couldn't see. He moved closer. A dull metallic finish glinted in the dim light. Fletch grasped it and pulled it over the concrete obstruction. "We can use the concrete as a fulcrum point," Jared said, placing his hands on the end of the steel bar. He hoped it was strong enough. He wedged the end under the beam that trapped Bradley's leg. "Ready?" he asked. Bradley gave a nod, and Fletch counted down again. This time, Jared put his whole body weight behind it. He strained and grunted as he attempted to force the bar to the ground. Suddenly, he felt it move. "More! More!" Fletch called out. Jared fought the roiling in his gut and the sharp stabbing pain in his head. He could throw up and die after they got Bradley out. He winced and gritted his teeth, increasing his force to the maximum. "I'm out," Bradley cried out. They released their hold immediately, not able to ease the obstruction back down. Jared held his breath and hoped the building didn't collapse at the sudden shift. Dust trickled down into his face, and an eerie groan came from overhead. But they didn't get crushed. Yet. "One more aftershock and we may not make it out of here. We need to hurry," Jared said. "Yeah, well, I'm going to need a shoulder to lean on until I get the feeling back in my leg," Bradley said, hobbling forward, using the rubble to steady himself. "Not me," Jared said, "or we'll both end up on our asses. I feel like my head is about to fall off my shoulders." "Sit down and let us find a way out," Fletch said, putting a gentle hand on his shoulder. "I'm good," Jared said, shaking his head. "I said sit," Fletch said, clasping him a bit more forcefully. "Okay, Ma, don't get your panties in a wad." The joke came out ragged and forced, ringing false. His hands trembled and he felt a burning in his eyes. "Anna." Bradley gave a thin smile at that, and Fletch muttered something under his breath. "How long until daylight?" Fletch asked. "My watch is broken." It's after dawn," Bradley said, checking the time. "You were out for a while, Jared." "Damn it," Jared said, jumping up. "You hear anything? Any noises? Anyone calling out?" he asked, clasping his head so it didn't burst like a rotting watermelon. It felt like a rotting watermelon. "Shit." "We heard a bit right after it happened," Bradley said carefully, giving Fletch a warning look. "What?" Jared asked, catching it. "What?" "We heard Anna," Fletch said. Jared felt his heartbeat rushing in his ears, the whooshing drowning out whatever Fletch said next. His vision doubled, tripled. Then everything shrank into a black pinpoint. "Jared, wake up!" Someone was shaking his shoulder and they wouldn't let up. A bright light in his face made him wince, and his head pounded sickly. It felt 3 times the size it should have been. "Anna," he muttered, "we're getting out of here. We've got to go dig them out. We have to hurry." It was Bradley. He was the one talking. Jared opened one eye gingerly, hoping it was all some horrible nightmare. The sun beamed down on him, hot and unforgiving. The floor where he lay was too warm and hard on the back of his head. He groaned as Fletch helped him sit up. "Where are we?" he asked, not recognizing the surroundings. Muties lay dead around the former building. Their bodies were uncamouflaged and still. They had not yet blackened. The parking lot. What's left of it," Bradley said. He looked around in shock. Yesterday the parking lot had been a shabby clearing with cracked pavement and a sense of hopeless despair. Today, it looked like ground zero. Shit, it was ground zero. He saw the SUV sitting canted on a chunk of pavement that had risen straight out of the ground. It was probably still drivable if there was a road left to drive it on. He stood and hobbled out of the wreckage. The floor where he had been lying used to be the entrance to a side door. He had no idea how they had gotten him out. "Stuart's looking for a way in," Bradley said, gesturing to the heap of the building. Jared backed up carefully, watching the new trenches that had formed in the ripped-apart parking lot. One misstep and he would have worse injuries than a concussion. Some of the fissures were so deep that he couldn't see the bottom, and he didn't want to find out firsthand how deep they went. He was still in shock, his brain foggy and slow. He felt sluggish and unlike himself. He remembered Anna again. Shit, Anna. Where is she? He grabbed Bradley by the collar of his shirt. Where the hell is Anna? She's in there. We're trying, man, Bradley said, throwing an arm out toward the demolished building. God, Jared said, brokenly staring at the wreck. How long? He whispered on a ragged breath. It's been about 10 hours since the first one, Bradley said mutedly. Give or take a couple. Jared jogged toward the wreckage, ignoring everything wrong with his body, and remembered the layout of the nursing home. She had been in the East Wing, or what he thought was the East Wing. That room had been an interior room, no access to the outside. The only windows and doors here led to the residents' rooms. There was no way in those. They had all collapsed. He saw a blur of motion directly on top of the rubble and recognized Stewart. His skin was camouflaged, and Jared knew he was conserving his energy. He came sprinting in his unnatural way down the ragged structure, not even noticing the sharp and distorted terrain under his feet. He was sure-footed and swift. There are 3 left, Stewart said in that semi-demonic, double-toned voice. It made his statement sound even more dire than it already was. Anna? He asked. That I do not know. I sensed life. One was fading. I smelled blood. Rivers of blood, Stu said. Fucking hell, Stewart. Do you have to be so damn dramatic? Fletch complained. Jared gritted his teeth. Show me where. Bradley looked at him skeptically, but he wisely didn't try to stop him. Nobody was going to stop him from finding her. He would kill them if they tried, or at least lay them out on the pavement. Stewart took off and Jared followed, carefully climbing over the ruins. His balance wasn't what it used to be, but he made it work. He could hear Bradley and Fletch behind him. Some of the concrete shifted under their feet, and he winced, hoping nobody was under it. He refused to let his mind go there. Anna was fine. She had to be. Here, Stewart said, and crouched near a gap in the collapsed roof. The building had cracked in 2 halves, and one side had inexplicably shifted forward a couple of feet. The right half had collapsed completely. He, Bradley, and Fletch had been trapped on the very edge of the structure. They had been lucky. This half fared a little better. The second story had collapsed, but the supports for the first floor had mostly held, miraculously, under the weight. One wrong move and it could come down. They couldn't forget that. They still live, Stewart supplied. 2 here, and 1 there. He gestured to the rear of the wreckage. They would go there next. I'm going in. Someone give me a light, Jared said. Jared, Fletch interrupted. No, I said I'm going in. Now give me the fucking light. The harsh snarl shocked them all, and Bradley handed over a light. He knelt and carefully put his leg into the hole, testing the strength of the material. It held. He crouched in and flicked on the light. The hole opened up underneath. He'd still have to crawl and squirm his way through. He squeezed into the darkness, the slim flashlight clutched in his teeth. He heard Stewart crawling behind him. Anna, he called out. He waited. Nothing. Anna! His breathing was harsh and rapid, and down here, out of the direct sunlight, it was like a different world. He heard nothing. Nobody answered his calls. He moved forward. Careful, Stewart said. The wood beam he was currently crawling down creaked and shifted slightly, and he held his breath. It held. He kept moving down into the blackness with only the thin, bright beam of light to show him possible paths. It seemed as if an eternity had passed as they scrabbled down into the bowels of the ruined structure. He looked back from where they came, and only the barest hint of sunlight filtered through. Anna! He called out again, expecting nothing. The sweetest sound he had ever heard came then. He would never forget it, never forget the feeling of hearing her voice. Jared, hurry! She yelled back. She sounded impossibly far down. He crept faster through the deadly maze. She kept calling out, and he kept moving forward. He came to a hole in the concrete and looked down with the light, trying to make sense of what he saw there. He gaped in shock. Shit. Directly under him was a very large chunk of concrete resting on a table. He didn't know how it was possible that the table hadn't collapsed. What pulled more of his attention were the boots he saw lying under it. They were Anna's boots. "Anna, I'm here. Are you okay?" he called down. "Fine, I'm okay. I think the table is about to break. There's too much weight on it. There's a crack forming." Her voice held the edge of panic. "Albert is here with me." Albert? He couldn't be bothered to place the name with a face right now. He was going to have to drop down without landing on top of the concrete. There was only the slimmest space to put his in the back. He directed his flashlight to the other end of the table and gasped. Someone's legs lay there in a pool of blood. Just their legs. The scene was graphic and terrible, even after seeing all he had seen since the shit had all started, and it was shockingly brutal. He pointed the light further over to the left and saw the other half of the body. Grace. Poor Grace. Her face was frozen in a rictus. Her eyes were wide and red. Her face was bloody. Her teeth were bared in a permanent grimace. Her arms were outstretched in a puddle of congealing blood, and he suspected by the clawed-shaped fingers that rigor mortis was in full swing. He caught a little motion only inches from Grace's dead hands and squinted. Oh, God. Those were Anna's hands and arms, and they were covered in blood. He rapidly assessed his options. "Anna, I can't get down without putting weight on top of the table. I'm sending Stuart down to get you. He'll hand you up to me," he called. "Oh, okay," she called back uncertainly. "Albert first." He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Of course she would send the other one first. He pinched the bridge of his nose and nodded for Stuart to go down. He shifted to the right and let Stuart's alien body slither past. His skin and muscles felt solid and strange, not as human as he looked, which wasn't much. Stuart easily avoided the table and crouched out of sight. He heard a sharp gasp and wheeze, then Anna's murmurs. Albert must have met Stuart face to face. He didn't blame him for being startled. Stuart dragged an old man into the light, and he saw it was the one with the M1 Garand, the sniper. He had been in a wheelchair, and it was obvious that he wasn't going to be able to climb out of here. He sighed and shook his head. The longer they stayed down here, the more Anna's life was at risk. He wouldn't trade her for the old man. As bad as that sounded, he just wouldn't do it, and he didn't give a fuck if that was a sick thing or not. Stuart lifted the old man until Jared could take hold of his arms. He wrapped his feet and legs around a solid piece of rebar and braced himself. He pulled with all his strength, thankful that the old guy was skin and bones. He wouldn't have been able to do it if he'd been any heavier. "Jared!" Anna screamed as the table leg snapped and crashed to the floor. Stuart yanked her out, dragging her through the puddle of blood. Her leg cleared the edge of the table just as the rest went plunging to the floor. Dust flew up, and she finally looked up at him. Her light brown hair was sweaty and dirty. Her face was bloody, and her eyes were wide with terror. She looked as pale as death under the blood and dirt. He heard creaking above them and told Stuart to hurry. He helped Anna to stand, but her leg collapsed, and she almost fell back down. "Hurry!" he shouted. She yelped as Stuart picked her up. She reached her hands up, and Stuart pushed up from below. When she cleared the edge of the floor above, he yanked her into his arms, and she buried her face in his neck. He felt the coolness of her blood-soaked shirt and the stickiness of her blood-splattered arms. Stuart came up then, and Albert gasped in horror at his sudden appearance. "Get on my back," Stuart ordered the old man. The old man trembled and shook, but scooted his way toward the crouching Mutie. They took off back up through the labyrinth of steel and wood and concrete, and Jared followed, grateful for Stu's sense of direction. He clutched Anna tightly, half dragging, half carrying her up the perilous path. She could barely put weight on her leg. He hoped it wasn't broken. His head pounded fiercely, and his mouth was as dry as a desert. He needed rest, badly. It would have to wait. Chapter 26. What now? Anna. She let Jared pull her through the demolished building. She could barely see. She was achingly tired. Her leg throbbed and burned, and she thought maybe she was wrong about it being fine. There was a sharpness to the pain that hadn't been there before, and that worried her. Stuart led them up, up, up. She squinted when they made it to the light, and she felt the strangest sense of unreality as she saw the sky. Her time in the depths of the wrecked nursing home had seemed like an eternity. Grace had finally died 3 minutes after 6 that morning. She knew that because she looked at her watch when she let out her final breath. She cried for the woman that she barely knew. When she was done, she took the watch off her wrist as a remembrance. She heard shouting as Stuart leaped out of the hole with Albert on his back. She hoped the old man didn't have a heart attack from this all. Bradley and Fletch were okay. She closed her eyes. Jared was okay. She was okay. They were all okay. She felt tears burn behind her closed lids as hands grasped her and pulled her up. Someone was carrying her, and she opened her eyes. It was Bradley. "Where's she bleeding?" he shouted behind him, presumably to Jared. There was a flurry of motion. She shifted her head and saw Jared leaning heavily on Fletch. She realized there was something wrong with him. He didn't look good. "What happened to him?" she asked. Bradley ignored her. "Where are you bleeding?" he asked her. "This isn't my blood," she said, seeing Grace's tortured, bleeding face, her severed legs. He looked like he didn't believe her. Perhaps she looked as nearly dead as she felt. They reached a shaded place that she didn't recognize. In fact, none of it looked familiar, except for the white fence. It was still in place, incongruous with the destruction around them. She saw the SUV where they had left it, but the pavement underneath was not where they had left it. The earthquake. It had been a bad one. Really bad. She realized that now. "Jared?" she questioned, as Fletch helped him sit next to her and Albert in the shade. "I'm fine, just tired," he answered. "He has a concussion, a pretty bad one," Fletch told her, exasperated at Jared's attitude. She understood that. Albert was looking warily at Stuart. She looked around more closely and realized they were sitting in among a smattering of dead muties. "What happened to them?" "Dawn came, and those didn't leave, so I destroyed them," Stuart said. They all raised their eyebrows and looked at the corpses. There were more than she could count on two hands. Stuart had killed them. By himself. It was a jarring thought. Stuart snapped his head around toward the pile of wreckage. "The last one is gone." She frowned and looked to Bradley, who had paused while checking her over. His eyes saddened and he shook his head a little. She got it then. Pardon me, but what are you?" Albert asked Stu, scooting closer to Bradley's legs. "He's my best friend," Bradley answered for him. "He turned one night a while back, then turned into, one of those. He's different, though." "Yeah, I noticed." Albert looked older and frailer in the harsh daylight. Anna realized they didn't have a wheelchair for him. He would have to be carried everywhere that they couldn't drive. Which reminded her. "Hey, where's my truck?" Jared said, leaning forward and looking off to the place Anna thought they had parked it. Under the collapsed portico, which she only recognized because of the faded shingles, was a giant hole in the ground. Well, damn. "Motherfucker! That's my truck!" Jared shouted. "It's in the fucking ground!" "All of our gas," she remembered aloud. "Gone," Bradley said. "The supplies that we took in, it's all gone." Her heart dropped. She had forgotten their supplies. Their food, ammo, weapons, even their fresh water. All gone. "Harry's going to be pissed about the 50 cal, Fletch said, and Jared groaned, head in his hands. "Damn it. We've got to go back," Anna said. "We've got to check on our people and resupply. Get Albert somewhere safe." "Hope there wasn't any of that asbestos in that building," Albert said with a wheezing little cough. "Mesothelioma is the least of our worries right now, old-timer," Fletch said with a small smile. "Suppose you might be right." Jared sighed and rubbed his eyes. She watched his knuckles turn white as he made fists. She understood. She did. There was no help for it, though. They couldn't continue. Not now. "How far away is your home?" Albert asked, still stealing surreptitious glances at Stuart. "About 150 miles, give or take 20? Jared questioned, looking at Anna. She nodded. "We'll need to find some gas for the SUV, and some food and water for us," Fletch said, looking around. She realized it wouldn't be easy. Everything around them was destroyed, buried under rubble. Water sources could be contaminated. It was going to be hard. "What if the roads are impassable?" she asked. Bradley and Jared shared an inscrutable glance. Bradley put his hands on his hips, and Jared looked at the ground, rubbing his head. He needed to rest. "We'll go as far as we can on the roads. After that—" Jared trailed off. "After that, we travel on foot," Bradley said. Anna looked nervously at Albert. She saw him look off to the side, surveying the damage of the little crossroads. "If it gets to that, you find me a house that ain't too bad, and I'll make the best of it," he said. "We aren't leaving you," she said. There was silence for a moment. There was a light wind, infinitesimally cooler than yesterday's breeze. It was beginning to feel like fall. It used to be one of her favorite seasons. "Anna's right. We won't leave you behind," Bradley said. She looked to Jared, but he didn't say anything. He sat next to her, and she shifted him so that his head was lying in her lap. He needed a nap. They all needed a little rest, but it was dangerous to stay here out in the open. They would have to find somewhere else. "We need to move," Fletch said apologetically, echoing her thoughts. She sighed, and Jared lifted his head. He was pale and had dark circles under his eyes. She realized that she probably looked worse than he did. She started to shake when she remembered Grace. She was wearing Grace's blood. Grace's face flashed in front of her face, obscuring the parking lot, and she flinched. She wanted to throw up. She stood and looked around, breathing deeply in through her nose and out through her mouth. She was trying desperately to maintain some semblance of calm for the others. Her heart skipped painfully, belatedly dumping adrenaline that she didn't need or want right now. She heard Albert murmuring to the men in the background, but she couldn't focus on it. Her thoughts became overwhelming, and she just couldn't stop seeing Grace, a graphic pictorial litany of Grace. She paced and saw Grace as they had first seen her, careworn and tired, but alive, happy to have been found by someone. Grace, after she had been struck down by steel and concrete, still alive, coherent, grasping hands, eyes full of blood. Grace as the blood ran sluggishly from her eyes, nose and mouth, panting in the dark. Grace's corpse, beyond suffering, beyond caring, stiff, cold hands that she had to pry off of her own, dead red eyes that fixed on her, eyes that she had felt on her even after the light had gone out, after she had stopped responding, stopped breathing. Grace's blood coating her arms and chest as it ran from her severed lower half. A hand grasped her shoulder, and she whirled, pulling her knife automatically. Her wide eyes struggled to see the man standing before her, and not Grace's dead face superimposed on top. She was gasping for breath, and she realized it was Bradley. Just Bradley. She lowered the knife, and he looked at her sadly. "Sorry," she whispered. Her face crumpled, and she whirled back around, almost losing her balance, so he wouldn't see it. He rested a hand uncertainly on her upper back, and she knew he felt her shaking, knew she was crying. It galled her to cry in front of him, in front of anyone. She hated having her weakness on display. Hated it. But she couldn't keep the tears from falling. They had a mind of their own, and there was nothing on earth that could stop them from trailing down her bloody cheeks. "It gets better. In time. It gets better. Trust me," he said. She nodded silently, and she felt arms gather her up. "Jared." She grasped his collar with both hands and buried her face in his shoulder. She had felt the lightest brush of Bradley's lips against what she suspected was the only clean place on her forehead. He brushed a hand down the back of her head and walked back over to Fletch and Albert. Jared smelled of sweat and dirt and blood, but he also smelled like himself, and it comforted her as no words could. She sniffed back the next round of tears that threatened to fall and used the back of her hand to wipe her cheeks. She grimaced at the red smear it left on her hand. "We need to go," she said, and he murmured in agreement. "It'll be okay. We'll be okay," he said. She finally looked up at him. He looked like he'd aged 10 years overnight, and she felt like she'd aged 100. The world didn't stop throwing shit their way just because of a little global catastrophe. Natural disasters, nuclear bombs, war, disease, injury. It was all still here. Always would be. In some ways, it was exactly the same as it always had been, just a little harder now. It was how they dealt with it going forward that would determine their futures. Random chance would get them, sure, but she was going to make damned sure that she did everything she could to protect her people from random chance trying to kick their asses. "Let's go. We've got places to go and people to see," Jared said, with the barest hint of his usual humor. "And things to do when we get there," she finished for him, though through a somewhat stuffy nose. "Now you're getting it, sweet corn." She glared at him, and she was quite sure the effect was ruined by her cry face. She wasn't a pretty crier. They piled into the canted SUV with their meager supplies, and the kind of optimism that comes from living through one disaster after another, and knowing that today they were alive. Today they were still here, fighting. Today they had another chance to live. She wasn't going to take it for granted. Epilogue. The cracked and crumbling parking lot of Spring Creek Long-Term Care lay still and quiet under the sun. The breeze blew a little, and the birds started to chirp again in the trees that had been left standing. Ants continued their marches across the devastated landscape, forming their defensive lines against other ant colonies. Nearby, the corpses of the defiled, mutated beings lay. Their skin, once a gleaming miasma of colors and textures, lay in a gray repose on the old concrete. Their faces were alien under the harsh sunlight. Limbs lay scattered like detritus across the lot. Arms, legs, torsos. None rested near their matching body parts. Stewart had done a thorough job, but they didn't decompose. They didn't blacken. On top of a fissure, a leg rested, its inhuman foot home to clawed protrusions of a nature not likely seen before. One of these protrusions, toes, twitched infinitesimally. Close by, a severed, clawed hand waved its blackened, fingernail-topped fingers experimentally. Inside, cells multiplied with terrifying rapidity. This concludes The Mutation by A.L. Masters.